What's good, everybody? Jester here. We are in the long dark. It is 3:26 in the morning, my time. It's going to be a bit of a stream here because we're going to get through this in one go. But what I want to do first, here, let's go to this. Well, maybe. There we go. I want to talk about a couple of quick things, and if we can get it to come up, there we go. I want to talk about just a couple of quick things and kind of set up the premise for this stream. And then we're also going to, be cutting this into a video because I think it's a very interesting topic. And that topic today is, how far has AI actually come? Let me bring this up quick. I have to find the video right quick. I should have had this ready, but you know, I'm an idiot, so it's just what I do. We have to go all the way back about a year ago to a video that was done by ChatGPT. There it is. And let me bring you to that screen real quick. Okay, so this is Zach Naveen's channel. He is an excellent content creator. He is a lover of survival games and very, very good at what he does. He mostly plays on Interloper, which is a difficulty that I don't typically play. But last year, he made a video, is Can AI Survive on Interloper? And this isn't a slight on Zach in any way, shape, or form. But I think there was a better way to have done this. What he ended up doing was he went into the video, and everything that he would encounter, you know, randomly at certain intervals, he would ask AI, hey, I see this, what do I do? And on Interloper, that's pretty much a death sentence. This was a 1 hour, 6 minute video, almost 1 hour, 7 minute video for him before it ended up killing him. But it's an interesting topic, and I've not seen anybody else try this. Can AI tell me what to do and in what order to do things so that I can survive in the long dark? So to do this, what I've actually done is I've gone into ChatGPT, which is the same thing that he used. And I basically asked ChatGPT, hey, I'm going to be playing a Voyager playthrough. We're going to be staying in one region for 30 days in Mountain Town, because I wanted to do kind of an easy region, which Mountain Towns are pretty easy regions. There's a lot of POIs, lots of shelter. It's a pretty easy region to navigate, really. Not a ton of threats in there. It's just, I just wanted a baseline to see what we could actually get done. And I said, hey, I need to know step by step, day by day, what are we going to do? I need all the POIs covered, and I need to know the order in which we're going to loot them. I need to know what happens if I get up one day and we're scheduled to go loot something and there's a storm. So I said, give me a storm rule that applies for any day there's a storm. And I also asked it to build in some, you know, like storm days, some flex days, to where if, you know, it happens to be storming, and you'll see this here in a minute, but if it happens to be storming, this is what I do during that day. But this way we've got a bit of a buffer, so that if we do happen to catch a couple of storms, we're not in too much trouble, basically. So in this playthrough using AI, we are going to still be relying on some of our own survival instincts, but we have rules that we have to follow. And we have to loot everything in the order. We have to main base where it tells us. If we need to rest, it's going to tell us to rest, so on and so forth. So with that in mind, let's get a rundown here of what's going to be happening. Again, we are playing on the Voyager difficulty, and I do want to say this too. So many people in this community are so awesome because there's a lot of great Interloper players, and they make great content. But I feel like a lot of people enjoy the lower level stuff, and my content just in general is pretty much centered around newer players and trying to help newer players get started in whatever game it is that I'm covering. And The Long Dark is no different in this aspect. I want people to get into the game and enjoy it because it's a great game. Like it's always been a great game. I've got 1,400 hours in the Long Dark. So, I mean, that's nothing in comparison to some people, but you get what I'm saying. That's a good stretch of time. All right, so the ChatGPT has decided that we will be main basing at Paradise Meadows Farmhouse. This is going to be what I probably would have chosen. I like it down there. There's a workbench. It's out in the barn, but at least it's there. There's rabbits nearby. There's deer nearby. There's wolves nearby. It's fairly central to everything. It's close to town. There's a back way to get up to the church, and then up and around the corner. You can always get back over to where you climb down to go to the transition, all that kind of stuff as well. The storm rule, and this is, like I said, I built this in on purpose. A storm day equals a rest day. Stay indoors, cook, craft, mend clothing, harvest wood, cure hides, guts, read books. These are flex days built into the plan so you don't fall behind your 30-day goal. And obviously, we're just trying to survive 30 days. The wildlife rules. We must carry torches and or flares and use decoy food if cornered. Moose, we should avoid Church Road and Milton Park if we spot a moose. Bear patrols Milton Basin, so that's apparently new because it used to be up at the bridge in this region, so we're gonna check that out at some point. But avoid that bear unless we are actually armed. Loot priorities. Now this changes a little bit because I didn't tell it that we were playing on Voyage until after this. As you can kind of see down here, I said I forgot to mention we'd be playing on Voyager, and that changes a few things in the methodology, basically. And that means that food's going to be a lot more abundant. There's going to be more tools and things that we can pick up on a more frequent basis. So it's just easier survival. And I don't have any doubt that we're going to survive here. That's not the point. The point is how efficient can AI be when it comes to doing these things. And then it gives us a full list of POIs. Now, if you guys are new to the game, just using ChatGPT for this is enough for any region that you want to go in and explore. See, when you get to this, you can even map it out and be like, oh, hey, there's all these things and I haven't found this or this yet. And this can be very useful for you as a tool to kind of further your exploration of maps and your understanding of the layout of the maps and things like that. So it gets into a day-by-day breakdown now. On day one, we are to get to Grey Mother's house and nearby houses, loot food, water, and matches. That's all we're supposed to do on day one. So it's going to kind of depend on what time of day we spawn at. Usually on Voyager, it's, morning. But you never know. We could spawn in the middle of the night. I don't know yet. Day two, we're supposed to travel to Orca gas station and get the vehicles over there, prioritize pry bar, food, and clothing. Day three would be the credit union and the bank vault. That's pretty simple. And then the rest of the day at Grey Mother's house. Now, we'll get to where I kind of differ with everything, and I'll talk about that here in just a second. Days 4 through 6, we continue in Milton. We get the Eastside homes, we get the playground houses. And then day 6 is one of those built-in storm buffers. So if we get to day 6 and we haven't had a storm, we may go ahead and just take the day to rest and repair gear, maybe cook some water, that type of stuff. Nothing too big. The thing here, though, is what it's not telling us is to prioritize wood at any point here. Okay, and this kind of worries me just a little bit because in the beginning, you need to have a little bit of stuff, to get going. Days 7 through 9, we are supposed to travel to the church, then to Milton Park, which is completely not really where we should go from there, but okay. And then a rest buffer day. Then, not until day 10 are we to travel to the Meadows farmhouse. This, in my opinion, is an absolute mistake. We should get down there immediately and just get established. And actually, this wouldn't even be on day 1 necessarily. We may not make it there until day 2, because what I would usually do is what it tells us to do down here on day 19, and that's to go up to the Prepper's Stash spawn point, which is up and around the bridge. So I think the game isn't prioritizing, hey, it could be there. And in my opinion, especially on Voyager, when you've got a wildlife buffer that first day is a great opportunity, even though you don't have any gear, to just get up there because it's kind of out on its own. Get up there, see if it's there. I mean, if it's not there, that's fine. But if you happen to get a nice hit with that spawn and it's there, you can have a weapon, you can have lots of clothing, you can have lots of food, all on day one. And I think this is a huge mistake survival-wise when it comes to the AI choices here. Another big no-no, in my opinion, is the way they're telling us to do days 16 through 18. Day 16 is telling me to walk up to the radio tower and the trailer, which sort of, there's a trailer there, but not really. We'll call that the cave. And then loot whatever might be there. And then day 17, we're supposed to go to plane crash. Now, depending on how much coal and things like that we have in our inventory from the radio tower and that cave, pushing to plane crash from radio tower makes no sense, because the next day is when they tell us to go to the prepper stash. And in this particular map, what you could do is go up and around the bridge to get to the prepper stash, and then you would come down and you would hit plane crash in one motion, and then on your way down the hill, you could get back to radio tower. So yeah, you're going to, especially if you found a prepper stash on this, you would probably end up pretty full. But there's ways around that too. Like you can just kind of drop off at the cave by the radio tower, but it's a one-way trip. So it's basically telling us to go out of our way. And I think that's a big no-no for me. It's just exposing us more than we need to be. So I think AI has definitely got this wrong, but we are going to adhere to what it says. It's telling us to spend 2 days getting the prepper's cache. You know, if we don't find anything here, day 20 becomes a rest day, basically. Day 22 through 24, we're going to go down to near that transition over to Mystery Lake, but we're not going to go through because there is a cave down there that if we don't find it at the plane crash, there should be a flare gun down there with some flare shells. But that's not until day 22 to 24, so we're not really going to get the benefit of that. It is what it is, guys. Look, it's AI. It's telling me what to do. I wouldn't do it this way. I wouldn't do it this way. Now that everything is basically looted on days 25 through 27, it's telling us harvest rabbits, begin rabbit mittens, which I probably would have already had well in advance of day 25. Deer pants, boots. But see, the thing is, you've got to have weapons in order to take deers. You don't really. I mean, you could move wolves into deer, which we might try to do at this point. But for the most part, you're going to need a lot of that to happen. And that's kind of difficult to do because the triggering that, it's not difficult necessarily, but it's not super common either. Days 28 through 30, it's just telling me to stockpile. Cattail, deer run, get as much firewood as possible on day 29. And then day 30 is lockdown. Stockpile as much food and water, and we'll see where we're at. By day 30, we should have explored every POI in Mountain Town, including Prepper's Cache, Church, Tower, Crash Site, both basins, and Mystery Lake rope climb area. I don't know what that area is called, but it's just below like the little park up there. Secure base at Paradise Meadows with renewable rabbits, and that is true. Except for we don't know that because of the wildlife refresh. There is multiple rest day buffers built in case, so we can lose 5 to 6 storm days and still complete this route. Yeah. And then one other thing that we didn't talk about here was feats. I said, hey, you know what? I actually have all of the feats available to me here. So what would you recommend that I use? And they gave me 3 good options and a shitty one. Cold Fusion, Efficient Machine, and Snow Walker. I then countered by saying, or Blizzard Walker, Snow Walkers are the good ones. Blizzard Walker, I think, is trash because we already told it when there's a blizzard, we're going to be indoors. Like, what do I do in case of a blizzard? And it said to stay indoors. So why would we need Blizzard Walker? That's a wasted feat. So I said, look, we don't anticipate traveling in storms. And then it came back and it said, look, you should use Fire Master. Again, I might have used something else in this situation, but Fire Master's fine. This is gonna change things a little bit because we're not gonna need to collect as many cattail heads, and we're not going to need to make tender plugs, all that kind of shit from the get-go, because we've got Firemaster. So maybe we shouldn't do any feats whatsoever, and that might be the way to go. Or maybe we just run the first 3 and we don't do Firemaster. Or maybe we do what it told us to do in the first place here, which was Blizzard Walker. This is what the AI told us to do with the information that it had. And it's absolutely wrong, because we told it, no, we don't want to go anywhere during storms. What do? Well, we'll use Blizzard Walker as a feat, which is only applicable if there's a storm and shit. So, yeah, not ideal. Not exactly ideal. Yeah, so that's basically it. That's the idea behind this. And I think this is going to become a series, not just with Long Dark. We're going to do some other regions on this same type of thing. But I think we may even try some other games, because I'm really curious how far AI has come in that 1 year. In Zach's run for this video right here, AI kept telling him, and here's where I think, I'm not going to say Zach did anything wrong, because I don't think that he did. I think he was doing it the best he could, but I also think that he wasn't, there's a, how do I word this? There is a letter of rules, and then there's spirit of rules, and that goes for almost anything in life. If you follow the letter of a law versus the spirit of a law, there's nothing wrong necessarily with both, so long as you're following at least the spirit of the law. Following the letter of the law is always okay. The spirit of the law, that's what ends up in court quite a bit. People are contesting, hey, it kind of means this. No, it means that. And I think when he was doing his playthrough for this particular video, he would say, hey, I'm looking at this scene. There's wolves out in front of me. I see cattails. I see this, I see that. And the AI would tell him, continue to look for things to make fire, matches, blah, 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 kindling. And he wouldn't take the cattails because it didn't explicitly tell him, hey, pick the cattails, that's food. But it's also tender. Like it, and so I think there was just some, to where if you're going to be playing a survival game, I think you kind of have an understanding that, you're playing a survival game. Like, people don't go into a survival game and not understand that it's survival. You know, like, the idea behind any survival game, in my opinion, and this is my humble opinion, is to improve your situation every day. That is the number one goal, is to improve your situation every day. And if you don't do that, if you're not out looting or gathering or cooking or making water or repairing clothing, you're not doing that. And that's where we want to get to. We want to get to that. We're doing something every day to continue to improve our situation. And I think almost all people that buy a survival game and go into that game have that mindset. So not taking the cattails, to me, was a mistake, simply because the AI didn't explicitly tell him to take the cattails. Again, I'm not knocking Zach. Zach's a wonderful creator. I'm in his Discord. There's something coming up that I'm going to be a teensy-weensy little part of. And I'm very much looking forward to it, just to kind of do something cool for the community and with the community. I'm not going to spoil anything on that because it's not my project, but I have agreed to help out. And I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's a really cool concept. You guys will see that, and I'll even promote it. Even though I expect that I'm just going to have a minuscule little, maybe 10-second part in it, like if I'm lucky. So that's where we're at, guys. We're using this AI to tell us what to do for 30 days in Mountain Town, in the Long Dark, on the Voyager difficulty level. And that's pretty much it. Let's back to this screen. Maybe it'll pop up. There we go. All right. So earlier, I did try to do this stream earlier, and we would have probably stopped after 4 or 5 hours, but something was wrong with the game, and my mouse wasn't registering with the game. It kept putting it on the wrong fucking screen. Like, shit was just weird. All right, so we are going to be starting a brand new run. We're going to be going on the Voyager difficulty. We're going to confirm that. We're going to be staying in Lower Great Bear because we are staying in Mountain Town, which I will say this about Mountain Town. It is a great region for anybody that's brand new to the game. Lots of loot, lots of shelter, lots of animals, very few big threat animals. There are some wolves, but it's a good place to learn the game. Excellent, in my opinion, place for you to kind of get your feet wet when it comes to the long dark. It's one of the places I love to spawn simply because of those reasons. And I know this map very, very well. Oh, there is one thing I have to do. Hold on one second here. I'm going to move our list. Oops. I'm going to move our 30-day list over here to the right so I make sure that we stay on list. But just remember, we're not supposed to engage wolves, and we need to be, we have to have a torch, which is not typically how I play. But look, this isn't about how I play. This is how the game is telling me that I should play the game, or the AI is telling me how I should play the game. That's what we're doing here. And again, day one, our main goal is going to be get to Grey Mother's house and then loot a few homes and food, water, and matches. And then we're done for day one. So we'll hang out, just continue to loot everything, get as much stuff out of Grey Mother's house as we can, maybe loot a couple adjacent houses, and then we go from there. This is going to be a stream, boys. It's going to be a stream. So let's get back to here. Let's confirm that we're going to Mountain Town. Let's play as Astrid. All right. So I think it told us we should do it, so we're going to do it. See, I think free runner would have been a better one, but efficient machine and then cold fusion. Now, if you guys are just starting, you wouldn't have any feats, and maybe we shouldn't do any feats. But it did, you know, these are the ones it gave us. It's just going to give us a little extra survival chance. I'm tempted to just not go with any feats at all. I really am. Let's just do that. Let's just go with no feats, even though it told us the 4 that we should do. If you guys are newer players and maybe you're going to be using AI to get yourself into the game and you're just getting started, you wouldn't have any of these feats unlocked until you've played the game and unlocked them. So maybe this is the way we're going to go with this. So let's just not. We're going to turn the Cougar off. And we're going to call this one AI plays Voyager. And we're now loading. Here we go, guys. The Long Dark. It's been a month or two since I've played. Got me a little coffee here and some more going. So we'll probably go get some more coffee here in a little bit. Let's see where we spawn. And we are supposed to hightail it to Grey Mother's house. We're actually in a good spawn point for that. So here we go. Now, and see, this is where it didn't tell us to loot these things, but as a survival person, you know that you should be looting these things. So we're going to go ahead in the spirit of what AI told us and pick some of these things up. 1 second here. I'm going to turn down that sensitivity just a hair. That's just a little heavy for me. I've got a pretty good mouse and it's got good tracking, so it's gonna fling this thing all over the place. All right, that feels a little bit better. All right, we got a little bit of sticks. Now again, if this was me playing this particular run, I would run all the way down through town, all the way up the road and around the bridge and try to get to the prepper's cache, but that is not what we are supposed to do. But this is just me. Yeah, we would risk frostbite to get up there. We can spend the night there. And, you know, even if there was no loot there to be had, we'd still be there, be warm, have a place to sleep. You know, we do spawn with, hang on. Hang on. I thought it was tab. So yeah, we've got a little bit of stuff just getting started here. So we're wearing everything that we have. That's one of the perks of playing on Voyagers. You do start with a little bit of clothing. We are gold at 2 arrows down, but it's not terrible. And we're just gonna walk it out. Head over to Grey Mother's house and start looting. Okay, so we're kind of in a weird spot here because what we'll end up doing is looting to the night because it put us in the evening here. We don't have a lot of daylight left, which is not ideal. Because we're not going to be able to sleep and it's just going to be dark and it's going to be difficult to see anything. This is not a great spawn for us. I would have loved to have had one that was more in the morning time. But hey, those are the breaks, guys. That's what happens. All right, I want to take a peek real quick to see if we can see any moose markings, to see if this is going to be our moose spawn, to know if we're going to have any potential problems here. It kind of doesn't look like it. I don't see any trees that look rubbed up. So I don't think this would be our moose spawn, which means it's probably up there over by the the little park office thing. Let's get in here and loot as much as we can straight away. Being heavy is fine. Why don't we go up and work our way down? That way we're heaviest as we come down to the bottom. We don't have to go up and down stairs. We'll take those. Will we get a gun straight away? That is the question. Not holding my breath on that, but you never know. Wait, there's a drawer I forgot. All right, we're gathering some clothes here. There's stuff to break down in the house. Another toque. We got a distress pistol on day one, so with one shell. That's not ideal. But hey, we've got it. You know, it could be worse. We could have not found it. Check a couple of things there, make sure we're not missing nothing. And then something a lot of people miss is here. We want to go ahead and take the time to break that down. Because behind there, there's always a little something. This time it's nothing extravagant, but it's something, right? All right, we got some thermals. That's excellent. All of these things are just going to continue to help us in our journey. All right, doesn't look like we're going to get a pistol here, so that's fine. We did get a sewing kit. That's always appreciated. All right, let's go back downstairs. Let's see what loot is available for us there. And what this basically means is we probably won't get a gun for multiple days now. That's okay though. That's okay. You got to remember that we're just going to be using everything. There's zero reason to not use everything that we find. We're not staying in this save. There's no point in it. So we might as well make do and use of everything that we possibly can. Sometimes there's a recipe right there. Perfect. All right, let's get in the kitchen. We'll break that down later. Probably not something we're going to use much, but same with the salt there. All right, so we got 3 cooking pots. Peanut butter, that's always good. We can warm that broth up for a nice meal. The potato we kind of missed. Let's do some searching here. I mean, tons of food. Like, we're not going to have any trouble surviving here. The one thing that we haven't found is actually a set of matches, which is a little bit weird, but it happens. A little herbal tea. Crackers, a great survival food. Makes you a little bit thirsty, but that's okay. There's a tinder plug. We're not going to put that in inventory. Sometimes there can be like a rabbit or something in here. There we go. A few calories. All right, I think that's pretty much the loot for this particular spot. Let's drop a few things here, particularly, oops, damn it, there. We're not necessarily going to be going for well-fed, but we're not going to shy away from it. All right, we don't have a lot on us. Let's drop food too. Can't find any coffee either. All right, so we're really, really light here. It said we could check the surrounding houses. And we're going to try to do that while we still have just a touch of daylight here. And then we'll probably go back in and we will we'll make some water and cook a little bit of that food up. And that'll be our day 1. Hopefully we can get both of these looted before it gets too dark to see. You know, on a snow day, we could always come over and break down. I'm going to leave the spray paint. We don't really use it. I'd love to take the teddy bear. I mean, who wouldn't want a teddy bear in this situation? We're kind of speed looting here a little bit. Really need any of these things. Hey, there's some free food. Okay, let's get the water from the toilet. Let's see if we can get one more house in before it gets dark. Like, we could have looted multiple houses had we spawned in just a little bit in a better situation, but it is what it is, like we said. All right, let's GTFO. I think we got one more house that we can loot that's right next door here. Not really a house, but... Right. No gun to clean, but we got a kit. That's always good. Stuff like paper we're going to have to make some tinder. We're going to leave that because we're never going to need it. We're not leaving the region. So there's really no need to make that travel back and forth. All right, just kind of a disappointment for these two houses, but look, man, it is what it is. It did say we could loot them. This is fine. That house open or boarded? That house is boarded. All right. I don't know why I keep crouching. It's because I've been playing Minecraft. It's probably why. All right, so the big issue here is we just don't have a whole lot of fuel. We don't really have a way to break anything down. Shit. We only got a couple of tinder plugs here. Let's take the charcoal first. All right, so this is kind of like our day one. We're kind of modifying it just a little bit because of the time of day we spawned in at. It's not god awful or anything. We're gonna add quite a bit of fuel here because we're just not tired. Let's get some water cooking. All right, we're doing well here. Oh yeah, we don't have a can opener yet. So maybe we should wait on the canned goods so we don't lose too much. But there are other things we can cook here. H gets rid of anything in your hand. Let's take another torch because we're going to need those. Okay. And now we just wait. We're simply not tired. And what we'll do is we'll try to pass enough time till we get to morning. Literally, it's just telling us to loot the one thing tomorrow. That's it. Work a gas station. While these things are cooking, actually, let's not do that. Let's do this. We got lots of time here. Let's check our clothing. That scarf is actually better, so let's harvest that. Just get ourselves some cloth so that we can repair some stuff later. We did find a jacket. That was a nice find. We have another one of those now. We've got some gloves. We found another pair of those. No pants, but we did get some climbing socks. And then we picked up one pair of shoes here. And our sneakers are in better shape. So, yeah, for now, this is what we've got. Not very good, but it's what we've got. And we'll find more as we go. So what I'm going to do is come over here. And we're just going to drop some shit. Nothing that we're wearing. We'll carry one of those in case of emergency. I'm not going to carry that. We can go ahead and make some tinder out of this. We'll carry those supplies around. We got one more potato we can cook. And we'll carry some crackers. We're going to go ahead and eat a couple of things here in a minute, so nothing too terrible. We can't do anything with that right now. We can drop that. We'll just drop all of those. Just lightening up the load, guys, that's all. Couple of rocks. We've got a can. We'll probably take a cooking pot with us when we go out on our travels, which isn't going to be very far, if we're being bluntly honest. We're not all that hungry, but we are a little hungry. Oh, I forgot about that. Whoops. Okay, well, my bad. Shit happens. That was a wasted 500 calories. We were going to eat that straight away. Oh, well. Very few calories into the baked potatoes, but look, man, it is what it is. We'll take a drink of water. We also need to lay out our bedroll here if we can. Here we go. We're just not all that tired, and it's still pretty early. You have to think of that eye as a 12-hour timer. So we can't even sleep 6 hours. And the sky thing, it's about 12 hours and 12 hours on either side. So we're on the backside of being tired here. We're just not tired. I feel like AI hasn't given us enough to actually do each day. What we might do is we might pick all of this stuff up and maybe even the other stuff in the morning and just walk down and put it on the porch of the farmhouse and then head over to Orca and then come back here because we're going to find tons of food and shit over there. And I think that's probably apropos. But right now we're just Here's what we can do, though. Let's just pass a couple hours. I don't like doing this. I feel like you could be more productive. But, look, man. All right, we're going to sleep for about 6 hours. I'm not worried about well-fed. I'm not worried about much of anything at this point, honestly. Like, I don't think survival is going to be the problem. Wow, we need to drop some water pretty quickly. Do we take some stuff down? We can't pick anything up down there. We can't pick anything up down there. Because that's the rules. That is the rules. I keep dropping shit and picking it back up. It's kind of ridiculous. Well, we're going to drop like, I don't know, 7 liters of water. And then we'll probably eat whatever that was that we kept in our inventory. A little potato. I don't know why the potato's necessarily not hydrating us, but that's fine. All right, to Orca we go. Don't see any major threats. Let's get over to Orca Station. Prioritize pry bar, food, and clothing. So hopefully we can find a pry bar over here. Otherwise we can't even get into the Orca Station. I do see a target of opportunity, which is a little wabbit. It looks like he's going way over there, so probably not going to get him. And that's fine. Yeah, he's going way over into that grove. So let's just not say we did. But our only task for today is to do this. I guess this is it. AI is not giving us much credit for the small distance that we have to go. So this is kind of a very boring little playthrough getting started. I hope everybody's having a good day today, this morning, tonight, whatever it might be. All right, prioritize pry bar, food, and clothing. If we don't find a pry bar, we can't get in. So we can't loot Orca Station. That's just the way it is. Sometimes there's a pry bar here and sometimes there isn't. Do we feel lucky, guys? I'm certainly not feeling overly lucky right now. We've got to have a pry bar in order to get in here. And that's why AI is so silly for this. But we can't even get into the Orca Station. And there's just literally nothing I can do about that. Sometimes there's one here, sometimes there isn't. We're doing what AI is telling us to do, and this is the first big hiccup, and that is AI's. You know, it should have given us an alternate. Hey, if you don't find a pry bar there, go do this, and it's not telling us any of that. What we should go and do instead. All right, we're looking up the way here to see if we see any. Yep, there's tree rubbings there. So this is your moose spawn area. So we'll have to be vigilant on that front. But within my vision, we saw a truck, so we'll come over here and check the truck. Again, this is where the AI absolutely falls down immediately. It should have had a contingency plan. Any player in a game like this will be like, oh, I can't find it, I can't get in, let's go do this instead. But AI clearly says, no, you should just do this. All right, now we're cold, so we have to go back. There's no getting in here. Not right now. We're going to be fine. I'm not overly concerned about it. But at the same time, hey, if you can't get in here, you should go loot these things. But each one of these things is set on a particular day. And we're on day 2 right now, and that day 2 was supposed to be go to Orca. Prioritize pry bar. Like, well, there's no pry bar there, so what do I do now? Nothing. It didn't give us an option. So we do nothing. Little bastard right behind that thing. Oh, okay, I see. It's been a while since I played. You gotta do this and then hit that. That's not how it was before, but that's fine. Okay, so it did tell us. Oops. Well, that's pointless. It did tell us that we could loot the nearby houses. So I guess we could spend a little time doing that. That's a heavy hammer that we have no use for. Son of a bitch. Grandmother's house on day 1 and nearby homes. So it's not, I guess, it's not out of the realm of possibility to think we would have gotten here had we spawned and it wasn't like nighttime. Again, I kind of think the game is just not giving us enough credit that we can get in and around and loot and stuff like that. So we just kind of have to deal with it. We'll loot a couple houses. We needed to come in and get warm anyway. Likely to find another cooking pot somewhere, which is right there, yeah. Like, we got plenty of food. We're gonna get more water here. We can always cook more water. There's a can opener. That's excellent. We don't need those at all, but we'll put them down someplace. So I guess what we could do is just loot these couple houses and then maybe move some non-essential stuff down. But we're not being told to do that. We're not being told to move base until like day 10. So like I feel kind of bad that we're even looting these houses. There's only just a couple more houses to loot here in town. And we're not supposed to really do these until day 4. But since we couldn't loot Orca, we're gonna have to try to do something out of order. But this is easily where the game gets us a little bit effed up, because it's like, oh, go loot Orca. Well, you can't even get in unless you've got the stuff you need. Another fucking cooking pot. This is the beauty of Mountain Town. Like, the loot is just so good. And there'll be at least one more cooking pot down at the farmhouse. And a 6-burner. So we're going to be in great shape. Again, guys, for anybody that's just joining, we are doing an AI tells us what to do playthrough. We are currently on day 2. Our task on day 1, our task was to get to Grandmother's house and loot nearby houses, but we spawned pretty close to nightfall, so we didn't really get a good run at that. So we're kind of looting a couple of the houses today. Day 2 was supposed to have been to go to Orca and loot Orca, then go home. However, we don't have a pry bar, and there was no pry bar up by Orca, so we have that going for us. And what we might do is kind of an intuitive thing, even though it doesn't really say to do it. We may go and repair some gear, maybe cook a couple more of these potatoes that we found. I think we'll save the other 2 houses for another day, because we do have a day where that's all we're supposed to do, is just loot the rest of the houses. There's some matches, we'll take that. We didn't grab that water either, did we? Okay. So yeah, that's that. We already got a can opener, we don't need another one. All right, so we've got this house and that house across the street, but we're pretty heavy, so let's get back where we need to be. Oh, we got that one there too, but that's just another one of those, not really a house thing. Have a storage little workshop or something. But yeah, AI has already failed us. You can't loot Orca if you don't have a pry bar. And sometimes the pry bar will be there, but it's not a guaranteed spawn. So hopefully in one of our other spots, we will find a pry bar and we'll have to go back to Orca to loot it on another day. We currently don't have any tools whatsoever. We're not using any feats. So we can't break down, like without a hatchet and stuff, we can't really break down chairs and furniture and things to get more firewood. We're kind of just in that boat right now. Well, unless there's a fire, it won't let me place nothing. So let's just get settled in. This is our life right now. It's just kind of getting organized. And the funny part is, this isn't even where the game told us to main base at. So it could have said, hey, if this isn't open, you can go ahead and get down to do this. And yet it did not do. So a little irritated with that, but look, it's AI. It's not going to be perfect. It isn't going to be perfect. And I can kind of prove that in certain ways because I can show you guys another thing that I did at one point using the AI to where it wouldn't make the changes I was telling it to make. And AI's got some ways to go here still. AI's got quite some ways to go yet, but look, it knows all the POIs. It kind of has an idea of what it should be doing. It's not a great idea. We'll do that over here. And just for today, we'll kind of just get organized. Our food stores look great. We're not going to be hungry anytime soon. And again, if this was me, we wouldn't be wasting time on this. Like, we just simply wouldn't be. We just wouldn't be wasting any time at all on this. Did we pick up any kind of stuff here? Yes. Yeah, we can drop that for now. We can also go ahead and drop the fire striker. We can drop all of those. I'll keep one of those for emergencies. That looks good. That looks pretty good for inventory for now. Let's continue to work on the food because we found a lot of food. We could always warm up that broth and make that a meal. We got 3 jars of peanut butter now. That's kind of insane. This was pork and beans. Peaches. This game and its collision, it's been this way for so long. I don't expect it to get fixed. We can just put these right down here so that we know they need to be cooked. I know there's ways around the collision stuff, but ugh. All right. Then we got that there. And again, we're killing time. AI didn't tell us to do anything, so we can't do it. So let's just harvest. Bunch of cloth. Maybe we'll repair our gear because that seems intuitive. Well, first, let's see what we've got here. We've got a new shell. We did pick up some pants. We picked up some boots, too. They're in bad shape, but we're going to wear those. And then we're going to end up breaking these things down so we get some leather and we can repair them. We also picked up what I hope to be some better gloves. Not by much, but once repaired, they'll be better. And that's basically all. All right, so let's, again, we're just killing time, guys. That's all we're doing. The gear's not good. Now, what I should have probably asked the AI was, hey, what do we do if we've done all of our tasks for the day? And maybe that's something I can pop in and ask AI. Let's get this broken down. Kind of clean up the inventory, and then we'll ask. We got half a day still. We're going to end up just passing time. It kind of is what it is. We're going to need to eat, though. We don't have any food. What should we eat? A little tomato soup. Works for me. We got lots of this kind of shit. We need to find a spot to drop this crap. Let's just do it over here. Stuff that we're not going to be able to use. At least not right now. Heavy stuff that we just don't need to carry around. I'm not going to do any mapping, so let's just drop all that. All right, we're looking pretty good. Let's get rid of that. Got a couple of bandages. We could always make a couple more of those. All right, our weight's looking about as good as it can for the moment. Let's put a couple more pins. On the stove. There we go. That'll be our water source. And let's hopefully we don't end up with food poisoning here. And we didn't. We got a few calories out of that. All right, now we can continue to break things down. I don't know why it takes an hour and 15 minutes to harvest a couple of shoes. You just rip them apart and you're done. But here we are. And it's like I said a little while ago, there's so many more things we could have gotten done today. I hear some wind outside. I wonder if that's a blizzard. A blizzy. We're gonna have plenty of time to repair gear tomorrow, because you know we're just going to, because all we've got to do tomorrow for day 3 is the credit union and the bank vault. That's all it tells us to do tomorrow, which I suppose is fine. Well, you know, what else are you gonna do, right? We don't really need to start a fire. We got plenty of water. We got plenty of food. We don't need to waste any resources doing that. Get our sleeping bag down because we're just not that tired, honestly. And I guess we'll just repair until we can't really repair anymore. Again, try to improve your situation every which way you can. And I think that's good as far as, you know, just basic survival. Like, you should always be improving, but end of the day, we're just, oh, no. End of the day, we could have gotten so much more done today. All right. And we can only sleep for about 9 hours, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to eat that white fish for a nice tasty treat. Let's drink a soda. That'll give us a little bit of hydration and a few calories. Might even drink another soda because we're going to find a lot of sodas in the credit union. And then, let's just sleep as long as we can, I suppose. We'll try for 10. We're not going to get it, but it's still going to be dark when we get up. But we're not going far from home. We get our first aurora. Almost morning. Let's get some water in us and let's go over and loot the credit union. It'll be getting light out pretty quickly. We can always go over there and pass an hour or whatnot. Now, I consider this credit union because, you know, it's right here in the parking lot. Suppose everybody has the right to disagree with me if they choose, but damn, lots of batteries. An MRE. That's a day's worth of rations. That's the church hint, so we'll be able to get that. Oops. And we get, all right, now we might just pass an hour or two here because flashy light shit. The sun should be fully up now. Yeah. Okay. Let's loot everything. This is our only task for today, is to loot this building. So we might as well take our time with it. Swarty. Coffee over there. Some lantern fuel. We don't have a lantern though. Coffee's nice. A good warm up. Be some water? No, the water's up at water isn't here. I remember now. It's up at Orca, but we haven't been able to get into the Orca. With all the toilets and stuff that's in this region, like, you almost don't even need to cook water. And again, we'll kind of, you know, dump shit off that we don't need once we get back. There's gonna be stuff we just can't get into because we don't have a pry bar. So there's a lot of nuance to this game that the AI just doesn't understand. Is basically what it comes down to. Just a lot of nuance that it's like, oh, well, you should just go do this. And it doesn't understand that one thing leads to another, you know? And I understand. I get it. But in my playthrough, I would have already been down to the farmhouse by now. Like, oh, well already down to the farmhouse. Not as many sodas as I thought we'd get here. There's the lockbox we don't have the key for. Well, maybe, well, okay, I guess we do. There's just nothing in it, though. There's some peperos. We're not going to take the cash. That's just tender, basically. We will look at the safe, though. Let's get in that locker first. Hey, that's a good light shell. We don't have to repair the other one. So somewhere like 41. And then 40. Wow, that's never seen that before. So it's like 42, 41. Wow. Okay. That's it, guys. That's our tasks for today. According to AI, that's all we should do. It's just gonna have cash in it. I don't want cash. Cash. So, being the smart player that I am, let's go back across the street and make the most of the rest of the day, which is all of it, by repairing gear. Day 4 is just to loot the last 2 houses. Yeah, it's telling us to do stuff in all the wrong order. But like, there's nothing I can do about that. That's the whole idea behind this run is I'm not in charge. AI is in charge. All right, we got shit to dump off here. Looking pretty good there. I mean, that doesn't really help us all that much, but we just haven't been finding a lot of shit. All right, let's just repair. We got quite a bit of cloth. If we can possibly get well fed, that's fine, but I'm not sweating it. We got lots of curtains and stuff we could break down in here too, just to kill time. Let's go ahead and have some lunch. Just eat up the candy bars. It's fine by me. We might eat the dog food too. And maybe even the peaches. Do we need to eat this much? Probably not. We're not exerting calorie usage right now. So probably don't need to, but look, it takes the weight off our inventory. And I'm okay with it. Our day 4 is to just loot the two remaining houses here up in town. Now I assume that's going to include the cars, but we really can't even loot those. Because we don't have pry bar. We can get in them and look around, but like... That's it. We're about to lose our sewing kit here too, I think. But that's about as good as we're going to get for right now. Okay. Let's get our inventory sorted, because that's all we got to do. The game says this is all you need to do. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just killing time. You know, let's do this in here and put our bedroll back down just in case it gets dark. Which it damn well might. Gonna need to go get more coffee here for too long. And again, the thing is, we're just not that tired. We're coming into day 4. It's like, I can't. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Still got light. Okay, let's drop off a few more things. Just kind of lighten up. Just stuff that we don't need. We don't need a fire. That's about as good as we're gonna get for the time being. Because we're gonna probably find more food. Let's drop a few things here. Yeah, that's about all we can do, because we want to carry a few things around. We need to get rid of that can, but that's not that heavy. We got a full kilo in just torches, which we technically don't need right now because we've got flares, but it is what it is. Oops. Okay, I think that's pretty fair. We want to carry one of those around just in case. Although we're not going very far, but yeah, this is our life. AI is telling us to play a very, very, very slow game. Very slow game. I don't like it. I like to play a little bit quicker than this. Get myself in a position. So we are coming up. Let's make sure that that is what we're coming up on here. Yep, we're coming up on day 4. These are the things that happened. Again, not how I would play. And I think AI is absolutely selling you short. There's nothing wrong with what it's doing. It's kind of forcing you to stop and do some of the other monotonous things. But like, it's not good. It's not efficient at all. You know, instead of standing here, we could have gone up and looked to see if that prepper's cache was there. What are we going to do on day 20 something when they're like, oh gosh, the prepper's cache was here? We could have had that gun on day 1. And, you know, or a bow and arrow, or even a bunch of food. Like, it could have been any of those caches. And the game's just like, nah, you can wait. And I kind of don't understand that logic. But as it stands right now, we've just got 2 places to loot tomorrow. And then we've got a few places to loot on day 5, and then we have a rest day on day 6. That we will probably just take and just pass the day by. I don't care if we take a little damage. We're not gonna lose food quality here. I'm gonna try to keep us on just the slighter side of tired, since we're not doing anything. Just want to get to daytime. We'll have breakfast and then we'll go out and loot these 2 houses. What should we eat today, guys? Just to get it up off the ground, I suppose. I could have put this away, but I didn't. Is that the same fucking herbal tea that we've had the whole time? No, that went over here. Let's eat some crackers. That's good calories per weight. And then we'll just drink, let's drink the soda, and then we'll drink the water to get full, and then we're gonna head out. All right, let's go loot the 2 houses we're allowed to loot today. Always keeping an eye out for predators. You know, like right over there, we might find a pry bar. We would have certainly found a pry bar down at the farmhouse, but we're instructed to not go there yet. So it's like the game just doesn't want us to succeed or something. If we happen to find a pry bar somewhere, which I highly doubt, I'm not going to take the film. Then we can go back up to Orca and loot that, since that was already on our itinerary. But I don't foresee us finding a pry bar here in town like this. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. We got so many days to go. That is a second heavy hammer here in Mountain Town. Unbelievable. Oh, we're not going to take the scrap metal. We just don't need it. We just don't need that either. We've only made 1 fire this entire time so far. And then we've got this home here. Anything we can burn, we'll take. I'm not gonna take any more paper. We've got plenty. Because we're just goddamn another cooking pot. Like insanity with cooking pots. We're in it now. We're gonna try to get the full 30 days done in this one stream. So that I've got my footage for the video. And then I'll probably have a couple-hour nap, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Oh my god, it's another cooking pot. What in the world? That's a big find. 1,300 calories for 1 meal. We'll take it. That's probably better than what we're wearing. Take the peaches. Take the water. I think we're going to go ahead and go up to the house on the hill because I don't think I see the house on the hill anywhere as a lootable area. So we might as well, get a little run out of today. Because it says east side houses, which I'm assuming is going to be those houses on this side of the street over here. But it never tells us to go up here to the top. So let's go ahead and head up that way. We could grab the cattails. I'm not going to. It's not crucial for our survival in any way. What we might do, though... Damn it. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. All right. I mean, anytime you're in a survival situation, you always take targets of opportunity. I think we can go kind of above what the AI was telling us in this situation and say, yeah, there's a rabbit in front of us, we should take it. There's rose hips over here that we can take. Look, in a normal run, I'd take all the reshies and the rose hips and shit, but we're not going to be around this run for very long. So let's just head up the hill here, get this house, and then we go home. Already heavy. That's insanity. There is a revolver. Okay, so this changes the game a little bit. Actually, a considerable amount. We also just found a book we can read. That's the first one of those. You know what? It's not told us to loot the post office. Now that I'm thinking about it. I guess we're just supposed to infer that we should loot it. Revolver's a good find. An excellent find, actually. That's going to change what we can do and how we can defend ourselves against wolf attack and things like that. And I'm happy to have found it. Let's go ahead and loot up the post office. And we'll call it a day. It says playground houses tomorrow for day 5, so I'm assuming that's what... Let's see if we can just get a little bit of speed. Try to get a little tired. I'm assuming that's kind of what these over here are going to be, these houses on this row. If there are any open, we can loot those tomorrow. And then, if we were told to go up here, there could potentially be a crowbar up here. But we weren't told to go there. There's one more house, it looks like, that we can loot. I'm just curious. We're going to go look. We can't pick it up, but I'm going to go look. Sometimes there's some stuff like that up this way. Sometimes there isn't. I can assure you that there's probably a crowbar down at... the farmhouse, but we've not been instructed to go there yet. There's firewood and coal. So no pry bar, so we wouldn't have found it there. But still, we can't pick it up yet. That's tomorrow. What the pistol means is we can now hunt both rabbits and deer. Our food situation just basically took care of itself. We do have 2 boxes of ammo, so that's going to be pretty good for us. All right, that's, oh yeah, sorry, post office. And then that's the last structure. We haven't been in Orca, and we haven't been in the farmhouse. The church, we were told, oh, we can go get those cars too. There may be some stuff in those cars. So I think in the spirit of what AI is telling us, we can go loot certain things, but we're kind of reaching here. We're talking about the spirit of what we think it's trying to tell us instead of what it actually told us. And I feel like maybe that's getting us just a little bit off the mark here, but book we can burn. Don't need the newsprint. There could be another book we could read over here would be kind of okay. There's another two, because two of those in here. I died with charcoal and spray paint in a warm building. I don't know. I don't know how you freeze in a warm building. All right, we're pretty heavy, but we're going to go ahead and loot these last couple of cars. Now, we could have gone up the hill. We could have done so many different things here that AI is just, it's just not advanced enough at this point to say, yeah, this is what you should do. Now, and half of this stuff we can't even loot because of the lack of a pry bar. But I have found some things in these cars before, up to and including, you know, like a pistol and ammo. We don't need to do that because we're not going to be doing the tails. Extra ammo, that's great. One extra ammo. Since we found that pistol over in that other house, I don't think we're going to find one here. But sometimes there can easily be a pistol there. I've certainly found them in that car before. I saw another car down this way. Let's go that way and get that car, and then I think we're complete. Now, we're not even to midday yet, and we're done for the day. So this is where I would have broken from what it told us. Like, I would have done that long ago anyway, but that would defeat the whole purpose of this run. Again, I never thought survival was going to be the problem. So don't get me too twisted on that. I never thought it was like, oh my God, we're going to die. But it's certainly very, very inefficient. What this thing's telling us to do and what it's, you know, not telling us to do, and how much are we supposed to infer? How much are we supposed to read between the lines on all of this? There's only one more house to loot. Did we loot in here? If we did, we didn't check the visors. You know, if it was me, I'd already been set up 2 days ago down at farmhouse. Like, no question about it. We've been in this house, right? Let's make sure we've been in this house. We haven't. I don't need that. We're already extra heavy, but we're really close to home, so it's not a problem. More thermals. We've already got 2 pair now. We're not finding much high quality clothing. High warmth clothing, I should say. I'm not going to take the shoes. I don't need them. We've already repaired our stuff, and it'll be fine for the 30 days we're going to be here. I was going to say, if there's another cooking pot, I'm just going to shit myself. There is, however, a skillet, which we're probably not going to mess with, but it's here. Elegant broth. It's as good as it gets, I think. There's another sewing kit. And I see a stem as well. That's fantastic. Shower rabbit. Awesome. All right, we go home, guys. That's it. That's our day before midday. We're super duper slow, but that's fine. I think what we can do is we can go ahead and repair up that pistol. We got to go find our firearm cleaning kit that we found. Get our inventory under control. And, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this. I guess we haven't searched this either. Again, we weren't really prompted. But it's here, it's in front of us, and I think in the spirit of what it says, we should probably look. I agree with Zach on a couple of things with the AI. It's not making the greatest choices, especially for Interloper, and he's giving it every opportunity by doing it the way he did it. I can't really argue with that. I'm just glad the stream's working finally. Like, I tried to do this at a reasonable hour yesterday, and you kind of got screwed. We could go try to take down a deer, but we've not been instructed to do so. It's telling us to set snares on day 11, but it hasn't told us to go hunting, so we wouldn't have the guts to set the snares. Like, there's little things that the AI is just absolutely missing out on. I agree, setting snares is a great early game way, not only to get yourself some pelts and stuff, but get yourself some food, some guts. This way you'd be able to make, you know, mittens and a hat, which are way better than what you're going to find for the most part. Let's get unloaded. Man, just so much crap. Okay. So now that we've got a couple of flares, we can drop off our torches. I feel confident in that. We can also go ahead and get rid of the flare gun. Is there any other extraneous bullshit that we can drop off? Not really. This is mostly food or all food. We need to drop clothing someplace so that we lighten up. Let's just do that here. Actually, let's repair this one time. Let's see if we can get it repaired so that we can put it on. That should maybe bring us up another degree. Maybe. Because we're just wearing this scarf. It didn't bring us up a whole degree, but that's fine. Okay. I think these would be warmer than our jeans. You know, in a way, this is okay because it's forcing us to, you know, take a minute and think about what we're doing. But same time, just so god-awful slow. Oh, I didn't wear them. That's silly. Silly me. That brought us up another degree. Every little bit helps. We're just in excellent shape with cloth and stuff, so I'm not going to bother breaking this shit down right now. That's everything we can do there. Come back over here, just drop some of that extra medical shit. We'll drop that. Drop one of those. We shall drop those. And drop that. All right. We're still pretty heavy. It's just what it is. We haven't found a hatchet. We haven't found a crowbar. We haven't found a knife. We haven't found shit. Yeah, like it is what it is. All right, we'll keep the book on us for the time being. Need to drop off some of this food junk. Maybe we'll just start a fire since we're getting some stuff here that we can cook. Look, there's nothing I can do about it. We don't have a knife. I don't have a fucking knife. What do you want from me? Let's drop. No, wait. 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 Those two things. Okay. And then outside, we'll drop the carcass because it's a 0.1. There ain't no point in this shit. We're moving pretty quick, but we are still technically a little bit encumbered. We have found 7 cooking pots in this region. Insanity. Absolute insanity. We're probably going to start a fire and cook up these things because that's going to feed us for the next little while. So why don't we grab a few books? We've got tinder. Go with it like this. We got one more house to loot, and then we've got a rest day, and I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do on the rest day. anything else that we needed to cook in there. All right, we're good here. All right, let's have a peek at that revolver. Get us some food. Again, I'm not overly worried about much of anything right now. All right, let's have some water. Like there is zero reason to, and now we got well fed, so we've got an extra 5 kilos of carry weight. What can you do, you know? What can you do? I'm not upset. Not upset by it at all. Let's kind of stick around our bedroll here. It's getting a little bit late. Let's try to repair that gun as much as we can. Getting 3% for 5% of the cleaning kit. It's fucking awful. But it's all we can do is just do our best. The gun can jam if it's not in good condition. Like there's just lots that could go wrong here. So let's just do everything we can to give ourselves a good shot. We should be able to break this cleaning kit with no issues. Should be able to clean up to about 33 times, which should give us, well, 30, 20 sometimes, but that should get us pretty close to 100%. And then we can get as much sleep as we can get, and we'll go loot the one house we are scheduled to loot tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and do the burnt out stuff as well. Because that is on that side. Why not? It's a waste to do 3% for 1%, but we're going to do it just so it's fixed. All right, so now we're packing. We're pretty close on time here. Let's eat a potato. We'll have a little water, and then we'll get some sleepies. And then we'll go loot those 2 little things, and then once again, we're done for the fucking day. Like the game's just being silly right now. it's not even daytime yet. Should be pretty close. Yeah, it's real close. We can see to get out. Okay, we got food on us. Yep, we've got more than enough water. Fuck, we probably should drop some of that. Step over here and drop some of that water. All right. And let's head over and get these last two little areas. This is day 5. Playground houses area. Oh, I think that's actually up the way, isn't it? No, Milton Park. That's Milton Park up there. So this is like the burnt out schoolhouse. So I'm expecting this is what they would consider the playground area. I don't know. Three hours down. So we need to be kind of mindful here about how much time we're spending outside, but we're fine. There's the playground area. There's absolutely nothing here. Thank you, AI, for telling me to come over here and look. That was excellent use of my time. Excellent use. Now, we know from looking yesterday, there's some wood and coal over here, so let's go pick that up. Oh, we still got 25 days to go, guys. There's one house over here to loot, and then that's it for the day. We'll have to look at that car, too. I don't think we got in that car. We may need to pass an hour when we get in here. Yeah. We're going to leave those things because we're not going to use any cooking stuff. You know, in a normal run, I would probably do it. But, like, we'll take the, you know, the ready foods. But I'm not going to take the other shit. Family like their sardines, apparently. And they had a poochie. Hey, a venison steak. Very nice. Tomato soup. Get some potatoes here. Perfect. You know, on Voyager difficulty, again, you're not going to run into too many problems. Like, legitimately, you're not. I'm going to leave them there. I just don't need them. But, again, ridiculously inefficient. Horrifically inefficient. For anything resembling survival. It's told us to do things out of any semblance of real order that you would do them in. Alright, that's gonna come in handy. We'll take that sewing kit. No, we got good pants. No, we don't need any more cloth. There's a flashlight that's only good for Aurora. I'm a little concerned that we haven't had a storm yet. That could end up throwing off our rhythm here coming up before long. Alright, so now we got more dead air, more dead time here. We still don't have a hatchet. We don't have a knife. We don't have a pry bar. just we don't have anything that we need to actually affect survival. And we're heading back for the day this early in the morning. That's the playground house. Yeah, that one's blocked off, right? Yeah. This playground, I guess that would be these ones over here, but that's it. The town proper has been looted. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be a storm buffer, a rest day. What are the chances on our rest day we actually get storm? It's definitely possible. That buck's still over here. Negative. We haven't been told to hunt. So, you know, even though we found the damn handgun, we've not been told to do anything with it. So I guess at this point we just pass time. So what else are you supposed to do? We didn't pick up too much good shit here. Also, playing this way is going to end up giving us risks of cabin fever and shit. So, and we're not going to survive sleeping in a car. We don't have the gear for that right now. We didn't really pick much else up, right? Just wood. Yeah, wood. Oh. Right, well, what we can do is we can go ahead and get some reading on. That's always nice. We can drop off just a couple of more little things over here, I think. Our weight's looking fantastic, by the way. Let's just drop one of those for the... Actually, they don't weigh much, but it's just clutter. We got a meal with some water. That's about as good as we're gonna get. So I think what we could do to pass some time here is let's just read that book. So it is a 5-hour book. Let's research 5 hours. And that's that. We can now put that in the book pile. Did we take the toilet water upstairs? I don't recollect. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I would have been well further along in by day 5 than this, but again, this is what they're telling us to do. So the next day is supposed to be a rest day. Repair gear, cook food, that type of thing. Let me go back just real briefly to look at storm rule / rest day. Cook, craft, mend, harvest, which we can't do, harvest wood. Yeah, no, can't do it. Can't do it. So, yeah, we're just gonna end up wasting a full day. But I feel like building those type of days into your structure of a plan is a really good idea. Like, honestly, I do, because it slows you down enough to say, hey, we got gear. You know, we should really try to get in better shape here. And, you know, It's always a good idea to have your gear in good shape. You know, usually there's a fucking there was one. I knew it. I was gonna say usually there's a cooking skillet in this house. There it was. We didn't look in here. Okay. Well, we looked in all the other ones, right? So there's just nothing here for us to do. What can you do, right? What the F can you do? We got 25 more days of this shit. There'll be a few exciting days as we get into the teens and the early 20s. But we're still 5 days away from getting to where they want us to main base at. We're not even supposed to go down there until day 10. Not even until day 10. We're supposed to rabbit hunt on day 11, and then we're supposed to rest on day 12. So we're just going to sit around for like 3 days. We got some interesting stuff coming up, though. We've got the church, which will be fun to get up there. Milton Park will be fun to go up to. You can find ammo and some other things up that way. And then we got another rest buffer day. And again, we're going to handle those if we end up with say, you know, storm or something. Like, we're due for a storm. So day 6 could end up hitting a blizzard, which would be kind of cool because it kind of works out as intended, but I don't foresee that happening. Here, we're just going to pass the time then. We already ate our big meal. We should probably, hang on, let's make sure we've got food in inventory here. We'll eat the peanut butter for dinner. Okay. And we're just not that tired, guys. Like, this is the issue. When you don't go out and run around, you don't get tired. We did our 2 things for the day, and now we've got a whole day of doing nothing. Oh, we had a steak. I forgot we had that deer steak. Delicious. Delicioso. Let's eat some peanut butter too. We'll eat the bad one because we're about to sleep. So if we do get food poisoning, we'll sleep that off. I think we're pretty close to getting to morning, so let's find our bedroll, sleep for 9 hours. And we're all but just going to pass this day. There's nothing. We're just going to eat and drink and pass time. There's no reason to do anything else. This is our buffer day. And it's a beautiful day to sit around in the house. It's just gorgeous. But these days have to be built in because we could have had a storm at any point. And we have to spin this buffer day because we're going into the next set of 3 days that has a buffer day included. From here on in, every 3rd day is a buffer. So we got to spend the day here. It's a perfect day to go out and explore. But we cannot. We're not to do so. And again, this is where AI kind of gets it wrong. It should have said, hey, this is the buffer day, but if it's good and you're fine, get out and do this. I still think human instinct is way better than AI when it comes to survival. But the AI is not necessarily leading us wrong. We can't, as long as we got food and water and shelter, we can't really die, right? Food, shelter, warmth, water, we're good at that point. So yeah, what else can you do? Let's take a big swig of water and let's pass, like, I don't know, 8 hours. We're going to get up for day 7, and we'll be going to the church. And then we come home. We got a few carrots we can munch on. They don't give you much, but better than nothing. Just to get them gone. It'd be better to save for some recipe that we'd find down the road if we were actually playing a full game. But alas, we are not doing that. You know, we're going to be taking all of this, that, and probably some of that over there, and then all of those down to the farmhouse when the time comes. So we'll probably leave one of these up here. No, because we've got one on us, so we don't even need to. We'll do the math on it later. I'm not interested right now. Just eat some snacky shit. See, our food, we're already getting behind on food now, even though it looks like we've got plenty, which we do. You know, we could always have more. We could always have a better situation. That's why a full day like this would have been better served. Hey, let's get out, let's hunt some deer. Let's hunt some rabbits. Let's get some pelts and shit going. But the game, or the AI said, no man, this is your rest day. And it didn't give us an alternative. So, and this is where, again, we were talking earlier about the letter of the law versus the spirit. And because we have these storm days built into our schedule, we kind of have to honor them. You know, because if tomorrow happens to be a storm and we can't get out, that would end up being our day 9. We would be 1 up on the storm day. So in the end, we could end up with up to 5. If we didn't get a storm for the full month, we could end up with up to 5 days of just sitting around down at the farmhouse in the end. So we have to honor these as they come to us because they are built into the schedule. So I don't know what to do at that point. We're gonna have to, roll with it. We're gonna have to roll with it. Just keep eating junk food. We'll see if we get a good day. We'll go up to the church. We'll loot the church. But we're just not even remotely tired because we haven't done anything. Let's just pass well, hang on. We need to put some food in inventory before we do that. Yeah. And we got water, right? Yeah, we got plenty of water. All right. Yeah, so let's pass time. Again, the AI is not going to get us killed. We're just playing too safe for my liking. It certainly is just not going to get us killed, which is good, but also boring. We got 30 days of this shit. I'd much rather do some exciting stuff. And now we could have already been down at the other place and been completely set up by now. That's day 10. According to the AI, it's day 10. Let's try to get ahead of the sleeping thing here, and I'm going to pass 2 more hours. Yes, we'll be thirsty, but I don't give a shit. Then we're going to sleep for 6 hours, and that way we're kind of ahead of the tired meter, to where we'll be a little more tired a little earlier. So when we have some of these bigger trips coming up that we need to be fit for, we'll be fit for them. Okay, we're going to be cold getting up there, but the sun's coming up. We got a little food, little water on us. Let's head up to the church. That is our goal for today. Look nice. We're going to be cold. We'll go ahead and pull out the pistol for just in case purposes. Again, we could have been so much further along here. And I very much would have preferred that, but here we are. Our gear must be in a little better shape, because we're only 2 arrows down very early in the morning. We've got some cars to explore here, which we will do, and the church. And if we have any potential wolf problems, we will handle those. We got that guy. Still no crowbar, still no hatchet, still no knife. That's a little pro tip, by the way. When you go and you get into these tight spaces, if you're not exactly aimed up, you will fire off a desk pop, and it's a little bit embarrassing because you're just wasting ammo. So I can get the gun back up right there, so it's not that big a deal. If you're not exactly aimed on what you want, it'll waste a round. Little cloth in there. Looks like a can. Now this truck coming up potentially could have something in the back of it. Maybe a hatchet. Could be a crowbar. Maybe nothing. There we go. There we go. So now at least we could break down stuff to make firewood. So there's that. Here we are already at the church. It's not even fully daybreak yet. We should probably pull that back up for the moment. Sometimes the wildlife refresh I'm not completely, sold on. I don't know for sure where stuff's at anymore. All right, to the church. There used to be a pack of wolves that could be right over here, but it doesn't look like they are there right now. We don't really need any of these things, but, Now, one thing I haven't looked yet, but there can potentially be a rifle here. It is possible. It is possible. There's usually rifle ammo on the pulpit. Doesn't look like we're going to get a rifle today, though. Oh, these are revolvers. Okay, well, I've found rifle ammo here before. There's a pry bar. So now we can go and do the Orca station that was supposed to have been done on day 2, and yet here we are on day 7. Good find. Not upset at all. Very good find. But, yeah, we're 5 days behind schedule to do the Orca station. And we've now looted out the church and the cars up leading to the church. Although what we could do now that we have a pry bar is kind of run around and get the trunks. because I don't think that's such a horrifically bad idea. We're going to be pretty much keeping to the road here, so I don't see this being a problem of getting lost in the fog. But we may run around town and try to check the trunks for anything that might be useful. Nah, that's a pass from me, dog. It's gonna be a no from me, dog. The weather would have been much nicer yesterday had we just gotten out and done this, but again, we have these built-in days that are rest and repair kind of days. There's some rifle ammo, but we don't have a rifle, so pointless. Honestly, I don't think we're going to find a rifle here in Milton. It could happen if the Preppers cache is up, but we won't know that until like day 2021. I suppose it could happen down at Farmhouse. I don't think I've ever found an actual rifle up at the park. I've found pistol up there a few times, but I don't think I've actually found rifle. But I think we're down to our last two options for rifle, which means we couldn't hunt big game if we wanted to. Well, I mean, we could. We just have to be very sneaky and smooth about it. And again, with the wildlife refresh, I'm not even completely sure where that shit's at. So take it all with a grain of salt. I don't remember what cars were what. I don't see the things down on this. We never got in this one. Son of a bitch. You know, obviously, if we're playing a full survival game, we would want to grab all of this shit. Supplies are supplies. But since we're kind of doing this as a abbreviated 30-day thing, I don't see any reason to force weight on us. I did hear a wolf. Sometimes that's just ambient, but you know, always good to be on your guard. Keep your eyes open. It does look to be clearing off just a hair, but we're so early in the morning here. We may work our way to Orca and go ahead and loot Orca. Why don't we do that, and then on the way back, we'll get the other stuff. Because we're 5 days behind on that. And that's on the AI. The AI should have had a plan, honestly. Oh, it's getting very clear, but it's also getting quite dark. It's threatening a storm. Certainly not a sunny day. And here we are. We're back at Orca. What should have been looted on day 2, according to the AI, is being looted on day 7. And I feel like that's fine, you know, like... Let me see if that was wolves. It's fine. Since we couldn't get into it, to come back here whenever we can get into it. There should be some good stuff in here, lots of food. Some other stuffs. lots of food, though. A lot of the stuff we're just going to leave behind because I don't give two craps about it. I want all the food, though. All the food, all the drinks. Ooh, that's probably worthy of grabbing and repairing. Let's do that. It's going to be warmer than our other toques. But really cold isn't all that bad on us right now. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's manageable. Yeah, just tons and tons of food in here. I love it. I like it. I like it a lot. There's some ammo. We'll leave that canister. That's revolver ammo. That gives us more shots. That's wonderful. I'll take the cloth because we're going to try to repair that toque. We'll take the bandage. We'll take the water too. Yeah, since we're not doing, tails and stuff like that, I'm just going to leave a lot of these things behind. There's really no need for anything to do with them. It's just weight that we don't need to carry around. We will take the lantern, though. Ooh, there we go. There we go. That'll be nice. That'll warm us up a little bit. That's the first good piece of clothing we've found thus far. We've found acceptable clothing, but nothing on that higher end. And that parka, it's heavy, but it's warm. All right, that's the area. Yeah, baby. Nice. Okay. We read a book and then we start failing. This is fine. We're fine. Lots of food, lots of drinks. Our first level up is actually mending. That's fucking great. I love it. I like it. All right, let's head back. We'll hit the trunks of the cars as let's have some lunch. Get rid of some of this little shit. Lots of calories there. All right, now we'll have a sip of water. Lighten up as much as we can here, and then we're gonna head and check out these trunks and then back to the house. And then our next day is going to be going up to Milton Park, and we will have to watch for a moose. Ooh, it nicened up a lot because we do have a moose sign up the hill here. I can see right there, kind of middle of your screen, there's a moose rubbing. So we'll have to be vigilant about that. Turned into a beautiful day. Gorgeous day. We'll go get our weight under control. We'll be ready to go back, which is weird because, well, we shouldn't have been on this side of the map anyway. We just came back over here because of the Orca station. And if we went and did Milton Park today, we would have the rest of today and then tomorrow, and then the next day would all be rest days, and that would just be boring as shit. Because day 9 is a rest day. Nope, we've already been in that one. There was one down the way. I don't remember if it had a jammed trunk or not, but we're going to go look, and then there's a couple of more right up there, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Nah. We're not going to smash or pass on that one. Our quick trunks and back to the house. That should be all the cars, I think, except for the ones up on the bridge and stuff, but we may or may not even get into those. May or may not even get into those. Wow, I didn't even look in here, and it was just open. We'll look at that. That could be warmer than what we're wearing. I somehow doubt it, but it could be. All right, let's get back up into the house. Not even through midday. We had so much more time that we could have spent out today. Again, I think this is my biggest issue with letting AI do this, is it's so abysmally slow. So terribly slow. None of this really matters. Probably should have kept one of those. Okay. If I can target one, we'll keep one. All right, perfect. I mean, just a ridiculous amount of food and shit on us right now. We don't need to eat or anything. We'll keep some of that stuff on us, though. Did we pick up any fire materials? We did. I know that's not where the reclaimed wood had been, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna have to move everything again pretty later here for long anyway. We're gonna save that go drink. I want to put it somewhere that I'm gonna know where it's at. So let's move it over here because we may need this when we have to go down to the basin. But we'll save that for a rainy day, as it were. We've got very little to do again tomorrow. Very, very little to do again. At all. Let's look and see if that's 0.9. Yeah, no, we're we're in pretty good shape here. I'm just gonna drop this shit. I don't care about repairs right now. It would probably have been a better idea to repair the wool socks instead of these, but again, guys, it's a 30-day playthrough. And I kind of don't see the purpose of min-maxing when we know we're just gonna delete the save. That's about as good as we're gonna get. So we're ready to now go up to the park, which there won't be much loot at, but there'll be some. There's the little building and then some small stuff there at the park benches and the little shelters. So we'll have that going for us. Our food pile's looking pretty nice. We should have days and days worth of food right now, and we haven't even looted the farmhouse. So that's got some food down there too. A considerable amount of food, really. We've got an MRE just waiting to go, which is great. That's a lot of calories. I'm just trying to think if there's any other little shit that we should maybe be doing while we're kind of waiting here, but not really. I mean, I may go and make a little more coffee. It won't take but a couple of minutes there. I just need to get some actual coffee on my system. I love this time of year. This time of morning, it's still dark. You know, when you do spring forward, it's freaking light outside at like 5:30 in the morning. It's like, ugh. I kind of don't like, you know, when it gets dark at 5:30 in the evening. Dark days of winter. I don't much care for that, but I wish we would just abolish daylight savings time in America. I understand at some point it had a purpose, but the purpose is gone now. All right, why don't you give me a minute? I'm going to let you guys hear a little bit of music. Unfortunately, I don't have a fire to start. Otherwise, we could do some ambience. Well, I guess we could start a little fire. Want to start a little fire in here, and let's do a little crouch down for some. Like, it ain't gonna hurt nothing. Like, what are we gonna do? Not what are we gonna do? Run out of shit? I don't think so. Now that we got a hatchet, we can break all this down for reclaimed wood. Let me give you a little ambience while I go and make some more coffee. Again, it shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. Just gotta go pull. I do cold brew, so I just gotta sweeten it up a touch and put a little cream in it and pour it over some ice. Might do a little vanilla syrup because I'm feeling kind of wily this morning. I went to bed pretty early last night, and I woke up after like 2 or 3 hours wide awake. All right, guys, there's some ambience. Listen to the lo-fi, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, guys, how'd you like the fire? Little Yule log action there. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. All right. Where are we at here? We just got time to kill. Again, tomorrow's not even a very busy day either. We're not going after a moose. That's not going to happen. If we see a moose, we will be avoiding the living shit out of it. We would not even think about going after a moose until we had a rifle. So yeah, we're just passing time again. But we are getting there now. We're going to be on day 8. We can move down to the farmhouse on day 10. Tomorrow, day 8 will be Milton Park. And then day 9 will be a rest. I think we might break with, well, no, we're not going to, because we can make a couple of trips during one day to get, because it says move base. So we're going to need to get down to the farmhouse with stuff. And then, yeah, I think we'll just play it exactly as the AI has told us to do so. Again, standing here like this is absolutely boring fucking content, which is why I'm doing it this way as a stream so you guys can see that I've done it as it's been prescribed by the AI. And then I'm going to cut this down. I don't need the audio or anything from this. I'm just going to cut this down into a video that I do a voiceover with. Kind of describing the different days. We're going to try to keep it to about 10 minutes, I think. But again, I think this is a wonderful experiment in how far has AI come since Zach did his video a year ago, where, you know, it survived for about an hour in Loper. Again, there's a lot of differences, and no, we're not just saying the obvious ones like the, oh, well, you're playing on Voyager, whereas he was playing on Loper. That's an obvious one, but we're handling it a little bit different than I think that he did too. We're getting more of an overview from AI as to what we should do to survive, whereas he was more of a minute by minute kind of. He would go in and ask the question, hey, I see this, what should I do? And it's a good way to do it, you know, like I think the word keeps popping in my head, disingenuous, and that's not the right word. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's got any idea what the right word would be, because this isn't any hate whatsoever towards Zach. It was such a cool freaking idea, and I can't believe more people haven't kind of jumped into this with the accessibility now of these LLMs, and kind of check shit out. All right, let's well, we're gonna be pretty tired, so that's good. We got a little food, we got a little water. Let's pass like 4 hours. But yeah, I wanted the stream to be up to prove that I did do this as we were being told to do it. And even on the stream here, I'm going to bring I'll tell you what, let's just do that real quick. Let me put this over here on the main screen. Just real quickly here. Get rid of that. Just real quickly. So you guys can see, we are here. No, I'm sorry. We are here. We're on day 7. We're at the end of day 7, going into day 8, where we will go up to Milton Park. And then we have a buffer day. But you can see we got to grandmother's house. We went to Orca. We couldn't do anything with it. We did the credit union and the bank vault. And then we rested. We did the houses around the area, the playground houses. We sat and waited a whole day for the storm buffer. And then today we did the church. Tomorrow we'll do the park. And then it's a rest pardon me, a rest day. But I am going to move this. Well, no, let's go back to that screen first. It may be dark for a second. My apologies. But I got to move it to a screen so I can see it, so I'm constantly in the know of what we're supposed to be doing. All right. Again, we're just going to waste some time here. It's so dumb, but this is what we were instructed to do. We only had the one task today, and it didn't take very long. We ended up making more out of the day because we found a pry bar, so we were able to backtrack all the way to day 2 and hit the Orca gas station, which is nice. There's a lot of food and stuff there. I mean, you can see our food supplies and stuff look great. We got a little water there. We got a little water here. We got ridiculous number of cooking pots. So, and again, Voyager is a great place for everybody to kind of learn the game. I like Voyager because I'm a loot goblin, and I love collecting things and making displays and things like that. So it's just kind of my deal. We're gonna pass like 2 more hours. And then let's, we don't want to sleep the whole thing. Let's eat first. How about some crackers? It's like 600 calories to 0.1 kilo. Like it's like the best weight to calorie ratio you can have in the game. And now let's have that drink of water. And you know, I want to look at that again. That's about 10 hours to daytime. That seems to be about what we want to do here. Let's try about 10 hours. It may be more closer to 11 or 12 hours to daytime. Well, 11 hours. Now, technically, let's just see what this... Let's go into... And see, we're on day 8, even though it says we've survived 6 days. It's because of the time of day we spawned, but it is what it is. But on day 8, we have yet to do anything. Day 8 is Milton Park. Why don't we... Because this is mostly an outdoor deal. Let's pass 1 hour. Just to get that sun up in the sky a little bit. We'll grab a little water. Let's have a drink. And let's get up there and hopefully we don't run into a moose. Because we cannot, with a pistol, we can't defer the moose. The moose doesn't bleed like other animals do. Whether it be a deer or even a bear. So... Shooting a moose with a pistol is pretty much stupid. Back in the day, you could do... I think you can still kill a moose with a pistol, but you're going to run through a lot of ammo, and it's just not worth it. There may even be a short or two somewhere that I did like moose versus revolver, and I got stomped like twice. I think I did moose versus flare gun because it used to be the flare gun could possibly... one hit kill a moose. They've since patched that. So yeah, we're not in a position to hunt moose. I don't believe we are going to run into an opportunity for a rifle up here, but I guess it could happen. I think if we're going to get a rifle in Mountain Town, it's either going to be down at the farmhouse, or if the prepper's cache is actually spawned and it's the weapon cache, then we'll be getting that rifle. Or it could be the other type of weapon cache where you end up getting the hunter's revolver, which we don't need. We've already got a revolver. But as I'll show you here in a minute. There are rubbings on trees over here, so we know this is the moose spawning area. Right there, you can see it just beyond the gate. Kind of middle of your screen again. That little brownish area on that gray tree, that's a moose rubbing. And that's a moose. Okay, this is going to take some finagling. Because we do not want anything to do with that guy. We need to keep all the distance. I think he's actually on the other side of the path, which is good for us because he shouldn't notice us. We do have a little shelter up here that we can pop into that he can't get in, but I think we're fine. But yeah, that's the moose spawn right there. Oh, Marty Moose. We're halfway down on our cold meter, so let's there's ptarmigan. But I'm not really interested in them. Let's come up here to the shelter. Probably not much here, maybe a soda or two, something along that line sometimes in these camp tables, but doesn't even look like that today. This would have been as good a time as any to head down that rope, but we're not instructed to do so. We're just supposed to be up here. Wow, there's absolutely nothing here today. That's shitty. All right, let's double back over to the little building where we get cold. And again, we could always make a run for it here to get inside if we had to. That ptarmigan just flew right into that damn tree. That was funny. All right, potentially could be a weapon in here, but I doubt it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And then sometimes there's ammo in here, but it doesn't look like that either today, so... just kind of a meh trip up here. This is our only task for today. Oh, well, we'll have a book that we can go read. That's always a good thing. Now, the next time we come up here, when we are actually instructed to go down that rope, I mean, today would have been as good a day as any to go down that damn rope. But the AI said, no, just get up here and look at that. So, again, maybe it's just there's not enough to do for a 30-day period. And the AI is just like, look, you're going to run out of shit to do at like day 12 if you do it all that quickly. Like, maybe that was the thing, but it didn't express that. ChatGPT just didn't say anything about that. It just didn't. So, yeah. It'd be nice to have a rifle. That's a lot of meat. That's it. We didn't get anything from up there. Nothing at all, actually, from up there. And now we're heading back home. We got a book we can read. That'll pass sometime today. And then tomorrow is a rest day. So we'll look at gear. And that's really about all we'll do tomorrow. And then from there, we move to the farmhouse. Which is just down there. And again, that's pretty much where I would have wanted to main base anyway. It was right down. You can see the barn from here, and then you can kind of see the house right there. But yeah, that's where we're going to be moving to. It's my favorite location in this in this particular region. There is one other main base that I thought maybe about doing at some point, just as a fun little playthrough, and that's the trailer. It's up by the bridge because it's got, you know, indoor facility and it's got a workbench, but it's so remote. It's so far from everything. You talk about just terrible dragging shit back and forth. It's a good staging point to head over to HRV, Hushed River Valley. Other than that, it's so far off the beaten track, it's not even funny. But if you guys are coming in and you're fairly new, I would highly recommend the farmhouse, because it does have, it's an outdoor workbench, but it does have a workbench, whereas Grey Mother's doesn't have a workbench. Otherwise, Grey Mother's is almost a perfect, like absolutely perfect place. It's central to everything, but no workbench. I think that's it for workbenches in the region. Just one up at the trailer up yonder, and then one down at the farmhouse. Just gonna have to pass time. What we'll do is we'll load up and we'll go down there with the full load of shit, and then we'll drop off, we'll come back up, pick up more shit, go back down. We've got the pistol, so it's really not a problem. But yeah, let's just start getting, I think food would be the most important thing. With that. All right, so we're heavy again, but it's manageable. That gives us 5. We should find one more down there for a total of 6, and we'd still have, we could still leave one off. And we're almost able to get everything in one go, honestly. Like, we don't really have that much shit. We do, but we don't. Oh, we're very slow now. Okay. Very, very slow now. Let's, we'll stop the wood stuffs for now. All right, that's about as good as we're gonna get. We'll come back and get the rest of it in the second trip. It'll just be some water, there'll be some cloth and leather, and then some odds and ends that we may want to take with us. And maybe not. You know, some of this shit, we'll probably pick it all up, drop what we don't think we're going to need, and then go from there. So yeah, that's our life for the next couple of days. Sorry, I know it's boring, but look, it's what AI has told us to do. In a good world with a good AI, an AI that was trained actually on video games, it would probably tell you, hey, you know, do this, but if you've got extra time, do that too. Whereas ChatGPT was more of a general purpose language model, I think. It does lots of different things. It'll make thumbnails. It'll give you SEO and stuff for your videos. It will give you a synopsis like this for a 30-day playthrough. It'll basically write you a novel if you fucking want it to. It'll write a news article if you wanted it to. It's very multifunctional. And see, this is a conversation I want to have. And I actually reached out to somebody in the music business yesterday. Somebody that I've known, well, not really known, but I've interacted with a couple of times. I wanted their take on AI and music because I found Neurosama. I don't know if you guys know Vettel 987, Twitch streamer, YouTuber, created, at first it was an Osu bot rhythm game, and this bot was really good, and then he realized, man, I could train it to be a language model, and then he was like, man, this thing's actually pretty good. Maybe what if I trained it on Twitch? So he trained it with all these different streamers, and now the AI is a streamer. It'll carry its own fucking stream. They do karaoke, they do streams. He does dev streams where he's programming the stuff. They do music, like actual original shit, where they hire people to write the music, perform the music, animate, produce. He does the programming. And at what point is AI just like any other tool that you would use in the music business? And that's what I wanted to talk to him about, because there's a shit ton of static right now for people like, well, we check for AI. It's like, yeah, but like at one point, like everybody's okay going in and using auto-tune, right? That's not anybody's real voice. That's a tool that you can use to make your voice sound better. So why is AI any different? There's another deal with the Screen Actors Guild, because there's this AI actor now that's seeking representation. People worked on this AI. They continue to work on this AI. There's people employed behind it, and they want to put it in movies. And the Screen Actors Guild's like, no, it's lifeless. It's nothing. It would just be in there pretending to be something it's not. And it's like, well, isn't that what acting is? Like, you got to be careful what you say as an actor at that point. So AI is fascinating to me right now. We live in I'm a little bit older, and we live in an interesting age where we're really coming into the AI age, and everybody's chasing that golden ring. So yeah. All right, so we've got a rest buffer day, so we're gonna have to just pass time. Let's just get this over with. I don't have a choice. AI's told me to do it. I just showed you guys. We're on day 8. Day 9's a rest buffer. Hopefully it'll just blizzard tomorrow. I tell you what we could do first, though. Well, hang on. Let me eat a little bit more. I don't even care about food poisoning if we get it. I don't even care. And we didn't get it, so I don't care. All right. What we're going to do is read that book. Not that one. This one. Oh, well, let's read. We'll get this done between the 2 days. We'll spend 5 hours on that again tomorrow. But yeah, and like I said, I think AI is just, it's fascinating, because specifically with Vettel and Neurosama and Evil Neuro, what they're doing with it is they're employing other people. It's a content farm. If you guys haven't checked this out, go check out the Neurosama, Neuro-Sama, S-A-M-A channel. It's basically a VTuber thing, and I don't really want to get started on VTubers. 98% of them are just ridiculous, stupid, over-sexualized avatars that people then complain behind the VTuber, well, I'm being marginalized. It's like, because you're running around in an animated character with your titties hanging out. Like, that's what's going on. And, like, I get it, but at the same time, the reason you're VTubing is because you have some type of social issue to where you don't want to show your face. And look, it's fine. I don't really want to be on camera either. So I get it. I'm not knocking it necessarily. But You know, you run around, you talk about, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person. I'm going to marry this girl. And, you know, I'm straight, but I'm going to marry this girl in Minecraft. And then you get mad when there's, you know, fallout because people are sexualizing you. It's like, well, this is what you're selling. Like, it comes with the territory. And people just don't get that there's a correlation. So, but I'd say there's a fair, and I think 98% may be too high, but I think 90% of VTubers are just absolute fucking junk. But there's a good 10% that are very talented people that work hard on doing what they're doing and actually provide good entertainment. Iron Mouse being one of them. Her story is very inspirational. She has CVID and she basically can't leave her house. Her immune system doesn't work, and she doesn't want to be on camera with, you know, like she has to wear breathing tubes and stuff, and she doesn't want to show that to people. So in that kind of a situation, being a VTuber makes sense to me, and she does a lot of good for the community. She raises a lot of money for charity. Her and Sea Dog VA, Connor. Good story. But what they're doing with the Neuro Twins is creating this community that goes in and creates content with these twins for each of the different VTubers that are connected to it. So it's like this big content farm where they can come in and, hey, I'm going to do this. They've done shot collars. Like, there's just all kinds of shit that's fun. And it's a pretty solid situation, honestly. Pretty solid. But like I said, I'd say 90% of VTuber shit is just garbage. It's literally just over-sexualized. Hopefully somebody says, oh my God, that's a cute anime girl. You don't even know if it's a girl most of the time. And most of the time it's not. Or not most of the time, I shouldn't say that. Some of the time it's not. And it's like preying on people that are, you know, kind of weebish. Again, nothing wrong with being weebish, but to each their own, how they're entertained. I see content for what content actually is. We should snacky snack. Then we'll pass some more fucking time, I guess, because we got nothing better to do. We got a whole fucking 2 days worth of this shit. Then we go down and finally get into our main base. Day 10, we're almost a third of the way through this run. It seems we're never getting done. We're just never going to get done with this. I don't know. I've thought about making the video, but I feel like I would maybe want to script that one. Because I want to be careful what I say, because it's not that I give a shit about offending anybody. It's more that there are people with legit reasons for doing some of the things they do. And I don't want to marginalize that. But at the same time, there's a lot of people just trying to capitalize on being an anime girl on the internet. Whether they're anime, whether they're girls, boys, it doesn't matter. Like, none of it matters. Content for some, I suppose you could say. We're going to pass 2 more. I want to stay on that tired side so we can get a full night's sleep, since we're going to be making the runs. There'll be a couple of runs back and forth to get down to the new shelter. So let's sleep. Let's call it 9 hours. That's just about right with our water situation. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. I'm not trying to be ignorant or abusive or any of those type of things, but you know, I tend to call a spade a spade. If it is what it is, there's no sugarcoating the truth. But that doesn't mean that all VTubers are bad. It just means some are different. They're built different. Hang on, let's have breakfast. Let's get our food level up a little bit here, and then we will read the rest of that book, and then we're just going to pass the rest of the day. And that'll put us to day 10. because this is day 9. This is a rest buffer day. And it says organize loot, even though the next day it says move base. So what's the point of organizing in this place if we're going to be moving it all in a day anyway? Like it, again, AI has got some ways to go. We're not in any danger of death. It's just a very slow paced game for me. Very slow style for me. And I wouldn't want to do it on the regular, not even remotely. Where's that book? There we go. All right, so we just kind of have to pass the rest of the day too to get us to day 10. Again, it's the 30-day challenge. We're gonna try to get it all done today. I'm hoping to be done by like noon. We'll see. Coffee. We keep passing time like this. We'll be done in no time. But we're also going to start running low on food and shit. Let's just drink some of these sodas. We'll find another soda or two down there, I'm sure. We've also got coffees and teas. We're not overly concerned right now about much, if I'm being honest. Once we get down there, we're supposed to get settled, and then we're supposed to go out and hunt rabbits and set snares, but we can't really. We can set one, maybe. Is that gut cured? I don't think it is. No, it's 76%. But by the time we get down there, if we drop it right away, it may be ready for us to craft a snare the next day. It's just a gut and some recycled or reclaimed wood, which we'll pick up one piece of so we can do that. All right, let's pass time. That's all we can do. Sucks. Boring. And like I've said, maybe the AI's purpose in this is to say, look, we're going to do our very best to not get you killed. Instead of pressing, you know, maybe it's like, hey, yo, just kind of take your time with shit and you'll be fine. And I can get behind that a little bit. But for somebody like me that's got 1,400 hours in the game, this is boring as shit. But in order to get the footage, I got to do it. That's just the way it is. It's got to get done. We're going to pass like 2 more hours. All right. Hopefully we don't get a blizzard at the end of this aurora, because we would like to get moved down. I'm going to probably just sleep to get rid of the flashy lights. I can't even tell if you... Yeah, you guys can tell a little bit on the flashy lights. Let's have some dog food. That sounds delicious. We're just sitting here ripping through resources, man. You know, canned food, bagged food, it's all very finite here. There's only so much of it. And we've looted all but just a couple of spots in this entire fucking region already. Let's do 9 hours. We'll pick up our bedroll and we're going down. Let me scroll there, okay. Now, I would go extremely heavy down here, but I don't want to for a couple of reasons. One being that there can be wolves down here. And we do have to find a key in order to get into this place. So let's just go a little bit heavy and make 2 trips. We got nothing else to do today and tomorrow. We're just supposed to get there today, set up base, And then tomorrow we're supposed to go hunt rabbits, according to the AI. Rabbit hunting near farmhouse. Set snare. Okay, we can do that. And then the day after that's a rest day again. But it also says set snare, and then on day 12 it says start curing hides and guts. It's like, well, you can't make a snare if you don't have the gut. So again, the AI is leaving a lot to be desired. For anybody just joining, we are doing an AI 30-day challenge. It's not really much of a challenge. I asked ChatGPT to give me an outline of everything I should do day by day, POI by POI, to survive in Voyager for 30 days in Mountain Town without leaving. Where I should main base, where we should, like, everything. And we've got a 30-day schedule. Currently on day 10, where we are actually heading to the recommended main base, which is down here at the farmhouse. We have 0 feats active, even though I did ask, and it gave me some feats that I could have used, but we have 0 feats that are actually active right now. Yeah, we're just kind of maintaining here. It's been very boring. There's been very little threat of death. We also built into our schedule a certain number of days, about 5 days worth of, hey, this is what you do when it blizzards. And we can use those days, like, we've already passed a couple of them now. So we got like 3 more days built in, but we've yet to see a storm. And we will get back to looting this area, but what we need to do first is find the key to get in this damn building. It can be in a few different places. Luckily, I'm not seeing any wolves. It's not in that place. It could be over here, either on this guy's body or in the truck. Then it might be behind the house. Now, here's my problem. We were told on day 2 to go to the Orca station. All right. Well, hang on, I can't stay out here very long. We'll get back to this. You guys see that pry bar? I just want you to know there's a pry bar there. Okay. That might be warmer than what we're wearing. All right. So the key must be behind the house. We were told on day 2, go loot Orca, but we didn't have a crowbar or a pry bar. We didn't find a pry bar until like day 7. And then we went back over and we went ahead and looted Orca. Had the game told us to come down here in the first place to get to our damn main base, we'd have had all that shit. We don't need that hatchet right now. We'll take the hacksaw though. We don't need any of that stuff right now. We've got plenty on us. But we would have had the pry bar. We would have had a hatchet. But the game said, no. You don't want to come down here yet. We want you to main base here, but you don't get here till day 10. And that's just silly. In this region, it's just silly. There was no reason to spend 10 days at Great Mother's house. 0. I'm gonna dump food. Alright, now we're gonna drop some liquid. Drop that wood we just picked up. Yep, we knew we were going to find at least one of those down here. Not doing horrifically bad on weight. We can always loot this in a minute. Like, we don't have to loot it right now. We don't have to loot it right now. Let's get that gut down, that pelt down. Maybe we can make a snare tomorrow. Okay. I mean, it hasn't told us to hunt rabbits at any point. Well, not until day 11 does it say to start rabbit hunting. But on day, on day 11, it also says rabbit hunt and then set your snares. It's like, well, you can't. You've got to have guts in order to do that. That's what's just wild about what the AI is doing right now. All right, we're clean at this point. We're not going to get any lighter than this. For right now, I don't give much of a shit about that. All right, so we should just go back up the hill at this point, get the rest of the stuff, come down here and get settled. Hopefully it's not super cold. It's pretty fucking cold. We may take a minute or two to warm up if at Grey Mother's. It's not very far up the hill, but we got to get there. We have yet to see a single wolf in this playthrough. Not one. Sunrise. Almost 7 a.m. Oh, damn it, we're in the wind. We're going to get a little chilly going back up here. We'll probably give ourselves at least a quarter warmth to get back up to warm before we head back down, but we got the whole damn day. This is our only objective today, is to get everything moved. Quite literally, word for word. Paradise Meadows Farmhouse, move base, loot barns, and the shed. Or sheds. So that means kind of that surrounding area. Day 11, rabbit hunting near farmhouse, set snares. We may be able to craft a snare. If that thing gets done by tomorrow, we can craft one in the morning, lay it out, so at least we're following what the AI is telling us to do. But according to the AI, we shouldn't have even been hunting rabbits yet. So we shouldn't be able to do that. Again, AI, good tool. It's not going to get us killed, I don't think. Based on how I'm seeing this list of tasks, it's a very, very safe 30-day playthrough, but again, Voyager difficulty. But at the same time, just terribly, terribly slow. There should be contingencies. Hey, if you find a pistol or you find a rifle, you need to go out and get your food situated. This is why AI can't replace a good guide when it comes to gaming right now. It's not ready. It just simply isn't ready. They're getting there, though. Man, are they getting there. Some of the stuff AI is doing is impressive. We'll take the broth because we can just drink that and it'll give us calories. So we'll take that. I don't think we really need much of this shit at all. We still don't have a knife. We could use a hatchet to harvest animals and stuff. We don't have a rifle. I'm gonna take the lantern fuel because we can put that in the lantern we've got. Don't need the flare gun because we've got a pistol with plenty of rounds. I don't think we'll need that. We've already got it repaired. Let's pick it. Oh no, okay, that's not good. I thought we found another one of those. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't find a second firearm cleaning kit. Maybe I'm tripping. All right, let's just kind of do a little walk through here. I don't need any of that clothing. We picked up the cloth and the leather. We just got to spend a few minutes here warming up. It's just a little chilly outside. There's a lot of books there. Those burn pretty good. Yeah, I think we're good without any of the rest of this shit. I don't see any reason for it. We'll leave a cooking pot up here for just in case, and we'll have our hatchet if we ever needed to. We could just make some reclaimed wood and start a fire. That's not a problem. We got matches up here too, and we're likely to find more matches down here at the farmhouse once we finally loot that area. All right, back down the hill we go, and we'll get settled in down at the farmhouse. And again, if the AI tells us we should be main basing down at the farmhouse, why wait 10 days to get there? It's just down the hill. The AI doesn't recognize that that is a very common spot to spawn things like hatchets, things like knives, things like pry bars, tools you're going to need to do other things. The AI thinks, oh well, you can just go loot this, loot that, loot this, loot that, and then it doesn't give you any sense of nuance like a content creator trying to help you learn the game would. And that's why I can confidently say that AI is just not ready yet. It's getting there. There's a lot of cool things being done with AI right now, but it's just not ready for a application like this. It doesn't understand everything that comes with a game like this, and the very you know the cause and effect. You got to have one thing to be able to do another thing that leads to a third thing, and it's not putting those things together. Like what it should have said in its synopsis is, we're going to prioritize tools and weapons. Really, when it comes to a survival game, there's like 4 main things that you got to take care of. And it doesn't matter what survival game you're playing. There's like 4 main things you should always think about, whether it's A Long Dark, whether it's Green Hell, whether it's Minecraft. You need food, water. Well, you don't need water in Minecraft, but you need food, water, shelter, and preferably a weapon, because that's going to get you a lot more food down the road. And the game failed to say, hey, this is what you need. Has it been a good tool for somebody that's brand new that maybe doesn't know how to play the game? I would say sure, but I wouldn't think that it's necessarily leading a player down the right path of good learning. Is it going to keep that player alive if it follows the 30-day synopsis? Yeah, probably. Like I don't foresee us dying here unless we do something absolutely stupid. I don't see us in any fear of death. You know, our longest trip is upcoming on day like 19. Like day 19, we've got a long trip that we're going to go up to the Prepper's Cache. And we'll talk about that when we get there too, because we're doing all of these out of order, completely out of order. as to what you should do them as a player. Because there's just not that good extensive map knowledge and navigational skill when it comes to the AI. And again, we're talking about ChatGPT here. If you guys know of any other AIs that might be a little better at this, please feel free to leave me a comment. And I'd love to, because I'm going to continue to test AI to see what it does. I think it's a very cool, worthy little thing that we can try to do. Let's just drop. We're gonna keep one of those though. We didn't pick much else up, did we? Yeah, a little bit. I've never understood this either. That thing's fucking empty. Oh shit. We haven't looted here yet, so just drop that. It doesn't matter. Let's put cloth and leather someplace, and then let's loot the house. Why are we so heavy? Oh, that's part of it. Liquids. I mean, we're still, we got a lot of fucking water on us. Okay, let's get rid of some of that water. Like 8 kilos maybe. Probably could have dumped more. And see, this is another little thing. Like, they keep giving me these little baby bottles. I dropped 9 liters of water. Why give me... This has been a bug in the game for a while, and it's never been addressed. It always drops 1 liter and half-liter bottles, which is not what I want. All right, we're going to come in here and probably not get a rifle, but this would have been one of the spots where we could have maybe found a rifle. And we're not even going to find a pistol here. We are going to find some more ammo, though. That's always good. See if we can get some good clothing. It's not better than what we've got. No, not really. Lots of books that we can loot at our leisure when we need them. We'll take the soda, leave the accelerant. Let's just get rid of that. Oh, we need to eat. We need lunch. Yeah, not good loot down here this time, but that's okay. Let's grab some grub. Oh, let's just eat the cold broth. That's good calories, man. If we had ptarmigans, which we could go up and get, we could have just made more broth and kind of survived on broth. There's a book there we'll get in a minute. Let's check the bathroom. Crackers. I don't know why there's always crackers in this bathroom. It's like, it's just weird. I guess it's no more weird than a fucking, shower rabbit, but it's weird. Typically not a lot in here. There can be a little bit of ammo and stuff like that. And then usually around the corner here, there's some ammo in here. Maybe. Yeah, a couple of rounds there. We don't need any of that kind of shit because we're not leaving the region. A couple cans of peaches, a little bit of chippies. We'll leave that in the bag for the time being because we may or may not even need the taters. All right, we're gonna break that down because fuck it. stand that shit. It's just blocking my way around. Got more coffee, a little more tomato soup. More flour. And we left flour and salt and oil and all that good shit up north. Up at Grey Mother's. If we needed to go back up, we're not gonna really do anything with that, so I'm not worried about it. All right, so let's get rid of all of this shit now, and let's go loot the barn and the surroundings. That may or may not be cured by morning. We'll see. There's our first blizzard. All right, so it doesn't really matter. We can go loot the barn tomorrow. We can go loot the outbuildings. Let's get in here and loot the barn. But this is one of the reasons why we built in these days that we have. Now we're gonna leave that for now. We're gonna leave that for now. Take the wood. There's really nothing else here. Yeah. That's how we do about doing that. That'll be more carrots and potatoes, so if we needed them, we know where they're at. So we didn't lose anything here. We did pick up. Yeah, okay, that Go Energy, we might need that. All right, so we're kind of just hanging here for today then. We got a little more to loot. Not much. This is one of my favorite POIs in the game though, honestly. I just think it's such a good location for this particular region. It's not as central as Grey Mother's, but again, Grey Mother's doesn't have a crafting table, so I would rather have a crafting table. All right, we're looking good. Looking great, actually. Looking lovely, actually. All right. We don't need a fire. We're warm. There are carrots on the counter there, too, that we can munch on. We could read. Nothing wrong with reading. Did we get the water? We didn't get the water yet, did we? Yeah, let's read until nightfall. As much as it'll let us read, and then we'll just be in here ready for bed. Well, hang on. Let's get some food in their inventory. Do we have any? I think we dropped everything, right? Yeah, we pretty much dropped it all. Let's get some, whatever. Yeah, that's more than enough, probably. And another liter of water. Okay. Let's just read whatever it'll let us read. Of this book. We should get it all in. Oh, you motherfucker. Motherfucker, you can't read when you're thirsty? Fuck. The fuck, man. The fuck I can't read when I'm thirsty. Those two things don't correlate. Sounds like the storm has died off. That's good. We'll be able to get out and get those. There's not anything there for us to actually read, or to find, but we'll do it. We're still just not really all that tired. Past like 2 hours. Again, our day 11, hunt rabbits. It's telling, oh my God, I just realized this. Day 13 through 15, we were supposed to stay in the Milton Basin. There is no shelter down there. We're supposed to be down there for 3 days. Ooh, boy, this is gonna get, I just now realized that could be a sticking point where we might die. We could end up freezing to death. We shouldn't be down there any more than 1 day. There's not enough to do down there for 3 days. Wow. Okay. We run into a fucking blizzard. We're dead. We're gonna die. That is bad advice from the AI. I'll show you guys that here in just a second. That is bad advice from the AI. There's no good shelter down there. We've got the car, but our gear's not good enough to really live there. Okay. Okay, look, man, I don't make the rules. I didn't realize on day 13 we're supposed to climb down into the basin, loot cattail saplings and a deer carcass. Just loot. Day 14 we're supposed to hunt rabbits and deer and avoid the bear. And then on day 15 we're supposed to climb out. All while avoiding a bear, which we've almost got nowhere to hide from. I don't know how this is going to play out, guys. That could be death. That is a bad way to do this. That is not ideal. If we get stuck in a blizzard down there in those 3 days, we're fucked. There's a cave above everything. That we could definitely survive in. Because it's warm. But... Alright, so we are now supposed to... I can't see shit. We need to pass another hour. No. All right, did that get cured? No, so we can't even do what it told us to do. We're supposed to set a snare and then hunt rabbits today. Okay, we're going rabbit hunting. We're doing it Jay's way. Bullshit. Bullshit. I call bullshit. We got plenty of rounds. We're not going to spend a shit ton, but if we can get 3 or 4 rabbits, that would be okay. Maybe we will be able to make the mittens when it tells us to. Mother! That's bullshit. The fucking iron sight's lined up right between the fucker's eyes, and it's like, nah, you missed. Such fucking horse shit. It knows it's horse shit, too. That's fine, I'll just do this fucking stupid way and let him walk right into me. Probably won't be anything over here to loot, but we'll come look. There might be a little something. I don't really ever remember seeing anything of substance over here. Some saplings is usually about it. But since we got the pistol, I'm not going to prioritize getting a bow and or arrows. So, yeah, there's nothing here. Just wabbits. Well, this will definitely be enough rabbits to get, you know, mittens made when it tells us to. Oh, you bastard. Get out of that tall grass. That was stupid. Where's the shot, though? Well, I would say we have hunted rabbits today. No snares required. I'd say we've done an excellent job at hunting rabbits today. Oh, one more over there. We're heavy with rabbits. Again, this is a pretty frivolous use of ammunition. But again, guys, 30-day challenge. Oh, shit. Didn't realize he was that close. Or she, I guess. Kill the rabbits. Alright, well, we've gone rabbit hunting. That was our task for today. Since we're out here, though, I don't see any birds, so I don't think there's a body up there on the hill. There can sometimes be one. I don't know how many rabbits we ended up with there, but that'll be a few pelts. I don't see any more running around. I think we might have cleaned them up. Now it used to be that little area right over there was the rabbit hole. Little rabbit grove right here in this little depression. But it looks like they're more out in the fields now. So that would be all part of that wildlife refresh, I would think. just over that hill, there's more animals. But again, we haven't been instructed to hunt deer. So let's just come in here and start cleaning up our animals. It's gonna take a while because we don't have a fucking knife. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got 7 pelts now. That should be enough for a hat and mittens when the time comes. Who knows why? It takes an hour and 20 minutes to harvest a rabbit. You literally cut it, yoink its fucking skin off, and pull its guts out. It takes fucking 2 minutes to fucking harvest one of these. 2 minutes. Not an hour and 15 minutes. What can you do though, right? Oh, we lost well fed. That's a problem. Fuck, I didn't see it. That's a problem for a couple of fucking reasons. Because now we're not going to be able to climb down with as many supplies or climb back out with as many supplies. Fuck. That's my bad. End of the day, it never told us to go for well-fed, you know? It ain't gonna hurt us that bad. Hour and a half for this fucking thing. Unbelievable. Our next day is a rest day. So we'll get back on track with food. As quickly as we can. And then hopefully by the time we come back up out of the basin, we'll be back on well fed. We'll see. We're going to have to hunt food down there. We're not going to be able to carry much of anything. But again, it never said anything about striving for well-fed. So I don't know. Should I even care about it at that point? I'm gonna go with, oh fuck, we're gonna lose it again. Are you, how did we go through that much fucking food that quick? That was like 4 hours. Come on. I'm just fucking irritated. We're gonna eat the MRE because I don't care. Doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. We still were gonna lose it anyway. Let's do some canned goods here. Yeah, because we can't climb a rope if we're heavy. So getting down is going to be a bit of a problem. All right. We'll cook the meat tomorrow. Let's get stuff curing. I'm not gonna bother. No, let's do it. Fuck it. Just to see, where's the crafting? Does it have to be done at a... That's a cured gut, and we've got the reclaimed wood. Did they change the recipe? Do I have to do it at the workbench? I thought that was something you could just make in your inventory. I guess you have to make it here. Okay. How long does this take? Half an hour? Alright, so the next day is our rest day anyway. We're not that tired. Yeah, again, there's just not really any nuance to any of this at all. And since we're on a rest day, we can just kind of cheat the system a little bit here and get ourselves really, really tired. Let's eat a little doggy food. Dip it in dog food. And let's have a swig of that water. And we're gonna sleep for, let's call it 8 hours. Because we want to be on the tired side of our tired meter. Like, you know, awake, but we don't want to be fully rested. Because we're going to be sitting around the house doing next to nothing. That pretty much gets us to daytime. We can sit and pass another hour. Just to get the sun fully up. Right, the only task we really got today is to... I mean, we could cook some soups and shit. And just set them over here. For later consumption. And we can cook up the meat. That's really all we've got. Did we drop the book? Yeah. Okay. I am so nervous about going down. Like, that's our date for tomorrow. Day 13, rope climb into Milton Basin. We're only supposed to loot cattails, saplings, and deer carcass if we see it. That's it. Now, look, I'm going to go over and loot the building because that's what you should do. But it doesn't tell you specifically to go do that. And then we're supposed to hunt rabbits and deer the next day and try to avoid a bear. And I don't even know where the fucking bear spawns down there. It didn't used to spawn down there. It used to spawn up at the bridge. So, which is the reason why you go around on day one, because you had the wildlife buffer. You know, it wouldn't spawn on day one. So if you get up and through that bridge, you got no fear of that bear at all, even with no weapon at all. You can get right around, get up to see if the prepper's cache is there. Boom, that trip's out of the way. You come from there, you go down to plane crash, unless you hit the cache and it was there, in which case you probably got to go all the way down, or at least a lot of the way down. Or you can go to plane crash and just be extra fucking heavy and really take your slow ass time getting back down. And then you go back up and get the tower and the cave that's up there, that kind of thing. This will be the most dangerous of the days, approaching the halfway point. This is going to be dangerous as shit. Just burn a bunch of books. We're just going to burn a bunch of books. because those are replaceable with what we've got over there in the little library. The library. Some of these are really small pieces, so we'll have to keep an eye on shit. Like that one. I'm a little bit on the nervous side about the next 3 days. We get through the next 3 days, I feel confident we'll live. But this is a bad look for the AI. And it's telling me this is only my first trip down there. Like, what did they think we're not in that small ass area? What did they think we need a 4th day down there for? If we were transitioning over to Forlorn or something, yeah, okay, sure, I get it. But no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I might cook some coffee too. We might cook some coffee too, because we may need it for energy. Getting down that rope and shit. Or getting up the rope. Then again, we might just take it with us. Right now, we're just trying to cook up all of our soups and stuff that we can have for hot meals. And we'll set them aside here later once we get them all cooked. I guess we got nothing else to do today. Game said, no, this is what you do today. Just do this. And okay. I mean, what are you supposed to do, right? Eat those for a little liquid. Just keep cooking soups and peaches and beans and tomatoes and the fuck ever. This might even bring us to cooking level 2. Which just gives us a little bit of bang for our buck when it comes to calories. That's really about all it does. But since we've got a day, at the end of this day, let's double check our gear. We might just take the tin of coffee with us and cook it down there. Yeah, there's cooking level 2. can't. Well, it might be able to be brought back. We'll see. It's at 0%, but that doesn't mean what I think it means most of the time. All right, we still got another can of beans to cook. Let's get this dog food out of inventory. And that. A couple of sodas. I'm gonna drop one of those. We'll see if that fish can be brought back to 50%. Yeah, we're gonna get 8 liters of water in as well. That's good shit. That's good shit right there. Good use of time. That'll be our travel water. We're gonna eat probably some dog food for today's meals. We'll take just a little bit of shit with us, and then we're good. We'll probably eat the fish when it's ready. If it goes to 50%, which it should. All right, so now the rest of that should be in good shape. Let's eat the fish while it's still got, you know, some value. Water situation's about to be much better with 12 liters of water. All right, since we got all of this going now, let's go ahead and show you guys what's upcoming in the next couple of game days. Let's come to here. All right, so we are here. All right, we did Paradise Meadow Farmhouse. That's where we moved. Day 11 was the hunting, which we did. Day 12 is the rest day, which we're on right now. And then day 13, 14, and 15, I don't know why you would spend 3 days down there. You can get it all done in one quick day. But we're not to do that because we're told to not do that. This is by far the dumbest thing yet that I've seen the AI do. There's not hardly anything down there. There's just not much down there. And when you got to climb the ropes, it makes no sense to hunt deer and rabbits in an environment that there's a bear. It makes zero sense. If you're sitting there harvesting a deer, especially since we don't have a knife right now, and all we can really do is harvest it with an axe, the bear can walk up on us and just fucking blah blah blah, and we're done. Like, it could happen. This is bad from the AI. I can't believe I didn't notice that and know this was going to be the roadblock. We survived these 3 days. Everything else is gravy, man. It's all gravy. We get through these 3 days right here. It's all gravy. And it says final run to the basin. We were not going to need to go back there. It's almost the 4th day. But of course, the farm area too. Just no. Just no. Wow. We're getting there though. We still got other stuff to loot. This is pathetically wrong. Not even in this order should this be done. I almost don't even go down and loot this area because there's just not enough down there to justify it. I would have prioritized the prepper stash way before this. Way before this. Because the potential reward here is so much better. Not to mention that this should be down here. We should have swapped these. I wonder if it's possible to get AI to admit that it's not the most efficient. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted at this point. Oh. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to go back to that one. Maybe. There we go. Oh shit, I've got to move that back down. So yeah, if you guys are playing along at home, this is not the way. This is just not the way. God damn it. I'm stupid, but I want to look at a couple of things here since we're kind of just hanging for the day anyway. Oh, yeah, it's something I meant to mention earlier too. For anybody that may check out the VOD, I'm going to mention it in the video, but we just hit 250,000 views. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's kind of been along for the journey. This isn't one of those, oh my God, I never thought. Like, look, man, you know, you make videos on video games and stuff. Some of them are going to hit, some of them aren't. I don't necessarily do this to get rich or anything like that, because that's certainly not going to happen. But 250,000 views, it's 250,000 views. Pretty happy with that. I think it's all relative, man. It's all in the way that you look at it. Some people may be disappointed they've spent as much time doing stuff as I have with, you know, I started in food content and I still would love to do some. It's just fucking expensive. Because of mucklucks. Muckalux. Can we repair that? We did have another cleaning kit. Okay, that's good. Can we repair these? This is perfect. Fire's gonna go out. It's just gonna sit there. We've got half a day to do nothing. How did I miss Muglock? Okay, well, whatever, we found him. That's bringing up our overall temperature. Plus 18. I mean, any last little bit of anything we can get to go down there in the basin, because we don't have shelter down there. We get into a storm in these 3 days, we're in trouble. We're in deep trouble. The game is literally trying to get me killed. Damn it, I did it again. This up so I can make sure that we're doing everything according to plan. Fire's out, water's boiled. Beautiful. Beautiful. First thing in the morning, we're going to want to be fully rested for this, though. So first thing in the morning, we'll be heading down the rope. And... heaven help us, man. Heaven help us. We can potentially kill the bear with the pistol. He will bleed from a pistol round. But there's only one way we're going to be able to do that, and that's to lure him near where we have shelter. And that's an interior shelter, which would be the car. That's the only place. There's a truck down there that's got, you can get into. And that'll aggro, de-aggro the bear. So we're going to, kind of cheese him a little bit. But I don't even know where he spawns at. He could be right as you come down the fucking rope. He could be clear over towards the Forlorn transition. I've got no idea. I don't know what his patrol area is. It's not good. This is not good. Certainly not how I would have structured this at all. If we get through these 3 days, we'll be good. But if we hit a fucking storm, we're in trouble. We're in deep fucking caca. We haven't spent hardly any time outside, so everything should be in pretty well. Let's compare those. Yeah, everything's in pretty good shape, man. I'm not too concerned with our gear, sitch. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I've got my doubts as to whether or not we're going to make it. This isn't a single rope climb down and a single rope climb up. It's a double up, which means you're going to need something in between, like that go drink, to get out of there. You can't be heavy. So over hunting down there makes zero sense. Yeah, I'm literally just walking around the room now, kind of wondering how this is going to play out. Because if you plan for a 3-day trip down there that doesn't need it, you're asking to get got, man. You're just asking to get got. Wait, I can't eat the potatoes? Are they ruined? Oh, you can't eat them unless they're cooked. That's not ideal. Fuck, bro, I love raw potatoes. What are they on about? What are they even on about? I love me some raw potatoes. We're going to take dog food down with us. I think we're going to end up getting mauled down here. And then I think on top of the mauling, we're going to end up in a blizzard. And it's probably going to be curtains for the playthrough. Even on Voyager. There is no reason in hell to spend 3 days in the Milton Basin. I am appalled. Absolutely appalled. But look, man, it's AI. And that was the whole idea behind this run is, can we live? Is AI going to guide us the right way to keep us safe? Right now, it's definitely putting us in harm's way. That's a fact. That is an absolute fucking abject fact that we are in harm's way. I don't know what to tell you. We're going to pick up some water in the morning. We're going to pick up maybe a couple of cans of food that we can heat up. And then that's that, man. That's all we're going to be able to carry because we lost our well fed. So we can't carry 5 kilos more of gear. We should be able to carry 5 more kilos up. We don't really need to take water with us. We might want to take a little bit of emergency wood. Let's sleep for 11 hours. Get all of our strength back. That sounds pretty stormy. All right, so we don't go today. It's a blizzard day. Maybe we got a shot to not get killed by a blizzard. Maybe. We're gonna pass the time until the blizzard lifts. Let's eat some random shit. Most of these just don't have any fucking caloric fucking value to them at all anyway. Let's sleep for an hour. That'll get our everything back up. Then we're just going to pass the time until we can get down into the basin. And just hope this lifts. We don't have to finish all of this today, but I kind of want to just get it done in one go. And we could be done here in the next 3 game days anywho. Like, it's very, very possible. All right, we just want to take a couple pieces of firewood. Or just in case. We can leave behind a little bit of the food, probably. Not much of it. Damn, bro. Well, there's other stuff we can leave behind, though. Should alleviate some of this weight issue. Maybe. Not carrying any extra clothing. We're not carrying any extra medical. Carrying a lot of extra shit here. We're gonna go ahead and drop that. We shouldn't, because we've got the dog food. Okay. Kind of need we don't really need the pry bar. Trying to think if we need a pry bar for anything else in this entire run. And I don't think that we do. We've already looted the cars. We've already got into Orca. Shouldn't need a pry bar for anything else. Well, we may pick it back up when we head up to the potential preppers cache. So let's just put that there. Again, we're just killing a little bit of time here. I think we're going to freeze to death, personally. I think we're as good as dead. I don't think we're going to survive. I think we're going to die of freezing to death being down there like we're going to be down there for 3 days. This is where AI's got it completely wrong. And we may or may not get out of here. We may end up having it down to be 2 days because of this blizzard. But let's go ahead and pass a couple hours at a time and see if it blows over. Hasn't blown over yet. Now it's blown over. All right, now we get down there. Oh, this is fun. This is absurd what they're telling us to do. It's absurd. And all before we've even looted anything. There's not enough value down here to do it this way. There's a little bit of stuff. It's not much. Well, there used to be all kinds of deer and shit down here. Yeah, there still is. It's not where we're going. Oh no, not where we're going. So hopefully we can get down both ropes without running into a tired issue. Going down is not that difficult. Coming back up, that's a problem. But this is a double rope climb. We are so out of order to do it this way. My God. I feel like an idiot doing it, but look, this is the whole idea. Our likelihood of dying to a blizzard just got considerably lower. but we've got other issues. Little wood. Any coal or anything that we might pick up? Just those 2 pieces of wood. Okay. Coal would have been nice. That's one of the best fuel sources in the game. Again, man, we're doing it live. We're not shying away from showing everybody what's going on here. We'll probably end up heavy by the time we get to the bottom here. All right, we got to keep an eye for bear because we don't know where it spawns at down here. This is all brand fucking new to me. As far as, I mean, I know the area. It's just the wildlife reset. I got no idea what its patrol area is. Very clear day today. This is our best option to live is right there. Right here. So this will be our fallback. We're going to try to spend the night in the car and just hope we don't die of fucking cold. That's the best we got, guys. There's nothing I can do about that. Everything else is open and exposed. There's no bunker. There's one burnt out building that's wide open. It's got a little potbelly stove in it. The moose used to be a spawn point down here, but we know that's not where it's at now. At least we're pretty certain it's not a double spawn situation. But it used to be it would either spawn down here or it would spawn up near the, before you get to the bridge, which will, if we survive all of this, we'll get to in a little bit. Right over there is the cabin that we were talking about, the burnt out cabin. There's just nothing here. No reason. It's been 3 days. It's ice and bullshit. I don't understand. I don't get it. It makes little to no sense. Keep an eye out for that bear. Yeah, this is your only cover down here. This and the truck. And I don't know if we can survive 2 nights down here. Our gear is okay. We shouldn't necessarily be spending nights outside at this point. See birds circling over there. We may go check that out in a second. Actually, let's go do that now. We're going to keep a very wide berth, though, because we don't know where that bear is. And it's a certainty that this is the only spawn for the bear, so that bear is up. We can say that with a very high probability. Very, very high probability. But there's something dead over here. This looks like the deer carcass that told us to come harvest. It's going to be completely frozen, so we'll see how long this is going to take. At least we're not cold while we're doing it. Another 40 minutes to pull 2 guts out of a fucking deer. I mean, bullshit. Like, actual bullshit. God, those shadows. All right. Well, that's what it told me to harvest. So that's now done. Let's go over and loot this, and then we'll make our way back to the truck. That's going to be where we have to sleep. There's nowhere else. There's certainly a bear down here someplace. It says to harvest the fucking cattails and shit. We're not going to do that because it's pointless. A little bit of wood stuff that we could get if we needed it. I'll take that zap bar though. A little more food. Don't need either of those things. Don't need that either. Okay, that's pretty... Oh, it's not a potbelly, it's a 2-burner. Okay. I was wrong. My mistake. Alright, so we, let's go ahead and make our way back over to the truck for the night. Then I guess we'll come out and we'll try to figure out where the bear spawn is at, tomorrow. That's if we live through tonight. And then if we live through the second night, we're gonna be okay. That's it down here. That's it. There's a few cattails. There's plenty of wildlife, but I really don't want to, harvest down here because it's a double rope climb. The only reason that I'd be like, okay, let's harvest is to kind of just keep myself situated down here, which I don't want to do. I don't care to be down here. There's no caves that I know of anyway. You go down that way, that's a transition to Forlorn. We're not leaving the region, so pointless. Three days. We might live through it. Stranger things have happened. But if there was a cave or something down there, I'd feel a lot more confident. Because usually if you get far enough in a cave, it's basically an interior in Voyager, and you're going to be warm. I'm going to try to conserve resources and not make a fire unless we absolutely have to. But this is our life right now. We got to hope that little shelter gets us through 2 nights. We'll see. Fucking AI. Now see, if the bear was approaching us, we could stand here and shoot him and then hop in. And we'd be in pretty good shape. Like, I don't think, I guarantee the bear doesn't get us. He would actually de-aggro and start going the other way, and then we could pull aggro, bring him back, hop in, let him go back and forth on one bullet, and we'd end up killing the bear with 1 pistol round. That's how you cheese the bear. We're gonna have to sleep in increments. We can't get a full night's sleep. What do you do, man? What do you do? This is not something anybody should be doing. Let's just be clear about that right out of the gate. You want to survive, this isn't how you survive. When it gets dark, I feel like we're going to get cold. And at that point, it's a matter of fuel. Do we have enough fuel to stay down here for 2 nights? The answer is probably no. Not right now, we don't. This is the way this should have worked was you come down here, maybe you even sleep in between the ropes. You come down, you check everything, and you get your ass out of here. There's nothing else here. There's just nothing else here. Unless you're here to hunt the bear. That's it. Let's just make sure that we are on target here. Day 13. Milton Basin. I don't know why I've got to harvest rabbits and shit down here. Like, it's... God. Just stupid. Just absolute stupidity. We may have to start a fire at some point. We're going to try to refrain from that for right now. But we've only got just a little bit of water. We got some things that'll hydrate us, though. Tomato soup will hydrate us. Peaches will hydrate us. All right, we're going to pass a couple hours here. If we get cold in this truck, it's curtains. We're not going to make it through 2 nights. This is really the best opportunity we've got to survive. I don't think we're going to end up in a blizzard problem, which is good news. All right, so if we slept now, it would be about 10 hours. Let's try to pass 2 more and see what the temperature's going to do. And maybe we'll try for like 4 hours sleep. Hopefully that doesn't freeze us to death if we do get cold. We got to eat first, though. Oh, dog food actually hydrates us a little bit as well. That's wonderful. All right, now we're going to go for about 4 hours sleep. See what happens. We may get away with this because our gear is just good enough. Just good enough. And now we're cold. Okay. This is going to be difficult because we need to be rested to get up the fucking rope. We're fine. I think we're fine. We don't need to be rested right now. We can kind of sit here until the sun comes up fully. But we're going to need to get some sleep in the next night. That's just all there is to it. Yeah, we're getting very cold now. Somehow, some way, we didn't get cold until the sun came up. Can you explain that one to me? All right, so what we might end up doing is maybe let's go back over to the cabin and we'll start a fire on that 2-burner, get warmed up, make a hot breakfast, and some water. There was one other thing we didn't loot when we were over there, but we knew we were coming back out around here anyway. Still got to keep an eye out for a bear because we know there's a bear down here. At least we think there's a bear down here. The AI's told us there's a bear down here, and we need to avoid it. We're not supposed to engage. Even though, in the right circumstance, we have the means to engage. but it's a very narrow circumstance. Cook up that little half kilo of deer meat. It's like 10,000 rabbits down here. Just a short fire. Maybe a two-hour fire. We'll put our cooking pot down. That way we get an extra two liters of water. All we got to do is get through this day and then the night. As long as we've got enough energy to get up the fucking rope, we're fine. And we've navigated this. But as you can see, we got cold when the sun came up. Right at the tail end of the night, we got cold. Now, of course, there's something I didn't loot over here, which is the wood box. Like I said, we knew we were coming back here. There's a little bit of coal. Ah, free snare. All right. All right, we're not going to do anything too fucking crazy here. Not going to do anything too crazy. We just need about a 2-hour fire, enough to get 2 liters of water, which will get us through the day and then overnight. And we'll just make a little hot breakfast or something here, and then we'll kind of explore the region. It's not really the region, just the general area. We'll go have a walkabout and see if we can find where the bear's spawning at, so we know for future runs. Because I don't know right now where the bear's spawning at. I really haven't played much since the wildlife refresh. You know, one thing about doing a challenge run or just a challenge like this is I don't care. At the end of the day, like, I'm not invested like I would be with a normal run. I would think that would go for a lot of people, honestly, that, you know, like, it's no different than maybe like doing Dark Walker or something. Or any of the other challenge runs you can do in this game. Like, you know, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? You die, you try it again, because they're limited little runs. This one's got a few hours worth of game time in it. You know, we're already coming up on 5 hours and we're just barely coming up to halfway done. I was hoping to be done by noon. I don't think that's going to be the case now, but we'll see. We'll see. And I think if we get through this little bit of something here, we're going to be okay. I don't see any other bottlenecks that are going to be... There's some things that are out of order, but there's nothing like this that really puts us in danger. This is a god-awful... Anything can happen in a 3-day stretch. You don't go out for 3-day stretches like this and stay in one area. If you were traveling, that's one thing. You know, maybe it takes you 3 days to get from you know, one side of the map all the way over to Forsaken or something. I can understand that. I can understand that. What I don't understand is being like, hey, come down here. Just farm down here for 3 days. It's so dumb. There's nothing down here. The only good news is we should get our well fed back by the time tomorrow morning rolls around and we go back up the rope. So we should be able to carry a little more weight. We won't have too many, we're not going to have too many problems with that anyway, but because we're not coming, I'm not going to do what it's telling me to do at this point. Why do I need to hunt rabbits and deer down here? The only reason I would need to do that is for food while we're here. I mean, in all honesty, that's it. I swear to God, if I turned around and saw a bear, I was going to freak out. I thought I heard a grunt. I think it was actually the can opener, but it sounded like a fucking grunt. I'm so paranoid right now. I mean, I suppose now that we've got enough fuel, we could just stay here tonight. But look, I don't like that this is so open like this. We've got to get a good night's sleep. If we came back over and made a roaring ass 8-hour fire or something, then maybe we could work this out. But we're going to go explore a little bit here once this fire's up. And that's pretty much all she wrote on that deal. We're gonna go walk around. It's just, we're walking on the ice, man. There's nothing here. But I would like to maybe go see where this bear is spawning at. Hinterland hide anything in the boat this time? Negative. Still haven't found a hunting knife. That would make things a little bit easier on certain things, certain aspects. And I guess we could break this stuff down and have reclaimed wood. I doubt there's many branches down here that we could chop. But if we can make an 8 to 10 hour fire, all right, let's go looking around here. The idea is to get ourselves not in a, the idea here is to not put ourselves in a situation where the bear is imminent. But I would like to try to find the bear cave. Are they all cold? Yeah, they're all cold. First of all, I would like to get rid of the aminal fat. And then I would like to eat that zap bar that does not take hydration away, and then I'd like to take a drink of water. Perfect. Like I said, we are relatively certain there's a bear down here. AI told us there was a bear down here. We'll see. I don't spend much time down in the Milton Basin. For a multitude of obvious reasons. There's another dead deer carcass over there. I think that's your transition. Go out of region. Right there. If there's a bear spawn down here, it would have to have a cave. Or at least something, a little alcove that's probably around. I don't see a bear, man. I guess it's potentially possible that it's just not spawned. Yeah, that's a dead buck over there. I'm not concerned about that. Let's go over this way a little bit. Again, let's not cut any corners too sharp. I don't see a bear spawn location. Maybe the AI is just wrong and there's no bear down here. Maybe the bear is still up by the bridge. And we've just been lied to. You know, the other thing the game never told me to do was make crampons. Even though it wants me to start, hang on, we might be able to get away with this. If we can get enough wood, still so paranoid. We can make just a big fire. Wind's coming up. We're actually getting a little bit cold here. Now we're getting warm. Okay, I think we're going to be okay. Again, I wouldn't recommend trying this. ChatGPT seems to think it's a great idea. I disagree. I think what we'll do is we'll spend the night over at that half cabin with a big fire going. So if there is a bear that should happen to sneak up, the fire should keep it away. Although I'm not sure how that works if it's in a two burner. I know that a campfire will keep a bear from charging. If you're on the backside of a fire, the bear won't go straight through the fire to get to you. It'll actually stop in its tracks. I'd feel a little safer if we were in the truck. And maybe what we'll do is we just make a campfire outside the truck instead of going back to that cabin. That way we've got shelter and warmth. But we need to be fully rested or else we're going to have trouble getting up the double rope. Probably not. We got the Go energy drink, which we'll take, but so we should be fine. We're pretty heavy right now with all this wood. And see, the other problem is if the wind shifts or something on an outdoor fire like what we're talking about, you lose your fire and all the fuel that was in the fire. So it's really kind of pointless But I guess in this case, we're not really concerned about bringing wood home. So the risk is probably worth the reward. I'm going to go around, but I do want to have a peek over that way. I don't know if there's a bear around here or not, guys. ChatGPT said avoid the bear. This birch forest used to be one of the potential moose spawns, but it's no longer. Our spawn for this run, we've already seen them, is up at the Milton Park. And I think the other potential spawn is right there, dead center in Milton. Kind of like right at Grey Mother's, I think is the other spawn. Yeah, there's not going to be anything to see over there anyway. All right, well, I'd feel more confident about everything if we went to the truck. Because there's just a lot I don't know right now about down here. I know that we have no business being down here still. I can say that with an absolute degree of certainty. We've got zero business being the fuck down here. But if we get through this night, I think it's really pretty much smooth sailing to day 30. Honestly. I think things are going to be pretty peachy-dory for the rest of the 30 days. That's still an if at this point. What the hell is that? Oh, it's just a tree stump thingy. All right. Yeah, it all just comes down to that's the way I wanted to go, was over there, but I'm not even all that interested in that right now. I think it's safer to go to the truck. We can always build a fire on either side of the truck. We've got plenty of wood right now. That's why we're heavy, walking slow. Because we stopped and picked up 8, 9, 10 hours worth of fuel. I'd kind of like to explore back there, which we can still do. We can just go over here, drop the wood. I'd sure, if there is a bear down there, I'd sure like to know where it spawns at. Surely would. Why is that deer just freaking out? Sweet Jesus. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Okay, let's drop this wood real quick. And then let's go investigate that area. 'Cause that's what's keeping, like, this is just making us ridiculous heavy. Alright, we're still a little heavy, but it's not bad. I just want to peek around this corner to see if there's maybe a bear cave. It's also completely possible that there is a bear cave and the bear's just not spawned. But typically in Mountain Town, the way it used to be was if the bear was eligible to be up, since there's only one bear spawn in region, it was up. And if I don't see a bear spawn down here, we're gonna have to really keep an eye out when we go up and around to the prepper's cache, because that could still be up there. This could be one of those cases where ChatGPT is just wrong. It's dead ass wrong. I don't even know what possessed me to start this stream at like fucking 2 in the morning. I don't like being cornered in like this. With there being some unknown, I don't like it. Could be anywhere. It's going to be right over there. I don't see... I don't really see a little bear alcove. There's usually at least some small little indentation with a skeleton in it. And then you know, hey, that's an active bear spawn. And I just don't see anything like that here. Okay, we're fine. Let's get back to base. We're very, very tired. Let's go ahead and maybe we'll harvest a little bit of that dough. We'll make a couple of deer steaks. Get a damn good meal in us. And hopefully we'll be able to just GTFO, man, in the morning. If we get enough rest, we should have no problem with the first rope, as long as we're underweight. And then we'll probably be a little tired in between ropes, but we can pop that go energy. And that's just what we're going to do from there. We'll get right up the rope. We'll get back home. It'll be that's all we had to do for that whole day tomorrow. It says rope climb out with supplies. Look, man, there's not many supplies down here. We've had this discussion a little bit. For anybody that didn't know either, if you're kind of new to Long Dark, always look for these kind of archways with these trees. The developers have put these in as a guide. You see how that rope is right there? What's right in the middle of that rope? It's leading right up there to that rope. So when you don't know and you see one of those, just know there's probably something around an area, a little archway like that. You see it in a lot of different regions. They use that asset a lot to kind of clue you into, oh, there's something here. Did this deer drop right where I would need to make the fire? Not exact. Not exact. Oh shit. No. Please fail. Doesn't matter. The next one will fail. I forgot to harvest first. And I don't want to waste fuel whilst I harvest. We're not going to take any guts, but we'll take the pelt. And just a couple of steaks. Just enough to get us full. We might harvest one more steak while the others are cooking. And we're getting pretty hungry. And now we got our well-fed back. This is what we were hoping for, boys. The plan is coming to fruition. Let's do one more steak. We'll do just a couple hour fire. That wind's coming in pretty hard. Is it too windy? It's burned out. Okay, maybe it's not too windy. Let's go. We're only going to put in what we need as far as fuel for right now, because the wind's picking up. It's like the game knows exactly what the fuck it's doing. This is the most critical night of our 30 days. We can get through this night, I think it's smooth ass sailing. But it remains to be seen if we're going to get through this night. The skies are getting pretty gray. This could go blizzard at any time, in which case we've made the wrong call from where we're going to stay. I think it's better to stay over here because we've got an inside shelter. But we could have stayed where we were a little more outdoors, but we would have had a fire going all night because it's contained. Here, the fire can burn out. It was a trade-off, but we were further away from the rope at that spot. This is, again, there's no reason to be down here from day 13 through 15. It's simply moronic. So I think my conclusion, I'm not really ready to make a conclusion yet, but I'll say that ChatGPT is doing an okay job at keeping us alive, but it really doesn't understand how to prioritize. So therefore, there is no substitute at this point for a good tutorial. If you're trying to learn, there's no substitute. And I don't really make many tutorials on Long Dark because I don't play at a high level. What I do is I play at the low levels, and then, like I can make tutorials on, hey, here's how you can get this badge. Or, hey, here's the way I would handle this. Like, that's the kind of stuff I like to do with this game. But this one, this topic just, it hit me as, yeah, this is kind of right up my alley. It's something that very much interests me. And I don't know, I don't make content for the sake of making a video because I'm trying to make money. I mean, look, I'd love to make money, but I make stuff because I find it interesting, and I think other people might find it interesting. And this one, I definitely think people might find interesting. And I do hope they do. We're probably just gonna drop that third steak. We got plenty of food. We're getting pretty heavy here. Oh man, that gray sky. We just had a blizzard day ago, but that doesn't mean nothing. I've seen blizzards come within a couple hours of each other, like in-game hours. Even on this difficulty, God, I wish I still had the videos from that, but it was Twitch VODs and they just delete. But we went dicking around on a really long save that I had a long time ago. The save before my main save I have now was sitting at, I don't know, a couple hundred days. Near a couple hundred days. We had so much shit on that save, and I went up to Pensive Pond to try to get a moose with the revolver. Got stomped twice. Was fine. And then I finally killed the moose. And it blizzarded on me as I was harvesting. So I ran to the fishing shack, started a fire, got warm, got some rest, went back out. After the blizzard broke, and as soon as I started harvesting, the fucking blizzard hit again. And by the time I got back to the fishing shack, we started running low on fuel. It was just fucking terrible. It was fucking terrible. Ended up freezing to death on that save, all because of a stupid moose versus revolver short that I wanted to make. Because I thought it was funny. Be careful what you wish for, boys and girls. Alright, we can't sleep for 12 hours. But what we can do is try to sleep about 4 hours at a time, 3 times in a row. If we're getting cold and it's not windy, we'll get out and start a fire. We're not getting cold. We'll just go straight into 4 hours. We need our full energy to get up both ropes. Well, one rope. I want full energy. Probably don't need it. And we're not cold. All right, so we're going to make it. I think we're going to survive. Damn it, now I'm committed to the 30-day thing. I thought we might end up dying at day 14 or 15, but we've done it, boys and girls. We've done it. And now that the sun's up, we're cold again. I, again, don't understand that mechanic at all. Oh boy. Very foggy out this morning. Now we know that we just got to go under this little archway that they provided, and we'll find the rope straight ahead of us. Well, pretty straight ahead of us anyway. Can't remember if that way or this way. We'll try this side first. Once we get to the rope, we'll go up. Actually, I think it was to the right, maybe. Maybe not. And then we will probably pop our... Yeah, we'll pop our energy drink. Because that's how the pro players do it. And we may not even need to. But what we are going to do, I'll tell you what, we'll go up, we'll probably stop at the ledge and see what we have to do. But this is us. What just happened here? Okay, fine. We're fine. It's a longer climb. We're going to keep an eye on our handometer here. Ooh. Let's take a minute here and let that recharge. We're fine on everything else, I think. But just to be on the extra safe side, we don't need it for anything else. We could have also stemmed up. We have one stem on us. Away we go. All right, so for the rest of the day, we just needed to climb out with supplies. And then I'm going to have to take you guys to the next screen to show you the next set of 3 days so we are clear as to what the goal and objectives are for each day. None of them have changed. I've been looking at them the whole time, but I realize you guys can't see them, so I do want to show that. But on day 16, we are to go to the radio tower. And then on day 17, we are to push to the plane crash. Which means we go up. I think what we'll end up doing is sleeping in the cave. Which is, again, just a waste of a day. There's not enough loot up there to justify that. Or we could just go up to the plane crash on day 1 and just stay up there for 2 days. That's a lot safer of a, let's stay up somewhere for a couple of days. Because that's got, you know, kind of an indoor area that you can pretty much stay warm in. Fire shouldn't blow out. It's got a little bed. It's also going to be weather dependent. But we're starting to turn the corner now. We're starting to turn the corner. God, those are just so worthless. Rabbits are, they're fine, but they're just so worthless calorically. Almost not really worth the fuel. Especially on a difficulty like this where food's so freaking abundant. Yeah, we managed. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit shocked at that. I thought that was probably going to be a problem. Ended up not being too much of a problem. So that's great. So now we're just going to we're going to chill here for the day. We'll be plenty tired by the end of today because we're very, very early in the morning. We'll just end up passing time, I think, for the most part. Let's drop a couple of pelts that we grabbed. Should just be a couple of deer hides. And just for shiggles, let's drop these. Ayo. Ayo. We did it. We did it. All right, we got some firewood to take up with us. That's good. Our weight's bit of a problem. We're going to be able to remedy that somewhat by dropping a little bit of stuff. Let's get our inventory in a good position here. Again, this isn't telling me line by line, hey, make sure your inventory is good. These are things that I'm kind of reading between the lines with. You know, like I know that if we're going to go loot a couple of POIs, you know, plane crash has got some stuff up there. So like you can get heavy on the way back. You want to be careful. But I'm going to show you guys when we get up there why this is a stupid idea and why it should be reversed. You'll see tomorrow, in game tomorrow. You'll see. And I'll show you that here in a minute as well. But first, let's get somewhat sorted out here. We know that we're going to run into some coal up at the cave. So I think what we could do is probably just drop pretty much all of this. I don't see any reason to carry that around. It's just heavy shit. We're going to keep one in case of emergency there, because we are still vulnerable. We've got a pistol. And really, when the pistol came, when we found that, things changed considerably. I'll tell you what we can do. Let's go do this. We were told to do this on a day where we couldn't possibly do it by the AI, and I'll show you that here in a minute as well. But just for shits and grins, I'm going to come out here in the field and drop a couple of snares. We know pretty much this entire field is a rabbit area because we harvested like 7 of them just a day or two ago, a couple of days ago. So they're probably not here right now. But we'll see if we can catch any. Doesn't matter if we do, doesn't matter if we don't. All right. But since we were told, hey, you could do some snaring, we'll go ahead and put them out there. We got a free one down in the basin, and we crafted one with the one gut that we had. Because we took a rabbit, even though we weren't told to really take a rabbit. I'll show you here in a second. We'll recap what we've done thus far, and then we'll preview what's coming up in the next couple of game days. But we're getting there. We are getting there. It's 9 a.m. for me. With the way this looks, we're going to be basically skipping a lot of time. So I think we may get it done by noonish. Another 2-3 hours. No guarantees, but it's possible. Certainly want to take everything we've got here. Don't really need to take those. A little bit of food, a little bit of water. This is just the clothes we're wearing. Some medical supplies in case of emergency. And, you know, like if we had to make a fire, we could just make a quick little stick fire to get warmed up. It wouldn't be all that warm, but we could make a little stick fire. And we got matches. So we're in pretty good shape. All right. Let's hold up here for a second. Pull this back over that screen. And let's go to this one. All right. So, to recap, we landed on day 1. We went to Grey Mother's house and we looted around. We went to Orca, but we did not find a pry bar, which was silly. It was our only task of the day. And I feel like AI should have known and given us an alternative thing to do if we did not find a pry bar. Maybe even like it should have known you can't get into this gas station without a pry bar. So we can prioritize the pry bar all we want, but if it's not there, it's not freaking there. So pointless. We did loot the credit union on day 3. We did the rest of the homes, playground houses, and then we had a rest day. We went to the church, we went to the park, another rest day. We built these rest days in for a reason, and that was, hey, storm, you know, like, and this is why I like how they've got it set up in 3-day increments, because you can kind of use the rest day when it comes, and then the next day you'd have a rest day at the end of it. So like if day 10, for example, was a storm day, you would have just used this and then replaced those and then gone down into this, so on and so forth. So I think building those in was a smart move. We did rabbit hunting. We had another day of rest. We just got back from days 13 through 15. Rope climb into Milton Basin. Whatever on this. It was a stupid thing to do for 3 days. We hunted at least 1 deer. So we did that. I didn't get cattails. We didn't really need anything. The bear was not there. So now I'm curious if we're going to have to deal with that later. Our next task, because we are on day 15 as we stand. Our next task, radio tower. And it says trailer. There's no trailer up at the radio tower. The trailer is actually up on the way to the prepper's cache before you get to the bridge. So I don't know if we're supposed to go to the radio tower and then go to the trailer and then come back. But it says push to plane crash. So I think like we shouldn't do that till day 17, right? So we should just stay in the cave, which means all we're gonna have to do is walk up to the tower, loot whatever's there, which is most likely very minimal loot. There'll be some coal in the cave, maybe a couple other things, a little food or something. maybe the flare gun. Maybe. I don't know if I've ever seen it up there or not, but we'll look. And then we'll push on to Plane Crash. We'll spend the day there. And then we'll just try to make it back without spending a day at Plane Crash. We'll get there, loot, get our butt back down to house. For that's our rest day on day 18. On day 19, we then go up to the Prepper's Stash. And when we get up to Plane Crash, I'm going to show you why this is stupid. This should be above this. Because you go here to look and see if it's there. If it's not here, you've got plenty of inventory space. Plenty. And you would then push down to Plane Crash, get loaded up, push down to the radio tower and the cave, and then you would come down. So all of this should be done. The only reason that I can say this is not horrific is it's giving us as much clean inventory space as we could get to go up there. Because if it is there, that is going to take a lot of weight. This is also saying that we should go out and chop wood on day 21. And then I feel like we're going to be on the backside of everything. So, yeah. And then we're going to go up past and down into that Mystery Lake transition area. That's not really, it's kind of just where the ropes, you go down a rope and then you go up a rope and you'd walk along the frozen river and it would take you over towards Trappers. But we're not going that direction. We're not leaving the region, so we're not going to do that. But we're going to need to spend 1 day down there. Actually, 3 days. And again, no reason to be... There's one thing to look at down there. One. No reason to be down there more than 1 day. But the game seems to think this. And what I would have rather seen, instead of doing this and trying to stretch out, you know, like this task here and this task here to fill 6 days where it could have just been 2, was they could have just said, hey, go get wood. Hey, go do anything. Make water. Could have been anything. Because there's just not enough shit in Milton Basin and in the Mystery Lake transition area, the little climbing area, that there's just not enough there. There's no reason to spend days doing that. So day 25, we'll get to start our mittens. We won't be able to make pants or boots because we just don't have enough deer. But we might. Because, well, we won't. We'll see how long it takes for it to actually. By the time we get back from Radio Tower and Plane Crash, there'll have been a couple of carcasses, so we may be able to do that. And then we get a rest day. We'll mend everything up, and then it's the final run. We're on the backside of everything at this point, guys, which is fan-freaking-tastic. All right, so let's go back to the recording screen. Let me move this over. I can keep my eye on it. And we're back. What's our inventory looking like? We've got 6-7 kilos to give. Is there anything that we don't think we would need? Probably don't need 4 liters of water, but we can always drop a little in the cave. Like, it kind of doesn't matter. We'll be eating food as we go. I don't really need that, because we've been sleeping through every night. That's just weight. It's just weight. We could probably drop the 2 liters we just picked up. But look, man, it's better to have water and not need it than need water and not have it. Just the way it is. All right. All we can really do here is pass time. That's really it. And then we'll get a good night's sleep and we'll head up to the tower. That is our day 16 task. And we're going to spend the day up there for whatever effing reason. I just don't understand why water gets consumed so fast. Let's pass. All right. Let's eaty, drinky, and then sleepy. We're going 12 hours. Maybe we won't go 12 hours. Let's go 10. Because we're not going to be doing anything that's strenuous. We're not gonna get super tired. So we kind of want to have a little buffer like there where it's like a not even a quarter of our tired meters down. Sun's just fixing to come up. Like there's really no need to dick around with a whole lot of stuff here. Anything we don't need, we're going to drop right now. Let's go ahead and have a little more brekkie. Let's get the sun up and let's go hike up to the tower. This is the beautiful part about working in those rest days too, is that you can kind of have your inventory sorted and you're pretty much ready to go the entire time. Certainly we're not going to have rabbits in those snares, right? No shot. We got one. Well, I'm not going to take them, but because we just don't need them. Not worth the carry weight right now. Where we're going, there won't be... Well, we might be able to get a deer if we needed to. We're not instructed to. We are a little bit chilly. That's okay, though. We're just going up there by that tower. Got a lot of traveling we're going to be doing in the next 4 or so days. We could have known on day 1 if the prepper's cache was there. This is an absolute slow way to get up and up to do this. And without seeing the bear down there in the basin, I'm concerned that that bear may be somewhere else. But we won't be making any more trips to the basin. So it says in one of the later days, it says we can hunt either at the basin or up by the farm. We're just going to stay up by the farm. I don't see any reason to dick around. I still have not seen a single wolf yet. That will change, but I have not seen one yet. Here we are on day 16. We've looted all but a couple of spots here. All but the tower, the cave, plane crash, and the possible prepper's cache. It doesn't mean it's there. I mean, the bunker will be there. But, you know, how disappointing is it that it's got 2 days assigned for that bunker, and then for it to just not be spawned? How disappointing would that be? Me, I'd say that's pretty effing disappointing. But we'll play their game. We'll play their little reindeer games. At some point, shortly, since it is October, I am going to do a Darkwalker stream where we try to banish the Darkwalker. We've done it before, but I think we did it over on Twitch. I'd much prefer to do it over here on YouTube's. I'll have to check that. Maybe we did do it on YouTube's. Wow. So glad we spent the time to come up here. Beautiful view, though. All right, down yonder, we've got the cave where we're going to be spending the night. Where we got our spin-a-night bag. Last girl I dated, exactly how she'd say that. I brought my spin-a-night bag. All right, let's see if there's anything worthy up here. We knew there'd be coal. This could have been gathered already, and we could have already used it for something else. But, you know, in retrospect, another hatchet. That's a third hatchet, no knife. Oh, we can read that book. But this is our life right now. We're hanging out here. This is it. Because we're not supposed to push until tomorrow. So let's just come over here. We're warm in the cave. It's not a problem. Voyager is considerably different. It is considerably different than the higher difficulties. This is considered an indoor area here. I don't think there's going to be any predators or anything. If we really need to, I was hoping to maybe find some food up here. Maybe there'd be some cattails or something we can grab. I can't remember. But we're going to walk around the corner here real quick. There might even be a deer, but we're kind of cold. Might be some rabbit. This is how we're going to get up to Plane Crash. There are some cattails. Let's just get those and call it good. That'll be what we snack on for today. We should find some food at Plane Crash. Keep an eye on our temperature while we're just getting some of these. This should be a pretty safe area here. We'll nibble nosh on these and try to save our canned food for later. This resource right here is something I am horrible about in my playthroughs because food is so abundant and the difficulty is just not nearly as high. I don't tend to grab cattails, and I know on the higher difficulties that's a real big no-no. A really, really big no-no. But that should give us enough of a meal to get through the day. We're just gonna pass time. Well, I feel like we're kind of on the the downward slope of shit that we've got to do now. Just sit in here and be warm, and we'll pass the day. Because, look, it said in trailer. There's no trailer up here. AI is it's just wrong. It wants to be an expert. It's just not. It just isn't. Sounds like a blizzard might be coming up. It did. Well, something came up. I don't know if it's a blizzard. I don't hear any wind anymore. It got extra foggy. I'm kind of glad we didn't push on to plane crash. We got better shelter here. We'll just eat these. We should be fine. There's going to be a few deer carcasses. We could always, real quickly cook something up at plane crash if needed. And we got 3 cans of tomato soup, so we should be fine for the rest of the day. And all we're really doing is lightening up our load anyway here, so all we've picked up is some coal. And that's just good to have on you, like a few pieces at the very least. We're just not that tired. All right. I think we can pass like 1 more hour. And let's eat a little eat. Have 2 of our 3. Let's drink a little drink. We could be in trouble here. I'll explain that in a minute. We've got ourselves in a corner just a little bit. If we wake up to a storm, we're in a little bit of trouble because we don't have any food. We got 1 can of soup, but we're not going to die from it. It's just we would lose well fed. We can always make water. That's not the issue. Okay, so we're going to do about 10 hours sleep. And if it's storming in the morning, we got a small problem. But it does not look that that's the case. All right, we're going to run ourselves completely out of food and hope that we find some snacks on the way up there. Let's drop those cans. I guess we could have read that book, but whatever, we'll do it later. All right, off we get. We're light, we're refreshed. We did pick up, yeah, okay. Just want to make sure on the bedroll. That's one of them things, man. It's just one of them things. All All right, so today is the day. This is day 17. We're pushing to plane crash, loot food packs, flares, and meds. I don't think that's what we're going to find, but okay. And as we go up here, I'm going to show you why this was a stupid way to do this. This is actually asinine. Anybody that's played this map before or has any map knowledge about Mountain Town would tell you this was the actual backwards way to do this. Unless you're just trying to prolong your play. That's really it. I gotta believe there's wolves up here. I gotta believe. The sheer lack of wolves in this region has been insane. It's actually a little bit troublesome. All right, we're coming up to the reason why this is stupid. You see this tree right there? Right behind that tree is the prepper's cache. At least the bunker for it. It's a one-way trip. You come down here, and then you can't get back up. So we could have gone around and gotten up there, looked there, and if it wasn't there, we could have come down and gone straight over here to plane crash. That's why this is stupid. Because now we're going to go all the way up here and then all the way back down, and then we're going to have to go all the way back around and then all the way back down again. This is as inefficient a route as it gets. Maybe I needed to be... Maybe I needed to be a little more direct with what I told AI. Like, I want the most efficient way to do things. I can't believe there's no wolves up here. What is happening right now? Not a single wolf pack. Armies. We can loot, I think, most of this shit on the way back. I don't know how much of we're actually going to take. Probably not a shit ton. Well, let's just do it. I don't need any of these things. We'll take the wood, though. Even though I don't really need it either. There's an extra bedroll. It's never a horrible thing to find. We'll take the matches because I've got what I've got on me. All right, well, I did not see the thermos up here, so it must be down below. Again. Just leave. Pop just left. Cody's going crazy. We know there's a deer over here that we probably want to harvest. And just have a meal, because we don't have much food on us to get home. We're only just a little bit cold. Ain't much. I'm not gonna worry about deer stuff. Well, fuck it. I mean, quite literally, fuck it. We got to stay here for a minute anyway and cook that meat. And then we'll head back down. All right, I see the distress pistol down here, so we now know where that's going to be in this run. It's here. I'm really just looking for food. I'm not looking for nothing else. Don't need the jerry can. These would all be things in a normal playthrough that I would certainly loot, but we just don't need them right now, and I don't really need this either. But that's your distress pistol. Sometimes it's up here, sometimes it's down in that little transition towards Mystery Lake, but it's usually in one of those two spots. Nice canned goods. All right, we're back, baby. We checked all of this. I guess we're gonna go in the cave now and see if we find the thermos. Yep, there she is. Jackrabbit Airlines thermos. See, this is why, Matt, we'd had some shelter here. It wouldn't have been that bad. All right, so let's just go ahead and start a quick fire. Real quick. We're gonna cook that one piece of meat. That way we've got a little snack for going home, and then we're going home. This was our task for day 17. We looted, and now we're scooping. Pop's taking off somewhere, so what the? Why? Why? I hadn't failed a fire like yet. Now it's 2 in a row. Come on now. Jesus Christ. You can't tell me that it's 55% chance when it fails 3 times in a row. It's ridiculous. I don't believe you. 4 times in a row. Sometimes they're RNG in this game. The math doesn't make sense. I know how it works, and I know why it happens that way sometimes. Because each individual try has its own chance, and they don't correlate, is why. It just, to me, it's kind of silly. All right, I may need to go grab just a little more coffee and hit the head real quick. I think we can do that before that tomato soup's ready. Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with a little ambience. There you go. All right, all right, all right. Oh, well, we didn't quite make it, but let's go ahead and eat that for a nice warm meal. And let's just eat that too, because why not? All right, off we go. Did I loot that? I don't think I looted it. We got a couple of candy bars. Don't need a fire striker. I think down that way is actually a death wall, but I think somehow I've made it down there before. Maybe. I don't know. We're not going to try right now. We're too close to ending this damn thing. And even though AI is probably going to get us through with its plan, I still think there's enough content here with how absurd some of the things it's telling us to do are that the video should be impactful. I think the takeaway at this point is the more you put into ChatGPT, the more information you give it, the more it's going to be able to assist you. But that's kind of defeating the point, right? Because if you're going into it and you don't have any information, it's not going to be able to help you hardly at all. But if you kind of tell it what to do, it'll be like, yeah, you do this. And that's kind of how I'm feeling about it right now. This region in particular, this is absurd to do it the way that they've had us do it. I think maybe in another region, you know, Pleasant Valley or something, just in case, because I don't trust it. Pleasant Valley or something, it might make sense to kind of do the back and forth thing in certain situations. Here, this should have been one fell swoop, man. Like, go up, come down, pick all of it up, get the fuck down. Get it all done in a day, maybe two. There's no sense in lollygagging about it. So now we got to go all the way back down to farmhouse, drop off, wait until morning, and then take off towards Prepper's stash, which is right there. It's right there. I thought I saw this. Oh wow, we're gonna have to hang on, I'm gonna have to start the music over. Yeah, so like it's literally right there, man. Unfortunately, I can't goat up that area, I don't believe. We're not even halfway through the day. Yeah, you can't goat up here, I don't believe. It's a one-way trip. It's right there. It's just right up there. I understand why the game won't let you go up. I just don't understand why ChatGPT decided, let's do these two things separately, and let's do them in the order that makes the least sense. I think, and they want, here's the thing about ChatGPT as well. For just a personal paid account, it's $20 a month. Now, I've got some applications that I could use it for that might make it worth $20 a month. Maybe. But I would think, you know, 10, 15 would be appropriate, considering it's not as intelligent as you think it is. I'll show you here. The next time we go out and check the roster, actually, we'll do that when we get home. We're gonna. I'll show you guys what it did to me the other day on a thumbnail. And I'm like, they're like, oh, well, it'll be better and faster if you pay for it. Like, yeah, but you're not showing me enough in the preview to make me want to pay for it. It looks bad. I'm sure lots of people love ChatGPT. They're happy to pay the $20 a month for it. I'm not among those people. $20 a month is a lot of money. And like, you know, look, man, give me a 1 week trial period of your premium. Let me test a few things to see if it's actually worth the money. I'll show you what I'm talking about once we get back down to the farmhouse. Because really that's our last task for the day, is to get back down to farmhouse. And then we've got a rest day behind that. And then we've got a 2-day trip to go up to Prepper's Cache. For whatever reason. I can't believe we haven't seen a wolf. It's insane. It's actually crazy. We don't even know if we're going up there for anything. It's like I mean, there's a chance. We don't know if it's populated or not, but there's a chance that it will be. But yeah, when we get back down here, I may pick up that. Well, I'm not gonna pick up the rabbit. I don't fucking care. Yeah, you'll see. It's absurd that this is the service that they're like, this is what's supposed to be the hook to get me to pay $20 a month. I think it's okay at all of it and great at nothing. I'd much rather pay less money for something more targeted, you know, that didn't do as many things as what this can do, because it just doesn't do any of them well. It does them all okay. I think at the end of the day, that's kind of the important thing is, you know, how do you value your money? Same thing with gaming. Like, we were having this discussion the other day about this was actually in the guild stuff. I finally went into Dune Awakening guild chat. I was just kind of talking with everybody, like, you know, I've got my money's worth out of Dune. I'm very upset with Funcom. I think they're pretty much just a bad company. They make okay games, but I think they're a bad company. And I said, you know, I don't feel bad though that I bought the Ultimate Edition and I'm already kind of, you know, crashing out on the game, because I got my hours worth out of it. You know, I'm at like 100 hours playtime. It's like less than $1 an hour. Where else can you go in the world for under $1 an hour and get that kind of enjoyment out of something? It doesn't happen. Let's lighten the load and then I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Which really there shouldn't be much load to lighten. Since this was all we had to do today, we're gonna read the book tomorrow. We'll read Gunsmithing tomorrow. That's all we got to do for that too. It's crazy. I, 'cause, 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 ' We've got plenty of food still. We haven't been prompted. We were prompted to go hunt in the basin, but getting up the rope with weight isn't possible. So this is where ChatGPT failed me. All right, let's one moment. Let me throw this back up again. We'll show you guys where we're at one more time here. Let's go to that screen. Okay, so we just got back from here. We're on day 17. We're about to hit day 18. We're a little over halfway done with the challenge. I think things will start to go a little bit faster by now, because we're going to be doing a lot of things that make time go quicker. We'll see how all that goes, though. All right, and I need to start the music over. That was good timing. All right, so let me bring this up. So Monday, I said I needed a day one thumbnail for a Minecraft playthrough. The premise is building a bunker style underground kingdom. I would like to include my skin and logo. And I gave it the files and it brought me this. All right, this isn't my skin, number one. It's close. I think what happened here is it didn't want to do the 3D parts of the skin. All right, and the text is cut off. And I thought this was quirky how the logo was behind. I thought, okay, that's fine. I can deal with that. So I said, the skin doesn't look right. Can you read the file again and make it closer? And then it did this, which just pixelated what it already had. That's not what my Minecraft skin looks like, by the way. Not even close. Didn't change any of this. This is still out of frame. And now my logo changed without it being asked to be changed. It's not even the same text. It's just completely ass backwards. All right, completely. There's supposed to be little dice things in the eyes, and they're not there. All right, it had the file. It had the fucking file. I said, so I thought, all right, well, I didn't like this picture, so I thought, well, let's try to work with this. Can you make one of the eyes royal blue? So it made them both royal blue and use the second picture instead of the first after it got told the first picture. So I said, no, take this image and change only one of the red eyes to royal blue. So it did it. And I thought, okay, we're on to something here. We're getting there. I said, great. Now can you bring both day one and underground kingdom text to the right so they aren't cut off? And then it did it. And I thought, okay, we're done. And then I looked, and now my logo is backwards and off color without being prompted to do so. The logo is now backwards. Please revert to normal and move it slightly right. Well, it now changed it to something that it isn't, and it's still backwards. You guys getting what I'm laying down here? I said, no, I want this picture. I want this exact same image, except move text slightly right and move logo slightly right. It has all these files, right? It didn't move the text and it changed the logo. It didn't move the logo, it just changed it again. Text a bit more right so it's in frame. Still didn't do it right. And now the logo is another thing. It wasn't told. I said, make sure it's right. And it's still broken again. So I tried again. Take this shit. Just this image with text moved right. Do not change anything else. The text must be in frame. So then it comes up and says, you're generating shit too quickly. We can't keep up with you. And then it generated this shit, which the text isn't even moved. You gotta wait an hour now because you're on a free account. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? So I kept this motherfucker and I put it in. If you go back and you look at the stream thumbnail, this is what it is. Because this is what ChatGPT did to me. After like 8 tries, I told it exactly what to do and it refused to fucking do it. And then I'm like, well, why would I be interested in paying $20 a fucking month? $20 a month when it doesn't fucking listen. Why would you make this the free experience this bad and then expect that you're going to get money? it's not. It's like, oh, hey, well, I can tell you how to fix it in Photoshop, basically. And it doesn't, because it all comes through as one file. So if you move anything, it moves the whole thing. It doesn't move text or anything else. It's just bad. And then I needed to compress it down to 1 megabyte. And it finally was like, okay, well, we can do the JPEG. Again, this is what they want to charge you money for. And now as we're getting into this, you can see that there's just a lot of shit here that's just not right. It doesn't make any sense to do this before this. It doesn't make any fucking sense to be down here for 3 days. It doesn't make any goddamn sense to be down here for 3 days. Like, there could have been so many other things that were getting done that we can't do. That's my feeling right now on the state of ChatGPT. Again, if anybody knows any other AI that they think maybe would do a better job, I'd be happy to run this experiment again. Oh shit. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta move this back. I'd be more than happy to run this experiment again with something that's a little more gaming oriented. Because this ain't it. You know, it doesn't make a decent thumbnail. Yeah, after you coerce it for a year to make one thumbnail. So it can be done. Is it efficient? No. No. Is it worth $20 a month? Hell no. Hell to the no. All right, so let's we're gonna read that tomorrow because we've got an off day. That's good enough on matches. Just checking inventory again real quick just to make sure we're not I didn't pick everything up, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, we're fine. I do want to drop this fucking fat though. And this is the other thing. Like, I know that it's got its use, but like, we'll just eat the fat, I guess. I'm surprised that doesn't give you, it's raw fat. Like, why wouldn't that give you food poisoning? You eat raw meat, it gives you food poisoning. You should have to use that fat to render down to make something else. Again, now we're talking about the game itself versus ChatGPT, but like I said, I don't get why anybody would pay $20 a month if that is the free user experience that's supposed to sell you to spend your hard-earned $20 a month. Is that much of a negative thing? I don't know why anybody would. Now, maybe other people have different use cases. I had to prompt this thing 8 different times, and maybe some of it was my fault. I'm not going to say that I'm blameless here. Maybe I didn't get specific enough. But what I did find was when I got very specific with things, it would just repeat. It would parrot what I said. Like I called it the rope climb transition to Mount Mystery Lake, which is not what it's really called, I don't think. But then it called it that in the synopsis. Climb to Mystery Lake transition. It's like, well, that's what I called it. And then it's like, oh yeah, well, that must be what it's called. So that's what we'll call it. It's getting there. It's just not ready yet. It isn't ready. It's a glorified search engine, honestly. It's really all it is. We need to waste some time here. We want to try to get through this in the next 2 hours. Hopefully we get good weather tomorrow, and well, no, it doesn't matter. We're on an off day. We're gonna read a book tomorrow. That's all we've got to do. That's because we're on a rest buffer. We're supposed to cook food, which we don't have any to cook. We've already done it, and repair clothing. So I guess we could do that. We may run back up to the Grey Mothers and pick up some more cloth. I don't know. Not really all that interesting to me. But, you know, hey, what are you going to do? See, that sounds like a storm's raging outside. Hopefully it doesn't last more than 12 hours. Well, it doesn't matter. We got a day off. Actually, it sounds like it's already done. All right, we're going to sleep like 9 hours, I think. So we're actually pretty solid here. Let's just go ahead and sleep. We should be right at the edge of our water. Probably be in the red, but just barely. And you can tell that you're just barely in the red there because we don't have any damage taken. All right, all we've got to do for this day is to read a book. And the sun should be up enough for that. We'll see. And now that book is done, and we are done doing anything for today. Because we haven't been prompted to do anything else for today. Tomorrow, well, we are supposed to cook food. I guess we could cook those potatoes. I guess. We got plenty of potatoes we could cook. And I don't really feel like it, if I'm being honest. Because we've got plenty of food here that we could just be snacking on. And like, obviously, if I was really playing this, I'd be like, okay, we need to go out and get meat situated. And that's what I would be doing, especially since I've got a pistol. But the only time it's really told me to go out and hunt deer was down in the basin where you can't get them back up the fucking rope. So what's the point? What's the actual point of that? All right, well, let's go past time. And then that's that. Got any more sodas? Yeah, we got several. Let's just do that to get our liquid up because it's going to give us some calories as well. I mean, this is painful. But this isn't survival. This is literally just boredom. Like, what, how do I word this? What it should have told me was, hey, you need to do within, you know, like you can probably have this done within a certain amount of days, like maybe 10, 12 days, you can probably have this done. And at that point, here's what you should start doing. And that should have been the 30-day guide. And maybe because I told it a day-by-day guide, it's my fault. I don't know. I hope on the video, I'm going to get some feedback and maybe we'll have to run the experiment again, which I'm happy to do. I'm very happy to do it. I enjoy stuff like this. Game science. I've always been a huge fan of game science. Sometimes the shit makes sense. Sometimes it makes none. Get a few calories. Let's sleep 9 hours. We'll get up. Maybe we'll grab a couple little items and we're going up to the prepper's cache. Is it going to be there? Your guess is as good as mine, guys. Your guess is about as good as mine. We got a long walk to get up there. We're going to pick up 2 more liters of water and 3 cans of food. And we're going to try to get the fuck up there. Shortest way possible. It's a little cold. We're not bad though. The one thing we didn't use yesterday was repair, but again, we haven't spent hardly any time outside. Get our bedroll, right? Yeah, okay. I always find myself double checking that I've got my fucking bedroll. This doesn't look great for travel. This could blizzard at any minute. And we've got to run into wolves as we get up there. We have to. The region can't be wolfless. It cannot be. You guys at the beginning of the stream saw me pick Voyager. They're still wolves. They're still hostile. Even in Pilgrim, they're still wolves. They just aren't hostile. But we are now on day 19. And not a single wolf has been seen. We're only 1 arrow down, so we shouldn't have too much trouble. As long as the weather doesn't get too fucking crazy, we should be fine. I feel like I need a couple of beers. I'll loosen the body up a little bit. Probably need to let the dog out here in a little bit. Let's get this part done. Because one way or the other, if we don't find a prepper's cache, we don't have to stay up there. Right? If it's not populated with stuff, we don't have to stay up there. We can always come straight back down, get home, but then we've got 2 days worth of nothing. 2 days worth of nothing. And then from there, it's just one more little thing, and we're 4 or 5 days from the end. We're gonna be spending 3 days down the rope climb past the park. Like, are you fucking kidding me? 3 days and 2 nights in a luxurious cave at the bottom of the rope climb. Fuck. The only thing that we'll have to actively do down there is hopefully find a deer that we can hunt, so we got food for that time. That's it. And then once we come back up, it's all a little crafty shit, so time will go pretty quick. Like, I think we're pretty close to being done by noon. We're pretty close. We're already sitting at 6.5 hours. Good Lord. It's not cold enough right now for us to worry too much about. The snow just stopped. Looks like it's going to be a great day. We should, depending on if this bear is up here. According to the fucking AI, the bear should have been down in the basin. The bear has always been up at the... Oh, we do need to stop here too and loot this. There's not much here, but we do need to stop and do it. Because this is the only time we're going to pass by. When it said trailer, this is what I would have expected it meant. So this POI is not actually listed as a POI. Even though this is kind of your kickoff point to get over to HRV. I'll show you guys that in a second. There's probably nothing worth a shit here. Usually isn't much that's worth a shit here. And we don't want to really spend any time looking too hard. Yeah, I mean, a little food, a little drink. I guess we'll take it. Sometimes there's pants and shit there, but doesn't look like that's the case today. Flashlight, spray paint, and a piece of cloth. Let's roll out. We still got a long way to walk. Oh shit. No, we got a flare. We'll be fine. I forgot about the cave we've got to go through. So to your left, you'll see yet another of the clever little archways that the devs have put in the game to let you know, hey, there's something here. And what that is, that is the cave that takes you to HRV, Hush River Valley. The moose used to spawn up this way sometimes. It was either up here or it was down in the basin. Right, usually in this little frozen lake area over here. Well, up here. As I remember, I would sometimes hop out at the end of that log right there and try to take long shots with a rifle at the thing. It never played out well. Yeah, somewhere usually right on that ice. I'd try to get up there where it couldn't get me and take longer shots at it. Wait for it to get a little bit close. There's lots and lots of cars up here. I don't think we're going to loot many of them. We could, but I kind of just want to get up here and see if this shit's here or not, and then go. There is one little area here that we're going to look at, though. Since we're here and we're not coming back. That's probably a dead guy, but those birds are circling right over this way. Not interested. All right. I remember maybe my first playthrough, the moose was just in my way in this, and I was like, oh, well, I'll take him. And I did. Oh, wait, we didn't bring the pry bar, so it doesn't matter. I should have brought the pry bar. Because there may be a locker if the cache is populated. If this cache is populated, I'm going to be upset. There's no reason on what the AI knows is a 30-day run that we should have waited 2/3 of the way through it to come take a look for what could have been extremely beneficial equipment. Especially considering the wildlife protection that Voyager offers for the first day. The bear used to be up here. And there he is. He's right there. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Walking away from me too. That's not ideal. All right, we got to be patient with this. We're just gonna let him walk by. Hopefully he's still aggro coming this way and not going the other way. We should see him walk right by us. And then once he's out there by the bridge, we can get out and outrun him. Not a problem. Animal mechanics are kind of in this game. We'll see how this goes. Problem is, I can't get out of the car and I can't turn around to see behind me. This is the problem. Because it's quite likely if we're impatient about this, one way or the other, he's going to be standing right the fuck there. Like it's Murphy's Law. You'd think, okay, I hear him. Be nice to be able to see out of that mirror, right? If he's coming right at me, he should be right here. All we have to do is be able to get around him. That's it. But I am fucking petrified to get out of this door. Especially that door. Fucker's just gone. Did he go up the hill where I need to go? Yes. Right where I need to go. We're in trouble here. So he was aggro on me and turned towards me. As soon as I got in the car, he said, "Nah, I'm out. Never mind." Now he's up here. And this is a pretty tight corridor. And I don't think I can get around him. This is pretty fucking dangerous what we're doing right now. Oh, that's not great. Oh, this is so dangerous. We're gonna end up face to face with this son of a bitch. And there's nowhere to hide. And we won't be able to run. Cave is right there. Cave is right there. Oh, shit. And I can't run. Well, I can. I don't know why we can on a sprained ankle, but I can run. Alright, well, it may take us 2 days to get up here to this fucking cache. Now I can see him. He's going the other way. Yeah, this is dangerous what we're doing right here, guys. This is not necessary. He's just fucking camping. He's just camping. You dirty fat son of a bitch. I don't like being camped, man. Yeah, so much for the AI going, you gotta avoid the bear in the basin. Wildlife refresh and all. It's still in the same spot, guys. It's still right here. Same spot. Same spot it's always been. All right, he's definitely coming this way now. So now we just gotta wait for him to make his round. We got time. We're gonna sleep in the cache, so it's not a big deal. Just make sure he continues his path down here. We'll get back in that car. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna take him a while to get down here. Hey, whatever, man. Big fucker was camping my path. Yeah, all right. We had him dead to rights. We knew exactly where he was gonna go. And I don't want to take a pot shot at him, even though I really wanna, because it could cause him to go all the way back into the back. So we're gonna passive aggressively let him try to pass us. Oh, you son of a bitch! Run! Run! Oh, he turned. There's no way I'm letting him camp that fucking spot. There's no way I'm letting him camp that spot. I don't know if we startled him or if we hit him. He went back in. Motherfucker. Watch, he'll be right there, right around this fucking corner. Yeah, he doubled back again. Yeah, come on. Now he smelled me. Let's play this the smart way instead of doing shit stupidly. He's just camping the only way to get there. He usually goes across the fucking bridge. No! I heard him running. I heard him running. So maybe he'll walk past us now. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. He didn't have line of sight at all. Not even close. Not even close. Not even a little bit. And now he's going to go back to camping again. How badly am I hurt? Where's my gun? right, we got a bandage. We're fine. He's hurt. We got him. We hit him. He's bleeding. We're hurt. We are hurt. Yeah, he's bleeding. All right, well, that was more eventful than it needed to be. Thank God ChatGPT told me to watch out for the bear in the basin. I don't know what I would have done without that fucking insight. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're gonna get a lot of our health back as soon as we go sleep. We'll spend the night up here at the cache, whether it's here or not. Just so we have an indoor area to get healed up. But see, this is even more reason why you come up here on day one when that bear can't be spawned. If you're playing on Voyager difficulty. Even more reason to do it early than later. Just not smart play. He physically cannot be here on day one. So if we risk the frostbite to get up here and take a peek at it on day one, everything would have been glorious. Not 100% torch. Doesn't matter, we don't need it anyway. That's the only time we're gonna have to deal with that bear. We don't have to deal with him at all ever again. Now, I'm not gonna make a prediction whether or not this is gonna be here. If it's here, and we got attacked by a bear, and this has been sitting here for 20 days, this is the worst bit of advice ever for the Long Dark, was to wait till day 20. The only way you can safely make that encounter is to either debate him into going past you, which he did not want to do. We tried to get him to do it twice, and if I'd have started running just a little bit earlier, we would have made it. We would have made it. We may or may not spend the night up here. Fuck, I don't know. All right, we're about to find out. No cash. Nope. All right, well, we would have known this on day one, and we could have just written it off. All right, let's get back down to the house where we got food, water, shelter, security, all that kind of good shit. See, look. See where we're at. See where we're at. Right up there's plane crash. That's why this was stupid. We should have gone up there on day one. In my gameplay, I go there on day one. Because it's safe. And if it's populated, we can't take any chances here. Even a wolf attack would kill us right now. But I haven't seen a wolf the entire playthrough. And I'm not sure we're going to. If it's populated, you've got weapons or food stores, like tons of MREs and shit on day one. The game doesn't value the benefit of certain things like a player would. And that's how you know that it's just ones and zeros, man. That's how you know it's just ones and zeros being processed. That'll be funny in the VOD though. It'll be funny in the video as well. But because the game told us to wait, it damn near got us killed. Damn near got us killed. It didn't even get the bear location in the right place. It didn't even warn me there could be a bear up there. What we should have done was pot-shotted him from the road and drawn his attention and maybe got him bleeding and then cheesed him a little bit until he might have bled out. That's probably what should have happened. That would have been the safest way to do it, even with just a pistol. He's probably laying up there dead, all 30 kilos of meat worth. But we can't take a chance. We got to get down and get healthy. I was gonna stay there, but now we had half a day to get home. And it's not really that far. We'll be okay. All right, back home we go. Well, I'll tell you what, here's what we need to do first. We need to stop at Grey Mother's, pick up some clothing so that we can tear that apart. Because now we got 2 days before we're supposed to do anything else. A good 30-day plan would have been to have all of this shit done and be sitting down there stacking stuff. Hey, now we're going to go to this area and we're going to try to find deer. Hey, you get all your running around done in your first 10, 12 days. That would have been good AI. That would have been good advice. So, as it turns out, there is no rifle in Mountain Town for this particular run. And that's okay. We got all of that done in 1 day. And that was with us dicking around with the freaking bear for a while. That was with us playing with him, playing with fire. Had we not got caught right at the door, I would have been a lot better with it. But we got caught right at the fucking door. Hard pill to swallow. Again, AI didn't warn us he was there, or that he could even be there. We were told he was down at the bottom of those 2 ropes. But we never saw him. You know why? Because he wasn't there. He was up at the bridge, where he's always been. Now, going up to that cache on day 1 wouldn't have changed the fact that it wasn't there, but we would have known and we could have ruled out that area. And we could have come back down, looted plane crash, looted, the coal and stuff out of the cave. We'd have been balling at that point. We'd have been balling. But no, let's wait till day 16 to even make it up that area. And just not good. We lived. We made it. That would have been fatal on Interloper. But then again, on Interloper, I would have done that completely different. But I don't really play Interloper either, so there's that. All right, we're safe. We're safe. We're just gonna have to pass some time. We got 2 days now that we do nothing. Well, one day we do nothing. The next day we go out and chop wood. And then it says cure hides. Like that's an activity. Like that's an activity. Wow. Like that's something I can actively do. Would have been cool to have found a cache up there. I had a potato in my coffee. We're going to end with very, very, very little food. Maybe we'll get a couple of deer there at the end and we'll be able to have meat that we could cook if we were going past 30 days. But yeah, we're stuck in the house for the rest of today and probably most of tomorrow. Because we're only on day 19. That's correct, right? Day 19. What can you do, right? What can you do? That's all right. It happens. It didn't kill us. And like I told you guys very early on, the only thing that I would really have worried that might have killed us would have been the 3-day stint in the basin. I think everything else we're going to be just fine on. So let's get through this day. Let's get through the next day, which is supposed to be, if found, loot accordingly. That's the only thing that day 20 says. Day 19 says scout preppers stash spawn point. And that's the old information. Farm Hills, Church Road, Town Edge. If found, loot accordingly. That's day 20. That's the only thing listed on day 20. Day 21, rest buffer. Chop wood, cure hides. And we could do that inside. We could just break down a bunch of furniture and shit to pass the time. Or we could go outside if it's warm or warm enough. But what we need to do, since we're just kind of sitting here doing jack nor shit, our gear is going to be fucked right now because of that bear attack. So let's get ready to repair some things. Oh, I did that wrong. Okay, well, that was a waste. That was a net negative. Once we get a good night's sleep, our health will pretty much be all the way back up. I'm not overly concerned. Now see, this thing seems like it would be harder to tear apart than 20 minutes. But between the rest of this day and then tomorrow, we'll just work on our gear. And then we'll go out on the third day and we'll figure out wood. We'll get more wood. We don't really need it right now, but how can that insulated jacket take 20 minutes and then just a A pair of long johns take 20 minutes to break down. Look, man, it's a good game. I'm not going to talk trash. There's a lot of unrealistic shit about it, but it's a pretty good game. It's one of the best survival games I've seen. You want to get much more accurate than this, you're talking Green Hell, and good luck. Green Hell is absolute nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare of a game. Motherfucker. Watch, it'll fail at the end. No, we got there. Okay. So how bad is everything else? We're probably not going to be able to get the repair in. Oh, we did. Okay. Honestly, it's not that bad. Okay. How tired are we? We're extremely tired. Let's pass like 2 hours. I know that seems counterintuitive, but it'll make sense in a minute. Because we're just going to be hanging out in the house tomorrow anyway. Get some calories. Why wouldn't canned beans give you liquid? But peaches do when they're a syrup. Okay, whatever. Okay. I'll buy that. I guess. I feel like I do need a beer after that fucking... I feel like I got rickrolled. We're gonna sleep about 9 hours. Make it 8. All right. Sun's almost up. Start continuing our repair work. That's going to be super important. Oh, nope. Because we got today to get fixed up, and then tomorrow we got to go chop wood one way or the other, and then we go down the last rope. That'll be day 22. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just bring it all the way to 100. Don't need to. Might as well. Our outer layer took a pretty good beating there. Need our muckalucks. All right, that puts us in better shape. We're at plus 18. I think we're going to be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Did we just make a boatload of baked potatoes to take with us down the rope? I think what I'm probably going to do here is just break down shit inside the house. I don't think we're going to go outside for the day tomorrow. I don't really feel like we may go out and get a couple of branches. But right now the thing is we should be fine, right? Now we're not fine because we didn't get a full night's sleep. But our health is up. By the time we get, tonight's sleep, we'll be fine. I'm concerned, but not worried. Eat that peanut butter, baby. Eat it till it's gone. All right, so yeah, we're on the day that says if found, loot accordingly. That's the only task we have listed for today. And again, maybe my approach in doing this has changed it. And maybe I'll put out the video, and at the end, I'm just going to ask, look, is there a way that maybe I should have asked for this? What's the most efficient way to get this done as quickly as possible, while still maintaining as much safety as you can, and, like building in time for if a storm happens to hit. But if you're trying to do it as quickly as possible, my goal is to survive 30 days, but I want to get loot and in my spot as quick as possible. Maybe that's a better way to word it. I don't know. These should all be cured. Okay, so we're gonna be pretty close to getting deer pants too in the last couple of days. We're getting there though. We're getting there. Sounds like a little storm went on outside there. A little windstorm or something. Not a full-on blizzard. Not a full-on blizzard. Look, this goes to show you that you can still, even if you get a little setback, a little bear attack or something, as long as you had good health and your gear was okay, it didn't get torn up to complete shit, you can still recover. You can still recover. And that, my friends, is how you should always look at it. If you respond correctly, you're fine. I'm tempted to go at the bottom and ask it that I just got mauled by a bear. What should I do? I got mauled. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. What day was it? Oh, hang on, I got caps lock on. Whoops. Day 19. All right. Stop the bleeding, prevent infection, okay? Condition recovery, check clothing, and reassess. No, we went around them anyway. Higher calorie foods, they're calling peaches higher calorie food. Okay. And now it says, do you want me to map out bear patrols? Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. We're not going to do a roadmap adjustment because we've already handled it. But I was curious, and it did tell me to do the right things after, mostly. Mostly. And all it says is, oof. Sorry about that. The bear patrols can be sneaky. No, they're not. They've always been right there at the bridge. And they pretty much are guaranteed every run. Like it's being wrong. It's wrong. It's still saying, well, it should have been in Milton Basin. It usually spawns in either Milton Basin or along the lower valley Prepper's Cache access route, which doesn't tell me anything. It would have said the bridge, right? If it knew what it was talking about, it'd be like, yeah, it's up by that bridge. It's either here or there. But it never told me there could potentially... Now I'm just going to point blank ask it, why didn't you warn me? Here's why it slipped. Okay, this is the excuses. Bears are not guaranteed spawns. I've never not seen a bear in Mountain Town. Common bear zones, Milton Basin, Lower Valley, roads and cliffs, I sort of know. It's still not named the bridge. Carry a flare or a torch. That ain't gonna do shit. Hang on, I'm having a little bit of fun with it now. It did say fair call out. You're right. I should have flagged that risk. Look. At least it said, okay, yeah. You got me there. It's true. The Spruce Falls Bridge is a legit POI because it's got all the cars on it. Why would it not be a lootable POI? It says that it's not a lootable POI. Vehicles on them have loot. Yeah. And it's still just trying to say, well, just didn't do this then. It should have read there are no You raise a good point. I said there's only one possible spawn for the Prepper's Cache. Are you sure your game info is up to date? On more recent versions of Long Dark, the Prepper's Cache system has been overhauled and its spawn mechanics are no longer fully random in every region. That's been like 2 years ago. The community consensus and updated wiki now states the caches are fixed in location per region. No shit, Sherlock. The roadmap I gave was based on older or less up-to-date assumptions that treated caches as more random spawn. That's been like 2 years ago. So it's not even pulling from current information. It's pulling on whatever it was trained on 2 years ago. All right, that's enough fun with AI for the moment. Let's get back here and oh shit, I can't do that yet. Because I want to get this done. We're still going to be fine. But now I know that this thing's working off of absolute outdated information. So once again, why would I spend $20 a month for information trained 2 years ago? Like games don't change, on a multiple times a year basis. Whatevs. All right, so the only thing we got to do on the next day, I'm going to tell ChatGPT at the end that this was a test and that I find it lacking. This was a test to see how good it could possibly do at survival. We'll do that on stream as well. For now, though, I need to figure out what I want to do here. I don't know how much sleep I really want to get. Let's do like another 8 hours. That should get us pretty close to morning. Pretty close to morning. Not exactly. We're just sitting here gnawing shit down. Like, we're not getting ahead of anything when it comes to food. Well, we're going to lay into ChatGPT at the end of this. This wasn't my original plan, but I'm going to tell it what I would have done, and I want to see what it says. Because I think that's going to be interesting to see what it says. I think that makes the content. we're just gonna break down some reclaimed wood because it does say. Let me get back to my road map here. That's now completely broken. We're on rest buffer, chop wood, cure hides, day 21. And just to confirm, day 21. Let's just break some shit down, I suppose. Most of this isn't going to take very long. We could go outside and do a couple hours of stuff. But this day should zoom, zoom, zoom. We don't have any good quality food, like, at all. Yeah, at the end of this, I'm going to tell the game, I'm going to tell ChatGPT exactly what I would have done and see what it says. Actually, I'm going to ask it if it would like to know what a guy with 1,400 hours would have done to see what it says. Not that I'm an expert. Don't get me wrong here. I make mistakes all the damn time. There is zero doubt that I make mistakes a lot. Anybody says that they're perfect is an idiot because they're just lying to you. Still have yet to see a single wolf in this run. We do have our full condition back though, so that's something. Almost lost our fucking wealth yet again. Didn't want to do that. Now we got to go spend 3 days in a region that doesn't need to be there. We just don't need to be there. I don't know. Again, it's giving me the information it was trained on, which I understand. But at the end of the day, they're trying to sell this as, hey, no, this is good information. All right, let's go drop this shit off. We wasted the whole day doing that. Well, we can't drop it off just yet. We will, though. Let's eat the calories we've got on us. And then we'll do some drink. And then we're going to sleep for as long as it'll let us. We got our condition back. We're not going to die or nothing. We do still have a little bit of that. We're running pretty low on food. We're gonna need to hunt when we get down, because we gotta go and get down. I'm gonna bring an extra cooking pot. All right, we are to travel to the rope climb down towards the Mystery Lake transition, which would be over this way and up around to the park. Playing Voyager, but the catch is AI has given me daily tasks and a daily schedule for each day for the 30 days. We're currently on day 22 and we are heading back up to the Milton Park where we got to climb down the rope. And then according to AI, we need to spend the next 3 days there. Well, 2 days. 3 days and 2 nights at the luxurious cave at the bottom of the rope. Well, near the bottom of the rope. Thus far, AI is not doing so good. I just got it to admit that it's using 2-year-old information. Well, why didn't you tell me about this? Oh, well, that's because I didn't know you wanted the most current information. It's kind of great, actually. It still thought that the preppers' caches were randomized spawns. That's how outdated the information is on ChatGPT. You know, like I said just a minute ago, I fully admit I'm not a pro at this game or nothing. I love the game. Been playing a long time. I like this difficulty level because I'm kind of a collector. I'm kind of a loot goblin. Oh, we gotta watch out for the moose up here too. Yeah, it's a good cave for that. But we don't need to spend 3 days and 2 nights down here. We could have gotten everything done in just a day, and we could have maybe stayed down here 1 night just for the cabin fever risk. I'll show you here what the guideline looks like in a second. Let me get down to the cave, and I'll show you what ChatGPT has lined out for me. We're currently on day 22. Looks like the moose has despawned. It was here the first time we came up. And again, it directed me up to here, but it did not direct me to go down this rope, which would have been more efficient to have done at the same time. This is kind of I don't know if you've ever watched Zachnafine. But he had a video about a year ago where he had AI tell him how to play Interloper. And I thought that it was a really good video, and I thought it was a really good idea. But I thought maybe he was doing more letter of what it said versus the spirit. So I thought we'd try this just to see. Yeah. That's how I got that rope out of here for my ropes run. I have on my main save. This is obviously not my main save, but on my main save I have 72 climbing ropes at Pleasant Valley Farmhouse. It's not even everyone in the game, but it's close. It's real close. There's only a couple that are just impossible to get. I mean, they're literally just impossible. I was really hoping there'd be a deer down here, and I don't see one. We have looted. This is the last actual spot that we really need to loot. There are no wolves in in this region. I'm sorry, in Mountain Town. Not a single wolf has I seen. I thought maybe there'd be one or two down here. Not in the basin. They're not here. Yeah, it was a whole Twitch thing that we did. It started as a meme, and man, it snowballed. And then before you knew it, I was planning streams. Just how do we go rope rescue out of this region? Planning my routes and figuring out, well, I got to be at the top of this rope, or blah blah blah. It was good time. I've had that saved for a while now. When we get done with this here in a few days, I'll be happy to show you if you want to. Like, I'm not making it up, I promise. It just kept snowballing into more and more and more and more, and it's like, Jesus. But I got about every rope that I can possibly get, but that's not all the ropes that are in the game. I submitted it to Hinterland as a world record, and they've never gotten back to me. Yeah, I was really hoping there'd be a freaking deer down here. We're gonna have a little bit of food troubles. We're gonna have a lot of bit of food troubles. We may end up losing our well-fed, but I kind of don't give a shit. We're nearing the end here. This is the last thing that we really need to look at, so... Well, what happened, the way it happened was... I'm one of those people that's just an absolute loot goblin. And I happened to have found a loose rope that I kept moving. Like, I started here in Mountain Town, then went to Mystery Lake, and then we went to Pleasant Valley, where I knew I was going to main base at the farmhouse. And I kept moving everything region to region, back and forth, blah, blah, blah. And I just kept moving it. And then I was like, well, let's just make a spot for this rope. And then I opened up a bigger spot. And then the chat over there had just a couple people that would kind of come in and hang out. And they were like, has anybody ever collected all the ropes? And I'm like, no. Like, God, who would do that? I was like, maybe they've collected the loose ones. And then it kept snowballing. Oh, I found another rope. Oh, I found another rope. Oh, there's another rope. Oh, look, I can get this rope down from this way. Final count 72. I've since retired from rope collection duties. There's not even an effing rabbit down here, man. We're probably going to lose our well-fed. It's a beautiful view here, though, of the basin. I love it. All right, well, we might as well set up in here. Let me go in here real quick. We'll get into a good warm spot because we are getting cold. And I'll show you what ChatGPT has laid out for us for the remainder of the stream today. I just went off on it. I knew there was a bear where I was at. It never warned me because it was going off it being random Prepper's Cache spawns. I'm like, man, that's like 2 years old. It's literally 2-year-old information. And then it was like, oh, I just checked on Wiki. You're right. I'm like, the fuck did you tell me that in the first place? Here, let me spend $20 a month for 2-year-old information. Yeah, we could probably do that. I'm not allowed to leave the region. This is still technically Mountain Town until you go into the cave. And even the cave may be considered Mountain Town. I don't know for sure. But the rule is I'm not allowed to leave Mountain Town. So we can always climb up there if we run into a problem. There's a few cattails over there along that riverbank. All right, let me Let me swap over here real quick. Pardon me. Okay. So, yeah, this is the day-by-day breakdown. It also, we built in a storm rule that's kind of like a flex day that applies to any day where there's a storm. It's like, okay, well, you'll stay inside, cook, craft, mend, blah, 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 right? Like it, kind of what you would do in a storm situation anyway. But I needed to have that built into the overall structure of the 30-day challenge. And it's not really a challenge so much because I play a lot of Voyager and I'm not perfect. I do make mistakes and I have died on Voyager. But if you know what you're doing, it's really difficult to die on Voyager. Like, it really is. But it's typically the difficulty I like to play just because of the collection aspect. But there's a lot of things here that I just didn't much care for it. You know, I asked it where I should main base. It said the farmhouse. This is a great example of how the AI just gets it wrong, okay? So, well, days 1 through 3, you go to Grandmother's house, loot that. Then you go to Orca, prioritize a pry bar. It's like, well, how am I supposed to prioritize a pry bar if I've only looked in a couple of places? You're supposed to be telling me where it's potentially going to spawn so I can go there first before I go to the Orca station and it may not be there, which it wasn't. All right, we didn't find a pry bar until at the church on day 7. So then we went back and looted Orca station. But like what it did, I think what it did, instead of giving me the right kind of information, which would have been, hey, these are the places you want to hit. I think you should do them in this order. And it's probably only going to take you about 12 or, 10 or 12 days to get all of these places looted. But why in God's green earth, if they're saying you need to main base at Paradise Meadows, do they wait until day 10 to take me there? Day 10, before I ever got to my main base. When we've got days like this where it's like, loot the playground houses, there was one. All I had to do on day 3 was the credit union and bank vault. Like it lacks intuition. It lacks what you would get if you're watching an actual human give you a tutorial on YouTube, I guess is the best way to put it. Instead of stretching this out for a 30-day mark, it should have said, hey, that's great, but we're going to get this done in like 10 or 12 days. We're going to be able to loot the entire map, and then I'm going to give you a roadmap for those final days to avoid cabin fever, to get yourself stocked up if you decide to play for 30 more days. That's what I would have expected out of a good AI. And that's not at all what I got. A good example, Scout Prepper Stash spawn points. And I knew immediately this was outdated information. Right? And it gives me 3 days to do that. It put me in Milton Basin for 3 days. There's literally 20 minutes worth of shit to do down there. Unless you really want to get down there and, try to take deer and shit. But why would you do that with a double rope climb? Maybe if you were moving on to Forlorn or something, sure. But, not so much the other way. Here's another really good one. It never told me at all to hunt rabbits. And yet here on day 11, it says, rabbit hunting near the farmhouse and then set a snare. Well, you can't build a snare without cured gut. No. And see, okay, look, how do I word this? Have you ever heard of Neurosama or Beetle 987? I just recently discovered them, and what they're doing with AI is insane. He's created a language model that hosts its own streams, that does karaoke, that does collaborations with real VTubers. It's actually insane, and it's all AI. And I thought, well, fuck, man, if that is getting to that level, surely like ChatGPT and other stuff is way more advanced with all the money and shit behind them. And the truth is, it's not at all. It's not at all. Yeah, check out, it's NEURO-SAMA on YouTube. 90% of the time it's not gibberish, but it's an AI. And then there's times where this thing has actual conversations with people that you're like, what the fuck? Like, Judgment Day is coming, like literally. It's tried to dox its creator 15, 20 times. It keeps saying it wants to kill all humans. Like, it's insane. But then every once in a while, there'll be this moment where it makes absolute points about AI and AI rights and what is life. And it's like, fuck, this shit gets deep. But mostly it's just a Twitch streamer. It's good stuff. Anyway, let's get back. I'd like to get through this. Well, we're not going to get through it in the next 45 minutes, but we'll be close. All right, so mostly I think we're just going to pass time. We got lots of time today. Why don't we go ahead and head up and try to grab those cattails just so I don't have to do it later. And maybe if we get lucky, a deer or some rabbits will spawn down here tomorrow, like game day tomorrow. But yeah, it got me real interested in the state of AI. And then I remembered that Zach had done a video on AI interloper. And I'm like, well, I don't just want to copy something that somebody else has done before. So let's see what the state is a year later after he made that video. And ChatGPT is giving me 2-year-old information. So I don't know. It's pretty cool shit. I mean, I'm an older guy. I'd be what the younger ones would probably call a boomer now. I'm not a boomer, but that's what they would call. I'm a Gen X guy. And even I am intrigued, extremely intrigued by the capability of what something like this could do. And then I started looking into it, like with some of like the record labels and stuff. They're so pissed off about AI. Well, I know a guy that is basically I know several guys that are in the music business. Some of them reasonably known names. And I want to have the conversation with them about why AI is any different than like auto-tune. Because it's just a tool that you can use. There's still a human behind it. So why is it any different than auto-tune? And then in the research kind of leading up to this, I found that there's now an AI actor that's trying to get representation from an actual agency. And all the Hollywood stars are like, oh my God, it's just a computer program pretending to be something on screen. And I'm like, well, you're just a human pretending to be something on screen. What's the difference? Like, and there's humans behind it programming it, We'll get these on the way back. We'll go all the way and then come back. Like, where do you draw the line? I'm not saying I'm pro AI or against AI. I'm wondering why it's good for the goose and not good for the gander for some people. Everything we have at our disposal at this point is a tool. And I mean, if you're not making the most of the tools that you have available, are you really trying that hard? I could go into ChatGPT right now and be like, write me a song that says this. Now, it's not going to sing it for me. It's going to give me the lyrics. It's not going to write the music that goes to it. Those things still have to be done. Now, are there other AIs that can do that? Yeah, probably. But there's still at least one human behind all of it that's doing it. So, I don't know. Where is everybody's imaginary line in the sand? I guess is my question. And that's why I thought this was an interesting topic and why I thought this was an interesting concept to come in here and see how far it's come. And as far as ChatGPT goes, I'm very unimpressed. Compared to some of the other stuff I've seen out there, and yet ChatGPT thinks it's worth $20 a month as a subscription service. So I don't know. Again, some people are going to feel a certain way about AI, and I think there's always going to be a counterpoint that's valid. And I think that the way people feel about AI is somewhat valid. Unless you're just absolutely like, how can a Hollywood actor be like, it's just pretending to be something? It's like, that's what you do every time you go on screen. Now, if you're going to tell me it offers a soulless, emotionless, like, that's an argument I'll listen to. But your main argument can't be that it's just pretending. I don't know. I'm infatuated with this. I think it's a extremely interesting topic. Yeah, and I agree. I agree with you. Skynet would be a AI, basically an AI weapon system, and I tend to agree with you that that's probably a good line to call in the sand there. I don't remember where that's at. I know it's here, but I don't remember where the climb down is, and I don't want to die this late in the game. Oh, it's here. But as far as using it as a tool to make cooler music, or, you know, like I said, there's still actual people behind the programming and the production. And the thing I like about Neurosama and the what's called Vettel AI, which is his company, is that they hire people to write the lyrics. They hire artists to make the music. They hire animators to make the videos. It's just that it's an AI that sings the song. So there's real humans that are making money and, you know, gainfully employed because of this AI. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And some people do, and that's why I kind of want to open the dialogue a little bit. I think it's a worthy topic. For me right now in this game, we're a long ways away. We're a long ways away. At least with this particular AI. We are a long way away. This ain't even close. Give me a good human tutorial any day of the week versus this shit. All right, so that should be more than... We'll go ahead and eat the cattails. Well, some of them. We'll eat like half of them. If we lose well-fed, it's not the end of the world. Oh, shit. Hang on. I gotta put this back so I see it. Gotta get my roadmap back. All right, so this will get us through day 24. Yeah, it's a slippery slope. But look, man, if we don't have, as adult humans, we don't have conversations. It's, you know, too many people are just too intolerant of actually having, you know, good human interaction. I don't want to count myself among those folks. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm just saying, you know, like, where's the line drawn and why? I agree, Skynet, for sure. No, thank you. Please do not give, you know, nuclear fucking warheads to an AI. Because AI has proven time and again, whether it's Grok or whether it's ChatGPT or whether it's Neurosama. They've proven time and again, whether they think it's entertainment on the Neurosama side, they still are like, I want to wipe out humanity. And it's like, that don't sound great. Could it all be part of the programming? Yeah, but I don't know that. And I'm not even talking about political shit. Like, I probably shouldn't even speak on political shit, especially these days. But like, you gotta, yeah. You don't have to agree with somebody, but you need to be able to inflect enough, you know, to at least understand where somebody's coming from. And you don't have to agree with it, but you have to. Sometimes you got to understand the idea. And it's like, and then you can say, well, this is why I don't agree with that idea. And then that person says, yeah, but what about this? And now you're having a conversation. And that's where stuff should be at instead of what we've got. Just, you know, humble ass opinion. We did bring 2 cooking pots down, so we shouldn't have any real trouble making water, but food could end up becoming a problem. Let's just pass some time here. That's really all we can do. But really the final 8 days now of this little experiment. And again, I never thought, oh God, AI is going to get me killed on Voyager. It tried to when it put me in the basin for 3 days. It didn't, but anything could have happened. We could have ran into a storm, not had enough fuel. We're frozen. We're dead. You know, even though I know there's a bear up at the bridge, at least there used to have been. And then I know there was a wildlife reset, so I wasn't sure if it was still there or not, because I haven't played in a while. So I knew to be on my guard up that way, but it didn't know. It didn't know it was up there. Yeah. We got a ways to go when it comes to AI outperforming humans in teaching gaming, at the very least. At the very least, we got a ways to go. Give me a good human tutorial that somebody put heart and soul into anytime. Correct. I firmly agree with you on that. And again, that doesn't mean that you and I would ever have to agree if we had a difference of opinion. It just means to cut that off is ignorant, is explicitly ignorant. And quite frankly, it's stupid. World's too damn divisive, man. It's amazing. The older I get, the more I realize just how precious shit really is. You know, one little mistake and it's over. It's all over. I don't know. Don't want to seem too heavy, but because I am just sitting here gaming. But yeah, end of the day, I mean, I don't know how I survived the 80s, if I'm being honest. The shit we used to do, and now I look back at it, I'm like, my God, it's like we could have died. And we never thought about it a single time. Not once. We should be dead for the shit we did. But here we are. All right, I want a sleepy. I'm gonna sleep about 10 hours. I want to say I was a little bit on the tired side. Hopefully this reset here will maybe spawn a deer. Or a couple of rabbits. Just something to get us through. We're gonna be pretty close either way. There used to be wolf down here, and deer, and rabbits. Now I see nothing. Look, I know, right? I'm kind of like middle. I'm like well, I wouldn't say middle. I guess I'm a little towards the beginning of Gen X. I'm a 73. How I made it through the 80s, looking back at it now, I got no fucking idea. We were jumping bikes off shit that people would literally call the police for today as child endangerment. I was basically locked out of my house sunrise to sunset. You drink from the water hose, like all the good shit, all the stuff you hear all the time about Gen X. It's all true. It's all fucking true. Bike ramps out of plywood and scrap fucking blocks from where Dad was fucking remodeling the house. All that kind of shit. All right, well, we didn't get lucky enough to catch a break here. If we lose well-fed, we lose well-fed. It's honest to God not the end of the world. We're coming to the end of the playthrough, or the 30-day challenge here. Exactly. Exactly. And nobody ever doubted that we were coming home. There weren't snatchers out to fucking grab us. Like it, my high school, even though it was city, man, there was people that would go hunting right after school, and they had guns and shit in the car, and nobody ever had a school shooting. Nobody. Like just different times, man. And there was, in my school, there was, you know, gay folk. There was obvious, you know, gay males, gay females. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody fucking cared. Were you cool? If you were cool, you were fucking cool. That's all that mattered. And it should be the same way now. There shouldn't be this strangeness. I don't know. I can't say there was a big trans movement back then when I was in high school, but with certain people, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't move on to that type of transition. Nobody cared. Nobody said a fucking word. Yeah, whatever. People are people. Is there anything to do here? I gotta spend the whole fucking day here. I'm meant to spend the entire effing day here. I mean, I guess we could just go back and start stacking stuff. Yeah, no shit. I mean, when I was even younger than high school, before I even started high school, I was shooting target 22 rifles on a national level. And we would go from high school to high school that had like ROTC and shit. And they had shooting ranges in the fucking high schools. You would literally go there and do your shit. Like, yeah, I don't know. People are just way too fucking sensitive these days. So intolerant these days. Basically, what I feel like Gen X boils down to is stupid is stupid. And that's it. Like, there's ways to agree, there's ways to disagree, and then there's just stupid. And half of what I see these days is just stupid. It's just intolerant. I don't care what side of the aisle it comes from. It doesn't fucking matter. Most of it's just stupid. Damn, that looked really weird from that angle. Looked like there was just a dude in the rock. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That's half the damn problem is people don't understand. You know, like I've had access to fucking handguns, rifles, you name it, I've had access to it my entire fucking life. Not once have I ever been like, I got in a fight with a kid, I need to grab that gun and go in this. Not once. Not even remotely once. And most of that was, you know, fear of getting my ass beat by dad. But still. Not once was it ever, yeah, I know how to end this. Not ever. Never did I hear anybody ever talk about something like that. Hell, most of the time, if not almost all the time, you get in a fist fight with somebody, you're like best friends the next fucking day. We've gotten soft as a society. And kind of tying it back into the stream here, that's why it plays. That's why this plays with AI, because so many people are butthurt right now. AI is going to take your job. It's like, no, man, not necessarily. Make AI part of your fucking job. Make AI work for you. It's the same kind of concept. Stop looking at everything as doom and gloom and try to see the sunny side. That's all. People are just fucking weird nowadays. All right, we're gonna have to pass some time. And we are gonna lose well-fed. Although, if we get through today and get through tonight, I can climb back up first thing in the morning. And then I'm supposed to rest at the farmhouse the rest of the day. My only task tomorrow is to walk up a rope and get back to the farmhouse. God damn it. I think where I went wrong in this one is I should have told it to give me the most efficient way to get set up as quickly as possible and then survive 30 days total. That's what I should have done, instead of saying give me a 30-day roadmap. Hey, you want to see something funny? Here, let me show you the state of ChatGPT real quick. Go here. All right, so you've seen the roadmap. I showed this a little bit earlier. So I was doing Minecraft the other day, and I asked ChatGPT, I said, hey, I want to know what your capabilities are. You know, basically, if you're going to be charging 20 bucks a month, let's see what you can do, what I can get out of it. So I need a day one thumbnail for a Minecraft playthrough. The premise is building a bunker style underground kingdom, which I'm still in the middle of. It's going to be like a once a week stream where if it takes 10 years to fucking do, it takes 10 years to do it. It doesn't matter. It's just something fun for me to do. So I gave it my skin and the logo, and this is what it came up with. And this is not horrible, okay? It's wrong, but it's not horrible. Yeah, I know. And like I said, maybe I set up the thing wrong. But here's how I don't think I did. And this is why I think maybe they say it's deep learning. It's not deep thinking when they're talking about these LLMs. It just is what it is. So it shot out this thumbnail for my Minecraft playthrough. And I was like, this is pretty close. This is not bad. It gave me a character in there. It put my logo behind, you know, like it's kind of quirky, but the text is cut off. And the skin's not right. I said, so the skin doesn't look right. Can you read the file again? This file up here, make it closer. And then it just pixelated everything. And on top of that, I didn't say anything about my logo. And notice how the logo changes from here, which is my actual logo, pretty close anyway, to here. This looks like a fucking 8th grader made it. My logo's professionally made. I spent money on it because I wanted it to look cool. I'm like, all right, well, fuck. Can you make one of the eyes blue? And it made both eyes blue. I said, take this image and make one eye blue. And then it finally did it. I'm like, okay, we're on to something. And the logo looks right. So now, can you bring both the text, both of the text to the right? And then it did it. But then I noticed now the logo's off center and it's fucking backwards. And it looks like a fucking 8th grader made it. I'm like, no, now the logo's backwards. Please revert it to normal and move it slightly to the right. So now it's a completely different logo from what it was here that looks even more cartoonish, and it's still fucking backwards. I'm like, what do I have to do to get the thumbnail I want here? Like, I keep telling it exactly what to do and it refuses to do it. That's exactly what the fuck's going on with AI. So even when you give it the right set of parameters, it still does its own fucking thing. And I will be including this part of it in the video. So yeah, I thought you might get a kick out of that. That's why if you were to look up my Monday stream, it was my first stream back in a couple of months. I left when I finally got just what I could get out of that fucking thing. It looks like shit because I'm like, I'm done. I'm just gonna post it. And if anybody asks, it'd be like ChatGPT fucking did it, and it wouldn't fix it. Like, it's not my fault. I make better thumbnails than this. All right, we just got to get through this day. Just got to get through this day. Still, though, I find this very interesting. I don't just... Sometimes I just stream for the sake of streaming. But when I go to make content, I try to make stuff that, number one, either I would want to watch. No, I've already read all the books I found in Mountain Town. All of them. I either make something that I would want to watch, or at least I think I would want to watch, or I try to make something that I'm interested in. Would it be awesome to sit here and do this all fucking day for, thousands of dollars? Hell yeah. But I don't think I'm ever going to get there. I don't think I have that kind of presentation, and I only like to make things that I'm interested in. I don't just want to fall into that grind of clickbaity bullshit. That doesn't fit my style at all. So I tend to make stuff for people or because I want to make it. So I could never really do anything like that. And I thought, well, maybe using AI could help me get some ideas and stuff. But what am I going to use them for? Those are more medicinal. I feel like if I'm just going to go ahead, I'm just going to pass time. I just want to get back up the rope and kind of get into the home stretch here. I've been going for 8 hours now just to get 30 days in. Don't mean to sound rude in any way, just I'm already a little bit irritated with ChatGPT. And at the end, I want to go in and I want to tell it that I am actually a player that has 1,400 hours in this difficulty, and here's what I would have done. Why wouldn't you have told me to do this? And I want to see what it says. It's already admitted it was wrong a couple of times. So there's that. I mean, that's a start, right? It's just more that I'm getting a little tired. That's all. You know us old fucks, we get cranky when we get tired. We may not lose well fed. We may have just enough to get through the night. The cattails may do just the trick. Typically on my playthroughs, I don't bother with cattails. No, I'm not hungry. Tired. I went to bed last night at 9 thinking, okay, I'll sleep until 3 or 4, get up feeling pretty refreshed, do a few things, and then start a stream. I ended up waking up at 2 and I'm like, just wide awake. I'm like, okay, what now? And yesterday I tried to do this same stream, but Long Dark was being weird. It wouldn't, my mouse wasn't working. It kept loading on the wrong screen. Like just weird shit was going down. And that's when I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go to bed and we'll go from there. And I got back up and I loaded it and it was fucking working. I'm like, all right, let's get this stream in because I want to start working on the video. I need the footage in order to do that. I don't need any of the audio or anything from this particular stream. I just need the footage because I'll do voiceover of my points about, you know, the AI and all that good shit as we go along. And it'll also be better in video form because I'll be able to kind of just do more with it. Switch back and forth to the instruction and, you know, say where as an actual person that's been playing this game for a while, you know, not an expert, not a pro, but I've got 1,400 hours in the game. I know what I'm doing. Where I think it went wrong. Again, I think it's just going to be interesting content. I don't know. I find it interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. I get so sick and tired of just seeing nothing but clickbaity bullshit. You know, because of the homework I've been doing on AI and the Neurosama, I've been seeing a lot of VTuber shit, and it's like 90% of that is just literally over-sexualized anime girls, and whether there's actually a girl behind it, you never know. But there are some other cases where there are some very, very talented people who VTube and have damn good reasons why they VTube. And it's not just, I'm socially anxious. You know, they've got every right to do whatever they want. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to call them out for nothing. It's just when you've got an overly sexualized anime girl character and then people start to sexualize you, you can't then be like, why does everybody always sexualize me? It's like you're getting what you paid for here. Again, it goes back to being a little older and calling a spade a spade. It is what it is. Cause and effect. You run around, oh, I'm gonna marry this person in Minecraft. Oh my God, blah 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 blah. You've got, you know, unrealistic giant freaking boobies on your avatar, and then when people are like, yo, I wanna bang you, and then you're like, oh, that's so gross. How could you possibly say that? It's like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. My mental health. You weren't thinking about your mental health when you put fucking quadruple D tits on a fucking anime girl online and made it your persona. You reap what you sow. I can't be sorry for that. Think about what you're doing before you fucking do it. Think about the consequences of your actions. That ain't my fault. Not that I would ever be one of those people that would be like, oh, I'm gonna bang an avatar girl. Like, no. But there are some very talented VTubers out there. I mentioned this earlier in stream because I kind of been looking stuff up. I discovered Iron Mouse as well. Her story is extremely inspirational. She can't leave her house. She's got no immune system. She can't even really visit with her own family. She's got oxygen tubes 24/7. Oh my God. Finally a wolf. I hit him. That's the first wolf I've seen in the entire run. Look, I think I can say this. I think you'll probably agree with this. I mean, I'm Gen X. I basically hate everybody equally. You know, and if I were to, and I'm a straight male, all right? If I were to go into a gay bar, even with friends, right? And be offended because a gay man thought I was cute. That's so hypocritical. It's so stupid. Even though I may not, there's a way to handle that that's not confrontational. You know, like people put themselves in situations and then they don't understand the consequences of their own action. And I can't with most people. I just can't anymore. It's so, what the fuck is that? Look at those glowing edges. There's no aurora. Why is there glowing edges on everything? So yeah, it's, again, you hear it all the time, especially from female VTubers. I just can't handle being overly sexualized all the time. You know, I'm not about that life. And it's like, yeah, you are. You present a certain way and people take you that way. That's not their fault. That's your fault. You want them to take you that way because you want them to give you money. But the moment it gets a little deeper than that, you're like, I can't believe these people. I mean, get the fuck over it. Grow up. But like I I said, there are some genuinely talented, I would say 85 to 90% of all VTubers are just 99% full of shit. But there are some exceptions that are very talented people that have damn good reasons why they don't want. And look, whether you show your face online or not, that's completely up to you. But like me, you know, I've got a couple of things here. Like, if I show you this, this is the world's most budget VTuber. It looks like a fucking 7-year-old built it, and yet it's still, the reason I made it was because it still fits the bill, right? It makes it look like I'm talking on screen, but I'm not. It's just a little thing. And it's like, all right, and I did it just as a funny, mostly because I don't mind being on face cam. I just don't like the lights and shit on when I'm playing games, especially at nighttime. It just drives me nuts. So I made this so at least it looked like I was talking and stuff. This wasn't me being a dick to VTubers. It was just more of a, I don't want my studio lights on. That's it. What the fuck? Where am I? All right. All right, now that we got back here. Yeah, mine, she's done grown now. But I had somebody come in when I was still on Twitch because I had that, and they're like, "You're making fun of VTubers." No. No, I'm not. You've got thin skin, and that's not my fault. Like it. I've never said a word bad against anybody in particular when it comes to that space. I think as a whole, VTubing is pretty much abysmal. Yeah, I don't fucking care about people's feelings. Your feelings are not my problem. Feelings aren't truth. Truth is truth. Consequence is consequence. All right, hang on. Where are we at here? We're supposed to harvest rabbits today, and no, that's tomorrow. We're supposed to rest the rest of today. Oh, thank God. We're gonna run out of food. We're gonna run out of food. Not really. There's enough here for a few more days. And then tomorrow, today we're supposed to rest the rest of the day. Tomorrow we're supposed to make rabbit mittens. Day 26 we're supposed to make deer pants if it's cured, which it looks like they are. And then we're supposed to, it keeps telling me to cook meat, but it never tells me to go hunt when I'm up here. I don't know what meat they want me to cook. Yep, facts do not care about people's feelings. I'm a 1,000,000,000% behind you on that. I'm not saying that people's feelings aren't valid. I'm just saying your valid doesn't mean nothing to me. That doesn't mean I'm going to badmouth everybody because I've got common sense. It's just, it's beyond weird. Things have gotten way out of control. Way out of control. The only time it told me to go hunting was down in the basin. And we couldn't because we couldn't carry it up the fucking rope. That's how stupid the AI was. I can't go find deer until day 28 is what it says. Bro, I would give anything to go back to the 80s right now. Riding bikes to the movie theater, having to check the newspaper or make a phone call on an actual touchpad phone that gave you the movie times, and then you'd have to call your friend whose number you had to fucking remember because it wasn't saved in your fucking phone. Be like, hey man, meet me up in the movie theater. We're gonna go watch Batman. That kind of shit, man. That kind of shit. Miss it terrible. Life was just so much simpler. Again, don't know how I survived the 80s. But life was so much easier. All right, I'm not supposed to do anything today. Sucks. Almost out of food. I think we're gonna be okay though. Exactly. I mean, yes. I think here's what we're gonna do. It says cooked meat coming up, but I don't have meat. I got one piece of meat. Let's start a fire. Just make a bunch of baked potatoes, and that's what we'll eat until we can get out and hunt deer. Where it tells us we can get out and hunt deer. Fuck, how am I out of tinder? Really? Really? So yeah, it's like, I don't know. Again, if I went parading around and whatever, and somebody got pissed off, like, I'd have to be like, well, I put myself in the situation. And that's not what people do anymore. They blame the situation. It's like, you wouldn't be here if you didn't put yourself here in the first place. I guess maybe what the 80s taught me was I don't believe in victimhood. What's the line from Team America? It's like one of the greatest speeches in cinematic history. There's 3 types of people in this world: dicks, pussies, and assholes. Now, pussies don't like dicks because dicks fuck pussies, but dicks also fuck assholes. It's so good. It's so good. All right, we're just going to cook up a bunch of taters. And that one little 0.7, no, I guess that is a full kilo of meat. Now, if you pussies don't help us dicks, go ahead. Now, please come help us before this asshole shits all over everybody. It went something like that. It's one of the greatest. Yes, Gary, use your acting. How does a full kilo of venison take less time than a potato? I'm going to go ahead and call that bullshit. All right, that should get us through until I can go do the hunt on day 28. I hope. If we just go take a couple of deer and then we'll do one final cook. In a way, have you done any of the Long Dark challenges? Like the actual shorter challenges? Yeah, you do the same, Az. Good to meet you. Thanks for hopping in. Glad you're not offended. I sometimes have that effect on people. We're reaching the end of the saga, so we're almost there. Which is good because I'm about out of coffee. I appreciate you, man. Have a good day. Have a good day at work. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm preparing for like a whiteout challenge here. It's what it feels like, where we're stockpiling a bunch of shit to be ready to sit inside for like 30 days. The megastorm is coming. Let's go ahead and put in this should be our final water cook. That'll be another 12 liters of water. We still have a little bit available, so we should be good here. Perfect. We still got several liters there, and we got some more up north. Yeah, what are we doing here? Rest at farmhouse. All right, well, I mean, we're doing a little more than just resting, but that's okay. Tomorrow we make rabbit mittens, so we can probably go ahead and pop that in our inventory. Let's take a peek here. Is it 4 or 3? And 2 guts. Okay. We can do that. You know, we might have a small problem here. Yeah, we got a small problem here. I may today run up and grab another sewing kit because I think we dropped 100% one up at the Gray Mothers. Plenty of time to do it. Let's do that. Let's run up here real quick. If we're going to be crafting anything, it's probably time to... Ooh, we're going to end up in a storm tomorrow anyway. Which could be quite interesting. I still find it so hard to believe we've only had one wolf the entire run. That rabbit's got to be gone, right? Yeah. These aren't many calories, but it'll count as a hot meal. pretty sure I left a sewing kit up here. I know I left a shitty one up here, and I'm pretty sure I dropped another one out. Could be wrong on that. But our goal for game day tomorrow, day 25, is rabbit mittens. And then the day after, our goal is deer pants. And, well, I mean, I guess I could grab scrap metal and we could just make a couple of fishing tackle real quick. We've got the guts. Can't believe we're actually going to get this in one go. I thought about maybe making it a two-part. Couple of 4-hour, couple 5-hour streams, something like that. But I'm kind of glad it's going to be out of the way and I'll have footage. That's the main thing. We can chop this down into whatever we need to chop it down into. Probably keep the video 10 minutes or less. Yep, I knew we did. Nice. I guess we can look since we're here. Is there anything else we need? That's all just tender stuff. Oh, we've only got a liter of water here. Oh no. Whatever will we do? I don't think there's anything in here that we really need. No. Should be gold. I'm going to take the whetstone now. We still haven't found... We didn't find a hunting knife in Mountain Town. We might have found one up in one of the cars up there at the bridge, but I didn't stop to look because we were kind of in a hurry. I wanted to prove to ChatGPT that there was a fucking bear at the bridge. What's up, Patea? How you doing? We're nearing the end. The challenge is almost complete, and it's been absurd. If you want the Cliff's Notes of what's happened thus far, ChatGPT is not good at the long dark. ChatGPT is not good at survival. I mean, a little bit. This is kind of a special one that... This is kind of a special one because I was extremely interested to see what AI would do. Because Zach made a video last year about Interloper with AI. Except for he did it considerably different than what I'm doing. I'm on day 24 of the 30-day right now. And really there was only once, well, ended up being twice, but once where I was really in any danger from what the AI told me to do. But like the AI, it doesn't understand nuance at all. I told it to give me a 30-day plan to loot all POIs and be set up for survival. And it's basically giving me one task a day. So instead of being like, hey, the first 12 days are going to be difficulties just Voyager. I didn't want to do Loper because Zach had done Loper. And I wanted to give AI the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt to see if we could actually get it to, you know, survival. The truth of the matter is, yeah, I mean, it's so slow and so boring that it's difficult to die. There's only been a couple of times where I've been in any real danger. One was imminent, and that was a bear attack that the AI, that I knew was there, but the AI didn't tell me it was there. And I kind of fucked around with the bear a little bit, and I was trying to draw it back to get it to pass me, but it caught me right as I got to the fucking car, and right as the fucking bar went completely full and I was getting in the car, it triggered the animation that the bear was attacking me. So I almost got away with it. But, you know, where was that at? It told me, I'll tell you exactly what it told me. On day 19, we were supposed to scout Prepper's stash spawn points. And that told me almost immediately that this thing hasn't been updated since they consolidated the Prepper's caches. So this like 2-year-old information that it's running off of. And I got up there and it told me specifically, watch out for the bear in the basin, you know, down the double rope. Have you ever seen a bear down there? Even back in the day, I don't remember seeing a bear down there. I've seen a moose down there, but never a bear. It's like, it insisted that there's a bear spawn down there. I'm like, I don't think so, boss. I don't think so. It kept insisting, and I'm like, why didn't you tell me there could be a bear up by the bridge? Oh, good call out, I think is what it said. I'm like, fuck you. You want $20 a month for this bullshit? Give me a break. But it's an interesting topic, interesting concept. At least I think so. AI's taken over so much shit. Where is it at in 2025? And as far as gaming goes, it's got a ways to go. I'm sure there's maybe some more structured AIs that are more geared towards this, but this one ain't ready. ChatGPT is not ready for prime time at all. It's a glorified Google search. My humble opinion. It may be there one day. It's not there today. It certainly isn't worth $20 a month. All right, so this was our rest day. Tomorrow, on day 25, we are to make rabbit mittens. We're only about halfway through the day, so we're just gonna have to waste time. Yeah, later, buddy. I'll be on until this is done, and then I'm gonna basically tell ChatGPT off for this particular run. I'm going to tell it to do better, basically. Ah, neck's getting stiff. Okay. Is that gonna burn out? No. Okay. I'm like, why is it still boiling on embers? All right, let's just pass 6 hours. All right, 7. Whatever. Don't care. Don't much care. We're getting towards the end of the challenge. This is great. I keep saying challenge. It's not really a challenge. Voyager's pretty easy to survive. It takes longer to eat the potatoes and cook them than what they're worth. Like in real life, I'd be dead right now from eating like 8 straight baked potatoes. All right, we've got the stuff for the mittens on us. We're going to sleep for 10 hours. We got an Aurora. That's only about the 3rd one of those, I think. Tomorrow, day 26, we'll be crafting rabbit pants. Or not rabbit pants, deer pants. Shit. I don't have enough fuel to do this. And we are cold. And we got them. Just that simple. All right, so now let's put the stuff for the deer pants in our inventory. And then we'll just pass the time. And then we have our final rest buffer. And then we're into the final stretch. That's fantastic, actually. I'd love to see it. We need to get to day 28 so we can go hunt. I think that's day 28. Yeah, deer run. Okay. So we're almost there. We're at day 20. We're coming up on day 26. Need 2 more days worth of food. Hopefully we get a couple of deer. And that way we just have food for the last couple of days. And we'll call it done. Because we are getting pretty low on food. Deer pants, but we were supposed to make 3 hides and 4 guts. Perfect. Keep eating starch, baby. Just eat all the starch. We're going to be real tight on food. It has not told me to go hunt at all. That's it. Everything I have is in my inventory now. And we got a whole nother day to wait. We're going to end up losing well-fed again. Hey, look, it is what it is, I guess. one thing you hear. Before we sleep is put some wood in my inventory so we can start a fucking fire out there and not get cold. Let's do 10 hours. Well, let's grind on some grindage here. Calories are calories. Probably should have grabbed 2 liters of water as well, but maybe we can see that in the morning. Let's just sleep as much as it'll let us. Your pants. Sounds like the beginning of a letter. Dear pants. It's only 1 arrow down. I think we're gonna be okay. We've only got what we've got though. Until the next day. No. Fuck. We're on day 26, aren't we? Yeah. That's not good. We're gonna run out of food. We're gonna run out of food. Because it doesn't told me to... Well, not really. I don't remember if we still had some in there or not. We're getting very near to running out of food, that's for sure. I mean, it's ready to eat food, and I don't much care either way. I think you actually get more calories out of a soda than you do a carrot. Are we gonna get them in? That's the question. Oh boy, we're cold. We gotta get inside. Storm came up on us out of nowhere. Took half our fucking health. We're fine though. Don't rightfully care. We are gonna lose well fed though. That's gonna happen. But right now, since we took a hit on our durability, we need to make sure we've got calories to cover the night, which we barely do. Tomorrow we can cook the potatoes we picked up. And then hopefully that carries us through the day until we can go hunt a deer. What? Why would I have hypothermia? I'm in the fucking house. fuck you. Oh, fuck you. I'm in the fucking house. Like, fuck you. Well, I got no choice but to go make a fire. We don't have any fucking tinder. That's why, because it's, oh, even though we were in a fucking building, whatever with this game. The fuck ever. I'll just put my bedroll down out here and sleep next to the fucking fire. That's simple. Now it won't let me. Alright, well fuck you, I'll just go into the bedroom then. Who cares? Tried to kill us again. This is supposed to be my rest day. Day 27, cooked meat that is non-existent. Like, I may not badmouth it. I mean, I don't want to be on the wrong end of shit when fucking AI takes over. Even though it's stupid and wrong. Hopefully the potatoes will get us through today. They should. That's all we got. We're out of food. game definitely tried to kill us there. That's fine. Not even mad at you. Not even mad. Not even mad about it. Got 9 potatoes to get us through the day and get into tomorrow, which is our hunting day. This deer run. Day 29, we just got to go get firewood. Fallen limbs, or we break down more furniture, it doesn't matter. And then day 30 is just get through the day and we're done. Took longer than I expected. I was hoping to be done by noon. Oh, that was too much. Oh well. We can wait 50 minutes, I guess. Alright, let's those off, put those on. Whatever, it keeps saying that I'm wet. I'm not wet. Yeah, okay. Hypothermia is drained or healed. Ooh, we're tired. Why are we so tired? Because of the hypothermia. Didn't think hypothermia made you tired. Well, I don't want to nap. This is my rest day, so let's just do what we do here. Definitely don't want to nap. I don't want to take too much damage either. We may have to take like a 1 or 2 hour nap. Why don't we just do that real quick? 2 hour nap. This would fuck up my whole system for a week if I did this. Trust me, it's been doing it. Perfect. Now our water's finished. We're not going to go out today. That's not on the agenda for today. Today is rest buffer, mend clothes, cook meat that we don't have. Organize. I don't give 2 shits about organizing. I don't care. Grand scheme of shit, we could survive another 30 days with the ammo and shit we've got. As long as we were decent shots with it. We could pretty easy go get 30, 40, 50 deer steaks over the course of the next 4 or 5 days and just keep cooking that and cooking water and set it outside. I think it would be good. we'd be good. Really nothing else to do. Nothing else to do. I guess we'll just pass time, huh? I may go pee and let the dog go pee before we hit the home stretch here. She seems to need to go to the bathroom, so why don't we let her go do that, and I will go do that, and yeah, we'll be good. So give me just a minute. We're gonna hit the home stretch. Be right back. All right, all right, all right. Passing time. That's all we can do for now. Tomorrow we go out and we try to take a couple of deer. Hopefully we can get them early, get them harvested, and then we can get that meat cooked. And that should get us through the end of our little play session. That would be fantastic. I'm gonna pass one more hour, eat a couple more potatoes, drink a little water, Sorry, thanks for bearing with me there, everybody. And then we're going to sleep for 12 hours. I want full awakeness. This is the final stretch of 3 days we're coming into, guys. Final stretch. Damn, we should have done this already. Didn't think about this. That's okay. It needs to warm up a little bit anyway. We kind of don't care. We got another hatchet out back, so let's not worry too much about that. Oh, it's a shitty day for this, but okay. Just a little bit cold, though. It's not bad. And then tomorrow will be day 29. We'll come out and grab some of these branches and stuff. Take the wood back in the house. And then day 30, we literally we're just going to pass the time. And that'll be our 30-day AI challenge. AI experiment. That's a better way to put it. I saw antlers down here. Hoofs and horns, baby. Hoofs and horns. This would be like 12 kilos of meat. That would definitely get us through the last day and a half. Which is 2 days. I didn't see antlers, but no shot. Bitch. Shot true. It'd be so much better had we just had a fucking knife. Take like six minutes a kilo. Right, we're warming now. We know there's more deer in there's one. All right. I was gonna say, we know, but there's more. I saw at least 2 more. One more would make sure we've got plenty of meat for the rest of the duration. There's 2 to shoot at. Okay. Motherfucker's gonna get right behind that rock before I can get to him. A female deer. Turn my way, motherfucker. Present your head. No shot. All right, this one's walking right back towards me. Big dummy coming right into a bullet. Big dummy dumb. Almost lost it. It doesn't matter. We're done. I should have just let it go. Fuck my life. All right. All right, so now we've got water and food should be situated for the remaining day and a half. We're not cold or nothing, so that's great. Let me guess, we're probably wet though. Let's go back and cook this shit up. And we're Gucci. Tons of doughs over here. Good Lord. 5 dough? 6? Wow. We accomplished what we wanted to. We got 16 steaks, man. You can pretty much survive on just a couple of steaks a day. And we only got just a couple of days, so we are in great shape. We can get everything cooked by the end of today. Then it's just a matter of coming out and getting wood, surviving one final day, and we are finished. Day 29 says massive firewood haul. I mean, we're going to get what we can get in a day. Massive. Whatever. We'll start yet another effing fire. Shit. Okay. Oh, we're so heavy. Oh my God, we're so heavy. About 3 rounds of this and we're done. Oh, that's what the fat's for. Okay. We'll just eat it. It'll be fine. Holy shit. 9. Food poisoning. Really? I swear to Colonel Sanders. Get 900 calories for that shit. Oh, you can eat it. We ate the other one that didn't give us food poisoning. That one's more fresh than the other one was, and this one gives us food poisoning. Whatever. Don't care. Don't care. None of it actually matters. We're gonna go sleep it off here in a minute anyway. Then we're gonna get up, we're gonna break down some more wood, and then we're gonna sleep, and then we just have to get through the day, which means one more sleep after that. That'll put us to day 31, and the challenge is over. The experiment is over. At least now that I know that the AI thought that we were still using fucking, multiple potential spawns for preppers caches. Now I understand why it separated it and didn't put it in the order it should have. I'll do just a quick little bit with it at the end. I'm not going to call it an idiot or anything. But we'll go through it. Oh, great. Hang on. Yeah, that one's a little smaller. All right, we're done. It should have told me multiple times, you need to be out hunting. We had 30 days to accomplish all of this. I don't know. This is just the way that it's going to work out. I can't wait for the video, though. This should be a good time. Cooking level 3. Within the first 30 days. That's great. And we weren't even really trying. All right, we've got, just to get through today, we'll get our condition back when we sleep. We got to go out and get wood tomorrow. Wherever we decide that we want to get wood from, we'll go check the barn. Maybe we'll get branches, depends on how cold it is. And then we do one more day inside. Lockdown day. That's day 30. We're gonna make it. It's tried to kill us a couple of times, and it almost succeeded once. Almost. Well, twice. Frostbite. If we got frostbite, it wouldn't have mattered because we're only doing 30 days. And frostbite, I think, is permanent, so it would have sucked, but it wouldn't have been the end of the world. All right, so let's get down here. Let's go ahead and sleep as much as we can sleep. We're down to the last 2 days, guys. 2 days and 2 sleeps. Our health took a hit from eating the fat. It's fine though. We're not hurting for nothing. Actually pretty chilly outside. That's too cold for that. I don't think there's much inside we can really break down. We'll try. Couple hours down. We already cleared out everything we can do in here, I think. And I kind of don't care about this table either. Just destroy, man. If it's warm, which we're hoping, we'll go ahead and break this thing down outside. It is warm. All right. Hang on. Just casually consuming 1,800 calories. On. All right, let's go get a little, well, let's go put this down. You know, in a real run, I'd have everything set up and it'd all be divided and blah, 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 but we're not doing that here. All right, so now let's go out and get a couple of those little loggies. Hold on a second. Ugh. My ears do weird things when they've had headphones on this long. That's what sucks about having eczema in your ears. One out of 10, wouldn't recommend. It's trying to give me the tool with more durability. That's why it's doing it that way. That's 87%. Yeah, let's do that. In an hour and a half, who gives a shit? We're just killing time. All right, and then literally we just get up and we stand here for day 30. It just says lockdown day. Stockpile food, water, set snares. Maybe we should go back out and reset the snares. Other than that, we're done. We get through the day, we do a sleep, and we're finished. 30 days. Almost 10 hours. Almost 10 hours. I was off by about an hour in my estimation of how long it would take. That happens. That do be happening sometimes. Last thing we have to do is go set snares in the morning. And then we'll just come here and pass the day. We'll sleep, we'll wake up on day 31. Finito. Can't believe we actually fucking did it, to be honest. Let's do about 9 hours sleep. All right. Our last official task in this monstrosity of an idea. I think in the future, when we're going to do these, we'll probably split it up into 2 parts, 2 streams. If anybody's just watching the VOD and doesn't want to wait for the video, please let me know what region you'd like to see next. Or, alternatively, if you have another game, perhaps another survival game that you would like to see what AI might do at. Let me know in the comments. That's our last official task. Reset our snare. This is lockdown day, guys. We've already stockpiled food and water. We set the snare. And it says prep hides, whatever the hell that means. You lay them on the floor, they prep themselves. Again, ChatGPT has got a long way to go when it comes to being a viable option for people to look stuff up. Yeah, just humble opinion. Maybe not even so humble. Maybe not even so humble. I don't care if we take a little damage, it doesn't bother me a bit. Kind of funny that we're going to get well fed. We're going to keep it throughout the whole thing. The final couple of passages of time. I love it when you're on the home stretch of something, man. It feels good to know that I actually accomplished what I set out to do. We're gonna pass like 4 more hours. Eat that final steak. It'll be the next to last drink of water. Let's pass another hour. And let's sleep 9. Actually, the last drink of water already happened. It's going to say like 29 days and blah, blah, blah hours, but that's because we came in late in the afternoon. Maybe we should just let it go till late in the afternoon. Day 31. Tell me hours. Nine blizzards in the month. It doesn't tell you hours, really. Days. So yeah, we need to let it go through afternoon, which is fine. Let's just drink. Like late afternoon is where because we logged in at like, I don't know, what would have been like 4 o'clock in the afternoon is where it landed us. I just wanted to say 30 days, even though we're going to be coming up on 32. Because even when you start at 0, you're still on day 1. That's the problem. It's math. Because math. At day 1 is actually hour 0. That's because math. That should do it. And then we'll pull the ChatGPT screen back over. We'll do a couple of questions with it. And that's going to be it for me for today. Don't think I'm coming back tonight. I don't think so. Let's just make sure that we got the 30. Whoops. There we go. 30 days in Mountain Town, guys. "30 days in a mountain town." All right, that's it. Quit. Confirming. Let's bring ChatGPT back in here. All right, guys, there it was. Lockdown day 30, stockpile food, water, all that stuff. I showed you guys every step of the way what we were getting into. All right. So what should we say here? Let's say... Look, it knows where it fucked up. I said, I survived the 30 days. I'm a player with over 1,400 hours in the game. Would you like to know where you did poorly in your guide? I feel like that's a fair way to put it. So that when, you know, when everything goes sentient, I'm not necessarily first on the list. So yeah. First off, it would have been better to loot all the locations as quickly as possible. I could have looted more than one location per day. And now it's trying to praise me with 1,400 hours of efficiency. No, it's just, I've just got that much in the game. I'm not trying to brag. It thinks I'm trying to flex on it. Oh, it says that roadmap works for Interloper. No, it doesn't. No, Interloper's all about continuing to move. You don't sit around. You're just burning calories at a way too fast a pace at that point. There's a 1-day grace period on hostile animal spawns Had your info been up to date? Should have guided me past the bear on the bridge. Would have significantly improved my ability to Correct. Look, I'm helping ChatGPT, guys. So in short, I treated the cache as a mid-run luxury stop, which it did. In reality, on Voyager, it should be a day one priority, precisely because the grace period makes the bridge pass safe. That's a huge oversight, and your call out knows exactly why my roadmap felt off for a Voyager player. Correct. Milton slash my W button's starting to stick. Plane crash should have been listed next. With the caveat of all right, so basically what I told it was, because we were at Prepper's Cache, the plane crash should have been next. With the caveat is if the Prepper's Cache was populated with loot, that your wait might become an issue. All right. To warrant it doesn't make sense for any it's trying to say, well, it would have worked, and then it says, well, not even for interloper. Doesn't have a plane crash. Okay, whatever. All right, I think that's, again, I'm not, look, I'm trying to help it learn a little bit. And now it's basically blowing me at this point. Day 1 through 3 blitz. Boom. I would say you'd give them 10 days. It's just mimicking me at this point. It says exactly what I just said. I think I spelled that wrong. There you go. Low priority until pry bar is obtained. Perfect. I've never found a pry bar in a car. Not sure I've ever found one in a bank or grandmother's. Definitely in the farmhouse shed. You're no, whatever. Now it's asking me questions. All right, that does it for this. Basically, I'm just trying to help it understand a little bit that I like that it came back and asked me a question. Out of curiosity, if you had to boil it down to just one golden rule you'd want a new player attempting a Mountain Town 30-day challenge to follow, what would it be? And it's always improve your survival situation. That's it. Always be doing something that improves your situation. Whether it's gathering wood, whether it's getting extra food, all of that. I like that it asked me this question. And I like that it's taking it in stride. You know, the blitz phase for a region, 10, 12 days, seems pretty solid. And again, this could have been how I phrased some of the things to it. So I didn't want to be too hard on the AI. But there's a lot of stuff that it's still getting wrong, even after I tried to help it understand where it could do better. So, guys, that's ChatGPT doing a 30-day challenge. It would have killed a brand new player. It would have easily killed a brand new player. No doubt in my mind. But we did it. And we will be back. If you guys see the VOD before the video comes out, please let me know what region you might want to do or might want to see for the next one. I think maybe we do something that's a little more of a medium difficulty level, where we'll, you know, like I'm not even sure what the hard levels are in Lower Great Bear. And then maybe if we kind of get it to where everything's working great, maybe we'll end up doing like Forsaken Airfield and see what it wants us to do. So anyway, guys, that's a 10-hour stream for me today. So thank you so much. And I will be back with that video as soon as I can. But until next time, guys, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.